Isabella and the Slipper. Written by Victorine Liskey. Narrated by Corin Gunderson. Chapter 1. The school gymnasium bustled with excitement. Isabella winced as a brawny guy crammed onto the bleacher, practically sitting on top of her. He smelled of locker room sweat, and Isabella grunted as the air squished out of her lungs. Her best friend, Savannah, turned to glare at him. "Hello? Someone's sitting there." The guy cast Isabella a blank stare. "Sorry," he mumbled, scooting over a millimeter. "Maybe look next time before you sit?" Savannah said to him, rolling her eyes. "Won't do any good. I'm invisible, remember?" Isabella pulled her phone out of her pocket and sighed. That was the story of her life. Savannah moved over to give her room and snatched the phone from Isabella's grasp. "Let me see your new phone." The cheerleaders ran onto the gym floor, shouting and waving their pom-poms. Ugh, there was so much to hate about mandatory pep rallies. "You have no fun apps," Savannah nudged her. She had her hair up in pigtails, and she looked like she had just stepped out of an 80s magazine with her sparkly lips and denim jacket. "You haven't even put your name in here." "I just got it last night." "You better put a password in at least. What if someone steals your phone?" "Who'd do that?" Isabella wanted to laugh, but saw that Savannah was serious. "I'll do it tonight." Savannah slapped it back into Isabella's hand. "At least you have a cool case." "I know, right? The Beatles were legendary." She pocketed her phone. The cheerleaders were forming a pyramid, and she didn't want to miss it if one of them toppled off. "I'm still surprised your stepmom let you get a phone." "I think it's because she wants to be able to hound me even when I'm not home. She's acting like I owe her big time now. Never mind that Delilah and Ava have had phones since middle school." Savannah smirked. "If I were you, I'd have run away a long time ago. Your stepmom is the worst." Isabella didn't want to get into it. She was holding out, waiting for graduation. Just one more year and she'd be gone. Not even Savannah knew how horrible it was living there in her father's house, but not belonging, unloved and unwanted. She pushed her glasses up her nose. "You said it." A deep voice rang out over the speakers, and Isabella's heart involuntarily sped up. Chase Hawkins, the most popular guy in school, and an actor. Who could forget the roles he'd had in 2 major Hollywood movies? Not leading roles, smaller stuff, but still. He was a movie star, and the whole school treated him accordingly. Chase was her stepsister's dream man. Isabella had to hear about him every morning as Delilah rushed about getting ready for school. It made her want to throw up. It might be because Isabella didn't want to admit to herself that Chase affected her in much the same way as every other female in the school. Especially in physics. He sat right in front of her, and she had to smell his heavenly cologne all period long. "Are we ready for the game tonight?" he shouted, and the crowd burst into a screaming frenzy. Chase walked to the center of the gym floor with a wireless microphone. "I can't hear you." Isabella feigned boredom but couldn't help staring at Chase. His dark hair was never perfectly styled, yet it fit his easygoing manner. His smile made her toes curl, and his blue eyes were sigh-worthy. He handled being in front of the crowd with ease. It was in his nature. "All week we've been collecting change for our Kiss the Pig contest." Cheers rang out, and he waited for everyone to settle down again. "I'm sure you've seen the teachers' jars all over the school." More cheers. "It's time to announce the teacher who collected the most change and has to kiss the pig." Screaming erupted, and Isabella held in a smile. Even though the pep rallies weren't her thing, she couldn't deny wanting to see a teacher kiss a pig. Jason Scott, the quarterback, came out of the locker room wearing his football gear and carrying a squirming pig. It squealed its disapproval at being manhandled. The crowd went nuts. standing and stomping, making whatever noise it could. Chase pulled an envelope from his pocket. "In this envelope is the name of the teacher who won." There was no settling the crowd down now. Even Savannah was screaming. Isabella stood, pulled her phone out, and turned on the camera. There would be perks to having a cell phone. She focused in on Chase, zooming in so his face filled the screen. No one heard the click of the shutter on the app. They were too busy hollering. "Do you want to know who it is?" Chase asked, eating up the attention. Isabella figured she would probably be deaf after this pep rally. Chase opened the envelope and tugged the piece of paper out. He grinned and pulled the microphone close to his lips. The gym grew quiet. "Mr. Morgan!" he shouted. The pig squealed as if in protest, and the entire school blew up. Savannah jumped up and down, shrieking. Brawny Guy scowled at her. Mr. Morgan taught Isabella's physics class, and he was probably the coolest teacher in the school. He had actively campaigned for his jar to get the most change. All the students loved him. He was young and energetic. The gym exploded again as Mr. Morgan ran onto the gym floor, waving at the bleachers. Jason held up the pig, and Chase tried to calm everyone down. "Let's give the man a little silence, please." Mr. Morgan put on a show, waving his hand in front of his face like the pig stank. Then he walked around, pretending to contemplate where he should kiss the pig, pausing and looking close at the back end. Laughter rose from the crowd. Isabella snapped another photo, this time of the pig and Mr. Morgan. When he finally leaned down and kissed the pig on the top of its head, cheers erupted and Chase whistled. "Come to the game tonight and watch us kiss Eastridge High goodbye." Chase waved one arm, signaling that the students could go. The cheerleaders stood at the doors handing out candy kisses to everyone. Isabella waited until the mad dash for the doors had dwindled into more of a solid throng before starting down the stairs. "I wish you could come to the game tonight," Savannah yelled over the noise. Isabella held in a snort. Delilah would die if I showed up at a game. I'd ruin her social status or something. I'd rather avoid the drama. Savannah gave her a pitying frown and hugged her. "See you Monday." Isabella nodded and gave her friend a little wave. Her weekend would be spent running the art gallery her father, Anthony Shepherd, had established before he died. Her stepmother, Mrs. Eleanor Shepherd, was too stately to do something as lowly as man a gallery. That fell to Isabella's shoulders. She pulled out her phone and fiddled with the photo she'd shot of Chase. She'd caught him while he was smiling, showing his perfect white teeth and a small dimple in his cheek. It was a good shot. She stepped onto the gym floor. "The pig is loose!" someone screamed. In an instant, the gym turned into a mass of running students. Some tried to catch the pig, while others tried to avoid it. The pig ran past her legs, squealing with what she could only imagine was glee. "There it is!" someone shouted. A cheerleader slammed into her, and Isabella's phone went flying. Her heart lodged in her throat. Not her new phone! It clattered to the floor about 2 yards from her. She prayed no one would step on it and crack the screen before she reached it. She pushed her way through the crowd, trying not to lose sight of the phone. The pig ran past her again. Someone kicked her phone and it skittered across the gym. Her heart pounded. She couldn't see it. Please, no. She couldn't lose her phone on the first day of having it. She fought against the steady stream of kids, trying to see where it had landed. There, she saw it. It was on the floor near the wall. She focused on it and shoved her way through. Just before she could grasp her phone, a hand reached down and picked it up. "Hey, that's mine," she said, as she looked up to see... No, not him. Anyone but him. Chase grinned at her, holding out her phone, and another one with an identical Beatles case. Hey, look, we have the same phone case. You like the Beatles? She asked, then mentally rolled her eyes. Brilliant. That was a completely idiotic thing to say. He grinned. Who doesn't? But he wasn't looking at her anymore. His gaze ran beyond her. She turned to see Mr. Morgan holding the pig. "Got him!" he shouted. Everyone cheered. She grabbed her phone from his hand, but Chase didn't seem to notice. "See you at the game." He brushed past her and ran to catch up to Jason, who slapped him once on the back before they disappeared into the crowd. And that was it. Her first conversation with Chase. And he didn't even really look at her. She was upstaged by a pig. Chase jogged across the parking lot to his Mustang convertible. He unlocked the doors with his key fob and slung his backpack onto the seat. Friday at last. Football and fun with the guys. This weekend was going to rock. He climbed into his car, clicked the button to put the top down, and started the engine. Delilah Shepherd came running across the parking lot in her ridiculously high heels. "Chase!" she shrieked, waving her hand. She was Barbie blonde and had about as much empty space in her head as the doll. He held in an eye roll. He was just too nice. That's what it was. He didn't have the heart to tell her he wasn't interested. "Hi, Delilah," he said as she stopped, panting. She grinned at him and adjusted her purse. "Some of the guys are coming to my house later tonight for a small get-together after the game. I thought maybe you'd like to come." Delilah's parties were always popular. Most of his friends were probably going to be there. "Sure, sounds fun." Her grin spread and she placed her hand on his arm. "Great, I'll see you tonight." She took off, and he could see her younger sister waiting for her by their car. They giggled and jumped up and down before getting in their red sports car and driving off. He shook his head. "See? Too nice." He threw his car into drive and skidded out of the parking lot. Even with Delilah after him, he knew he'd still have fun that night. His phone made a noise. What kind of noise was that? When he stopped at the light, he checked it. Well, there was a text, but he didn't recognize the number. He looked closer at the phone. It looked brand new. The tiny crack in the corner was gone, and there were no scratches on the screen. Dang, he had the wrong phone. He pulled off to the side of the road and read the message. "Where are you? You're late. If you don't show up immediately, your precious phone privileges will be gone." Ouch. The girl from the gym was in trouble, and she didn't even know it. He swiped the phone open and touched the messaging icon. He typed in his phone number. "We accidentally switched phones. I think your parents are texting you, asking where you are." He waited a minute before realizing she didn't have a way to answer back. His phone was locked. He sent another text. "Unlock my phone. 110-900. A message came through. "Oh my gosh, your phone will not stop beeping at me. I don't even know what Snapchat is. You've got so many messages. Sorry about the phone switch." "That's okay. Your mom sounds angry. You better hurry home. We can switch phones back tonight at the game." He slid the phone into his cup holder and pulled into traffic. 5 minutes later, he parked in his driveway. The phone beeped again, and he picked it up. "I'm not going to the game. We'll have to switch them later. Sorry." She wouldn't be at the game? Who was this girl? Didn't the whole school go to the games? He tried to remember what the girl looked like, but he couldn't think of her face. Did she have brown hair? Blonde? He wasn't sure. She was shorter than he was, and that's all he remembered. He texted her back. "Who are you?" He figured he could look her up in the yearbook so he'd know who he was talking to. As he waited for her to answer, he climbed out of his car and grabbed his backpack. Walking into the house, he checked the screen, but no more texts had come through. Huh. His mother met him in the kitchen, her dark hair set up in electric curlers. "Excellent, you're home. I can tell you the good news." He inwardly groaned, but didn't let it reach his throat. "What?" "You have an audition tonight. Quick, go shower and change. This is a good one." His mouth dropped. She knew he had plans. Why would she do that? "Mom, there's a game tonight." He knew he sounded whiny, but he couldn't help it. She narrowed her eyes at him and folded her arms. "Then, aren't you glad you're not on the team? This is why we decided you shouldn't try out. It's your career we're talking about, not some unimportant football game." His heart sank. It wasn't his career. He didn't want it. "It's important to me. It's the first game of the season." She got that look on her face, the one that said he better do what she wanted or he'd be in trouble. "It's one audition. They're making special arrangements for you to come in tonight. Don't sass me about it. You can go to the game after." He let his shoulders fall. There was no point in arguing with her. His father would have his head if he talked back to her. "Okay." "Go get ready. The script's on your bed. Memorize your lines before we leave." He nodded and ran up the stairs. His phone beeped and he swiped to read it. "Your mom texted. Sorry, I was walking and didn't see it right away. She said something about an audition?" He answered her back. "Yeah, I know. I just talked to her. I'm going to miss the game." "Getting an audition is good, though." He snorted. "If only I wanted to be an actor." He hit send, then instantly regretted it. Why did he say that? He didn't talk about that with his friends. They all thought he was cool because he had a few roles in the movies. There was a pause, and then another text came. "Why do you do it, then?" That was a complicated answer. "Parents." "Oh, sorry. That stinks. I know how that is." Who was this girl? He was curious enough to poke around on her phone. He opened her contacts, but they were empty. Didn't she have any friends in her phone? She hadn't even put her name in. Just her number showed at the top of the screen. Weird. He tossed her phone on his bed and stripped down to his boxers. He turned on the shower to let the water get warm and grabbed a towel out of the closet. A half hour later he was dressed and picked up the script. When he saw what role he was trying out for, he confronted his mother. "Mom, this is a major part." He flipped through the pages and pages of text. "This isn't something I can do during school." She smiled. "We'll get you a tutor. Then you wouldn't have to go to school every day. Honey, this is the role we've been waiting for. You're ready for it." Her eyes shone, and she flipped her curly hair behind her shoulder. "Come on, you can memorize in the car." Just what he wanted. Not. Chapter 2. Isabella pushed open the front door to the vibrant hue art gallery, and the familiar bells sounded. Her heart pounded in her chest. Chase Hawkins was texting her. She had his phone. It even smelled like him. A little. Yes, she'd smelled the phone. She had a problem. She admitted it. Leilani looked up from the hostess desk. "Hello, Isabella." Leilani was the epitome of petite. She always wore something hip, and her hair was cut short in one of those inverted bob styles. "Slow day?" Isabella asked, trying to calm her pounding heart. "Mr. Cato came in and bought water lily. Other than that, we've been dead." "He's been looking at that one for a long time. I'm glad he decided to buy it." Isabella took her backpack off and went into the office. "Eleanor wants you to take it down from the website," Leilani called. "Will do," Isabella said, turning on the computer. She took in a deep breath. She loved the smell of the art gallery, the bright artwork on the walls, and the intricate sculptures on the pedestals. Someday, her paintings would grace these walls, like her father's had in the past. Mrs. Eleanor Shepherd didn't think she was good enough yet, which was funny because Eleanor had tried to sell her own paintings in the gallery and failed. No one wanted them. As Isabella waited for the computer to boot up, she pulled a photograph from her back pocket and touched the surface. Her mother was 17 in the picture. She was smiling at the camera like she didn't have a care in the world. She had dark hair like Isabella's, cascading down her shoulders. She looked positively gleeful. Her name was Emma. "It's been a good day, Mom," she said. It was silly, she knew, but talking to the photo helped her feel better about life, and she hoped, somewhere, her mother could hear her. Chase's phone chimed. She stuffed the photo back in her pocket. She'd messed around until she'd turned off the Snapchat notifications, so she knew it was Chase. A tiny thrill shot through her. She took his phone out to look at the screen. "Why don't you have any numbers in your phone?" She punched in her response. "Why are you looking?" "You won't tell me who you are. I got curious." "It's a new phone. I haven't put them in yet." "What are you doing?" She peered around the office. "I'm at work. I have to memorize lines for an audition I don't want to have." She thought about what to say to him. If he really didn't want the part, there was an easy solution. Then mess up your audition. "What? Are you serious?" "Why not? If you don't want the part, don't be right for it." "You are a genius." "I know. LOL, I think I love you." Isabella choked and almost dropped the phone on the floor. She caught it in time and stuffed it back into her pocket. He was joking, of course, but seeing those words still made her heart jump into her throat. She opened the gallery's website and logged into the content editor. The website was her responsibility, as per her stepmother's commands. Usually she didn't mind doing it. At first it had been stressful, as she had no clue how to build a website. It had taken her a whole month of watching YouTube videos and reading to figure out how to get the thing up and running. She found the water lily and deleted it from inventory. Tomorrow she'd have to take some photos of the new artwork they were getting in to put up on the website. But tonight she wouldn't worry about it. Paco stuck his head in her office. "Hey, pretty lady." Isabella smiled at him. Paco mostly helped out with the behind-the-scenes work at the gallery, but sometimes he took over for Leilani on the sales floor or helped paint the walls when they were redecorating. He was a friendly man in his 40s. "Hey, Paco, how are you?" "I'm good. Just a heads up, more art is coming in," he said with his Mexican accent. "Okay, thanks." He waved and ducked out again. She pulled up the books and entered the day's sale on the ledger. Not only was she the webmaster, she was also the bookkeeper. Eleanor wrote the checks, signed the contracts with the artists, and hobnobbed with the clientele. Eleanor's job mostly consisted of hanging out at the country club and going to social events, but she claimed it was necessary to keep the customers returning. After entering the sale, Isabella opened the closet and took out the broom. It was also her responsibility to keep the gallery clean. By the time she was done, it was after 6. She waved to Leilani on her way out. "See you tomorrow." The gallery was located on a commercial strip only 3 blocks from her house. Since it was on the way home from school, Eleanor didn't think she needed a car. "It's better for you to walk," she'd say. She must not have wanted Delilah and Ava to be healthy by that logic, what with the sporty little Mazda MX-5 she bought them. Isabella entered her house and walked into the kitchen, her stomach grumbling. She pulled out the sandwich meat and some bread and then fixed herself a quick meal. Eleanor strutted in as she was getting out the package of Oreos. "Don't touch those. They're for the party tonight." Of course they were. She slid them back on the shelf and shut the cupboard door. "Don't drop any crumbs or you'll have to vacuum," Eleanor said as she patted her long blonde hair that she wore swept up into a fancy French twist. Isabella had never seen the woman with even one gray hair. It was like they were scared to make an appearance. Her fingernails were manicured and always blood red. She usually wore long dresses with leather boots, as if she'd stepped out of a time machine from the 1890s. Eleanor breezed out of the room, leaving behind the gagging essence of her overpowering perfume. Isabella made a face at the empty doorway. She picked up her plate and climbed up the stairs to her room. Every time she walked through her home, she felt her heart break a little more. It was magnificent, with a huge open floor plan and balconies that jutted out in architectural genius. Her father had bought it because she'd fallen in love with it. But now that he was gone, everything belonged to Eleanor. She bit into the sandwich as she entered her bedroom, and then shut the door. Eleanor always threatened to banish her to the attic with the spiders if she didn't do as she said. Isabella wasn't sure if it was an empty threat or not, so she did as she was told. Her one joy was her bedroom. It was the largest of all the bedrooms in the house, but it was the one Isabella had picked out when she and her father had moved in. And no one had the backbone to kick her out. Plus, it was the only room large enough for her hobby, and Eleanor liked pushing Isabella to improve her painting skills. The fading sunlight streamed through her floor-to-ceiling sliding glass windows, hitting her canvases. Painting was her relief, her retreat into another world. She wasn't as good as her father, but she still gained immense satisfaction from it. Her father had made millions from his passion, and she loved the connection she felt to him when she painted. She stepped out onto her balcony and took another bite of her sandwich. The view always took her breath away. Being situated on the edge of a cliff had its advantages. The Los Angeles Valley stretched before her. At night, the city was lit up with a million pinpricks of light. Right now, in the setting sun, the orange light reflected off the buildings. The breeze raced across her skin, blowing her long dark hair. She closed her eyes and leaned on the railing, wondering what Chase was doing. After she finished her dinner, she walked back inside and drew the curtains. She'd spend the evening doing what she loved. She set up a blank canvas on her easel and tightened it in place. Her father had taught her the art of painting directly on the canvas with her fingers. She squeezed out several colors on the palette, then dipped her fingers in the cool acrylic paint. She allowed the process of applying color to canvas to take her away and was surprised when noises sounded from downstairs. The people were starting to show up for the after-game party. Minutes had turned into hours. The sun had set long ago. She wiped off her fingers with a rag, then went into her bathroom to wash them. As she dried her hands, she heard a chime from Chase's phone.
"Done with the audition. Won't be getting that part." "Ha!"
She held in a smile and punched in a response. "What did you do?"
"Didn't look up. Read in a monotone. The director was quite unimpressed."
"I hope your parents aren't mad."
"Mom wasn't in the audition room. She's happy. I'm happy. You are brilliant."
Isabella grinned at the phone. She'd helped Chase Hawkins. What a day this was turning out to be. "I'm glad."
"I should buy you dinner."
She blinked. What? Was he asking her out? No way. Her heart sped up as she responded. "I already ate."
"Are you going to Delilah's party tonight?"
She swallowed, a lump forming in her throat like a rock. "No."
"Come on, please. We need to switch phones anyway."
Her fingers trembled as she thought about sneaking down to the party. No, that wouldn't work. As soon as Delilah saw her, she'd pitch a hissy fit and totally embarrass her. And if Delilah saw her with Chase, it would be 1,000,000 times worse. "I can't. I'm grounded."
"Oh, snap. Is this about earlier, when you were late?"
"Yes." That was the easiest thing to let him think.
"Sorry. Why were you late?"
She debated telling him the truth. It couldn't hurt. "Pep rally crowds."
"You couldn't have been that late."
She rolled her eyes. How could she explain her situation? Stepmom is strict.
"That sucks. Text if you're late again. I'll give you a ride home."
She put the phone to her chest and held in a scream. Chase
Hawkins just offered to give her a ride home from school. Could this really be happening? But then a sinking feeling replaced her euphoria. She'd forgotten who she was for a moment. She couldn't go near Chase. Her stepmother would kill her. But it was super nice of him to offer. Thank you. She turned off her bathroom light and went back out onto her balcony. The city lights stretched for miles. The phone chimed again. What are you doing tomorrow? Still grounded. How long would this same excuse work? What's your address? I'll drop off your phone. She couldn't tell him that. She chewed on her fingernail before getting an idea. I know a place where you can leave my phone, and I'll switch them. I'll sneak out. Whoa, bad girl. I like it. You should sneak into the party. I'll be there. I wish. Did she, though? She usually didn't mind staying away from the crowds. She liked her solitude, but the thought of going downstairs tonight was appealing to her. This was not good. She was going to get herself into trouble. Chapter 3. Chase watched the city lights flash by as his mother drove home. How do you think the audition went, honey? She kept asking, making him feel guiltier. Fine, Mom. I know, but did they give you any indication if they would call you back? She gave him a hopeful smile. Who knows? He wanted to avoid talking about it, so he messaged the mystery girl. Where do you want me to leave your phone? Flatwater Park. There's a loose brick by the bench with space under it. It's the lighter brown one. Okay, I'll hide it there tonight after the party. Thanks. He fiddled with her phone. It was driving him nuts trying to figure out who this girl was. He knew a lot of people in school, but not everyone. He opened her phone app to see who she'd called, but it had no calls logged in it. He opened her photos, and a picture of him popped up. What? He swiped the screen and saw only one other photo, of Mr. Morgan about to kiss the pig. He laughed and swiped back to his picture. It had been taken that afternoon. A smile crept onto his face. He decided it might be fun to tease her about it. How come you have a pic of me? It took a couple of minutes before she answered. I forgot I took that. Embarrassing. He laughed. You have a secret crush on me? The answer came quickly this time. Get over yourself. What's so funny? Are you watching videos? Because we're not in range of the Wi-Fi, and that will use up our data. His mirth was interrupted by the warning tone of his mother's voice. He waved the phone at her. Not watching videos, just chatting with a friend. Oh, okay. She turned her attention back to the road. I'll get over myself if you tell me who you are. He waited, holding his breath as his mother pulled into the driveway. She killed the engine. Have fun tonight. Don't stay out too late. Home by midnight, okay? He glanced at the clock. 9:15. Okay. No more texts came, even as he drove to Delilah's house. As he walked up the sidewalk, the phone beeped. He nearly tripped trying to look at the screen quickly enough. I'm nobody. For some reason, those words stabbed into his chest. She didn't think she was important. It made him sad, and he felt bad that he hadn't even really looked at her when they'd accidentally switched phones. You're not nobody. Delilah's front door opened, and he was caught standing on the porch staring at his phone. He gave Delilah an apologetic smile and stuffed his phone in his pocket. Hi. She grabbed his arm. Chase, you're here. I'm so glad you made it. She pulled him inside, hugging him close to her side. This was going to be a long night. Just after Isabella received Chase's text claiming she wasn't a nobody, she heard Delilah shout his name. She tossed his phone onto the desk, figuring there wouldn't be any more messages from him that night. She'd wait until everyone was gone and sneak out of the house. Flatwater Park wasn't too far, just a few blocks. She could walk there and back without anyone knowing. She set her alarm, then shut off her lamp, placing her glasses on the nightstand, and climbed into her sleigh-shaped bed. Snuggling under the covers, she closed her eyes and allowed herself to think about Chase. His phone made another noise. She was intensely curious as to what he was saying, but she needed to get to sleep if she was going to get up in the middle of the night. 2 seconds ticked by before she sat up and grabbed the phone, unable to stand it. She squinted at the screen.
"Did you get my text?"
She sighed and answered him. "Yes. Now let me sleep. I need to sneak out tonight."
"Okay. Have sweet dreams."
She was sure she would. Pop music filtered through the floor along with indistinct chatter, but she managed to fall asleep anyway. When her alarm woke her up at 3 a.m, the house was silent. The September night air was cool on her face as she climbed down the lattice fastened to the house next to her balcony. The house sat on a steep cliff, and she had to watch her footing or she'd slip off the edge. She didn't sneak out often, but, with the way her life was, it was nice to have a way to escape once in a while. The walk to the park was uneventful. She scanned the area for people, and when she didn't see anyone, she pried up the loose brick. A cool sweat broke out on her forehead when she found a phone lying there in the little hollowed-out cement space. She took it out and saw a sticky note attached to the glass.
"Thanks for helping me with things tonight. You're not a nobody."
Her heart crept into her throat. She needed to stop thinking about Chase, and texting back and forth wasn't going to help. She punched a few icons and deleted their conversation from his phone, then slipped his phone into the space and put the brick back on top. There. He wouldn't be able to text her again. As she walked away, regret gnawed at her gut. She'd missed their texts, but it was for the best. He was a popular guy at school. Once he found out who she was, he'd lose interest anyway. She was nowhere near Chase's league. Besides, if Delilah found out she was communicating with him, her home life would become even more of a living hell. She climbed back up to her balcony and slipped into bed. She spent the next 20 minutes trying to convince herself that she didn't feel horrible for cutting off their communication. Sleep finally came to her as the early morning birds started chirping. Her cell phone made a noise, and she sat up with a start. 10 o'clock? She hadn't meant to sleep in so late. Was Chase texting her again? She picked up her phone, her heart racing.
"Isabella, get down here this instant. You're late for the gallery. You have work to do. If you don't come down now, your phone goes in the trash."
Oh, not Chase. Right. She'd erased her number from his phone. She climbed out of bed and threw on her clothes. "Coming!" she called. It was best if she just complied. Eleanor was much easier to live with if Isabella did what she asked and didn't make too much eye contact. She scarfed down a bowl of cereal and rinsed the empty dish in the sink. Eleanor entered the room, her long skirt swishing. "There are 15 new paintings waiting to be attended to at the gallery." 15? That many? How was she even going to find room for them? "We are losing money when we have them sitting in the storage area, especially on a Saturday. I expect you to do your job, or you can give up your phone privileges." She nodded and started for the door. "Yes, ma'am." She didn't want to hear another hour-long lecture. She walked to the gallery, dreading to have to find places to display all those paintings. She'd be arranging things and moving lighting all day. Creating 15 entries for the website would take another full day. Her entire weekend was shot. The electronic doorbell made a chiming noise as she entered the brightly lit gallery. Leilani was helping a customer, so she snuck into the back room and looked at the paintings stacked up along the walls. A new artist. She studied the work. Great use of light. She made a mental note to incorporate that more into her own work. She measured them, keeping notes for the website, and thought about how she would rearrange the other paintings to make them fit. It wasn't just about hanging them up. Each piece needed to be highlighted and to have enough space around it so it could be appreciated on its own. She worked on it all morning, taking only a short break for lunch. Once she had a basic floor plan ready, she went to work taking down paintings and making room for the 15 new ones. It was always a tedious dance, moving things around after a painting sold, and then again when new art came in. She'd just finished hanging the third one when her phone beeped. What did Eleanor want now? She wiped her hands on her jeans and pulled out her phone. She swallowed hard when she saw Chase's name. "Why did you delete my texts?" Her heart sped up. Chase. Even though she didn't want to, she felt happy that he somehow still had her number. She swallowed, trying to think about Delilah and why she'd cut off contact. And yet, a smile crept onto her face. "How are you still texting me? Did you memorize my number or something?" She clicked on her contacts and saw that Chase not only put his name and number in, he'd entered his address and birth date as well. 5550155 isn't easy to forget. So many fives. She giggled and then felt ridiculous. Another text came through. "Are you done putting up the new artwork?" Eleanor. Ugh. She really thought it would be done by now? She texted back. "Not yet. Still working on it. Hurry up. It's not good to be slothful." She curled her fingers so she didn't reply back with curse words. She switched to her conversation with Chase. "Judy calls. I gotta run." "Since you won't tell me your name, I'm gonna call you Five." She grinned. "Fine by me." "Okay, Five. Have a good day." "You too, Chase." "So not fair." She laughed and stuffed her phone back in her pocket. Isabella continued to hang the rest of the paintings. By the time she finished, it was 9 o'clock and time to close the gallery. Leilani surveyed her work. "Looks really good. You have the eye, child. I like this new artist. What's his name?" "Cynthia Gregory. The artist's a woman." "Oh, Gregory. That's why I thought she was a man." Leilani grabbed her purse and shut off the lights. "You want a ride home, honey? It's dark." "Thanks." She was hungry when she arrived home, so she grabbed a personal frozen pizza and stuck it in the oven. As she waited for it to cook, her phone rang. For a second, her hands grew sweaty, thinking maybe it was Chase calling. But when she looked at the phone, she saw Savannah's number on the screen. "Hey, Vanna. It's so cool being able to call you any time now." "Yeah, although it gives my step-beast more ammunition. She's already threatened to take it away if I don't do her every wish." Savannah groaned on the other end of the line. "Sometimes I just want to strangle her." Isabella laughed as she flicked on the oven light to peek at the pizza, willing it to cook faster. "I just keep counting down the days until I graduate. Then I can leave." "But it's so unfair. All your father's paintings, his house. She should be the one to leave, not you." "He died without a will. I can't do much about it." "Some of those paintings he specifically gave you. The one of your mother?" Pain bubbled up in her chest every time she thought about it. That painting used to hang in the living room. After her father died, Eleanor took it down and stuffed it up in the attic, along with a dozen other paintings. "Emma is no longer with us," she'd said. She replaced them with cheap Walmart art. Puke. Isabella still held out hope that Eleanor would give the paintings to her when she graduated and left. Eleanor must not want them if she thought the best place for them was up in the stuffy attic. "I know." "Hey, I was calling because there's a rumor going around that Chase Hawkins auditioned for one of the lead roles in the next Star Wars movie. Can you believe it?" "I don't think he'll get the part." The words were out before she could think, and she clamped her hand over her mouth. "What? Why not?" "I don't know. Maybe he will. That's exciting." "You don't sound excited. What's wrong? You hating on Chase now?" "No." Has she said that too forcefully? She corrected her statement. "No, I'm just tired, I guess." "You up late painting?" "More like hanging paintings. Step thing brought in 15 of them. Her arms hurt from all the effort. Wow, that's a lot, isn't it? She signed a new artist. Soon we'll have to blow out a wall and add on. The cheese on the pizza was starting to melt, and Isabella's stomach growled. Well, I gotta go. If your stepmom lets you out of work tomorrow, maybe we can do something. Yeah, maybe. They both knew that wouldn't happen. See ya. She hung up the phone and waited another minute and a half for the pizza to finish cooking. As she waited, she pulled out her mother's photo, smiling at the events of the day. When the timer went off, she slid the pizza onto a plate and sliced it up. The house was eerily quiet. Her step-clan was probably out shopping. That's what they loved to do, spend her father's money. She grabbed a water bottle from the fridge and went upstairs. Settling in her room, she put the pizza on her desk. It was hot, but she took a bite anyway, unable to wait. She blew on the next bite and took a sip from her water bottle. After she ate, she stood to look at the painting she'd started yesterday. Bright reds and greens popped against the canvas. It was a field of poppies, with a cloudless sky overhead. She liked the composition, but the poppies weren't as lifelike as she'd hoped. She squirted some more paint on her palette and started fixing them with her pinky finger. One thing she loved about painting was that it was forgiving. If you messed up, you just applied more paint. An hour later, she was much happier with the flowers. She was washing off her fingers when her phone chimed. She picked it up and swiped the screen. What are you doing tonight? Painting. For real? She chuckled and sat down on her bed. Yes. Like the walls? Or a picture? LOL. A picture. Cool. She waited for him to say something else, but the pause stretched on, so she curled up on her bed and downloaded one of the apps Savannah raved about. She was playing around with her phone when his next text came. Why won't you tell me who you are? She hesitated, trying to come up with an explanation. It's complicated. Try me. Her fingers hovered over the screen. Was she really thinking of saying something truthful? She wondered what would happen if she did. Chapter 4. Chase sat on the living room couch, watching a television show his little sister put on. It was past her bedtime, but his mother usually let her stay up late on Saturday nights, and he was in charge tonight. His parents had gone out to dinner and a movie. He looked down at his phone. The girl still hadn't answered. He decided to prod. You there? Yes. So? I'm not popular at school. He leaned back and blew out a breath. Was that all she was worried about? He couldn't care less about her social status. I don't care. We would never be friends in real life. Was this true? He tried to be nice to everyone at school, but he did usually hang out with the more outgoing type. Was he snobbish at school? He glanced at his sister sitting on the floor playing with her dolls. He went back to his phone. Come on, you know I don't care. You gonna force me to call you 5? I like 5. It's creative. Frustrated, he pounded on the keys. Which autocorrected to chocolate sunrise. He hit send anyway. Huh? Autocorrect. What were you trying to say? I just want you to tell me. The suspense is good for you. He laughed out loud, and his sister turned to look at him. He shrugged at her, and she went back to playing with her dolls. She was a 5-year-old, easily distracted. You are killing me, 5. What are you doing tonight? Deflection. Okay, he could handle that. I'm babysitting my sister. Any word on the audition? No callbacks yet. Looking good. What do you hate about acting? That was a difficult question. He hated a lot of things. For one, standing around forever waiting for his scene, waiting for the lighting crew, waiting for the right time of day, and then shooting the same scene over and over. It was maddening. Plus, it took up large chunks of his time. He wanted to be hanging out with his friends or tossing a football, not standing on a set waiting for his turn. He punched in his response. It's tedious. Also, I don't want to quit school. Ah, I see. Why does your mom want you to act? He almost started typing about how his mother wanted him to become a famous actor because she thought it would save them financially, but he stopped and deleted it. No need to spread that all over school. They lived in a big home. Anyone looking at them would think they had a lot of money. He probably shouldn't tell them otherwise. Plus, it wasn't entirely true. Instead, he typed, She wants me to have a good career. Tell her you want to be a doctor. He chuckled. Yeah, right. What do you want to be when you grow up, 5? While he waited for her to answer, he stood and stretched his back. Time to get to bed, Cora. His sister shook her head. 5 more minutes, please. All right. He plopped back down on the couch. He was a pushover. Artist, like my dad. I want to see what you've been painting. Take a pic for me? Apparently, he wasn't paying enough attention to his sister, because she climbed up on his lap and handed him a book. Read to me. He glanced at his phone before he started, wondering if she'd send the picture. When he finished reading the book, she still hadn't sent it. He must have pushed too far. Come on, it's time for pajamas. Okay. Cora ran to her bedroom and dressed for bed, then brushed her teeth. After he got her settled, he entered his bedroom and sat down on his bed. The phone chimed and excitement shot through him. She'd sent it. He pressed on the photo to enlarge it. Bright red poppies filled the bottom 3/4 under a blue sky. The way it was painted, he could feel the wind blowing through the flowers. The movement was so apparent in the way the paint was applied. He was shocked that a high schooler could paint like that. Snap, you're good. Where did you learn that? From my father. Her father. An idea hit him. Maybe he could Google and find out who her father was. Is he a famous painter? Silence. Maybe he hit on something. He opened his Safari app and searched famous painters in Los Angeles. He found a website that listed a bunch of California artists and showed examples of their work. As he scrolled through, though, he didn't see anything quite like what 5 had done. Maybe her style wasn't that similar, or maybe he wasn't famous. A text came through. Nice try. He chuckled. I'm going to find out who you are sooner or later, 5. Good luck. Challenge accepted. Isabella spent Sunday at the gallery, taking pictures of the new artwork, uploading the photos, processing them in Lightroom, and entering them into the computer. Eleanor had left her a list of the paintings and their prices. It took all day to get the website up to date, as she'd suspected. Then she had to sweep the floors and clean the bathroom. She didn't hear from Chase until that evening after she'd gotten home. When he texted, she was at the table eating a pasta dish she'd heated up in the microwave. Ava was at the table as well, looking at the comics section of the newspaper and eating a Pop-Tart. She looked up when Isabella's phone chimed. Who's texting you? She shrugged, feigning nonchalance. Probably Savannah. She wanted to pull the phone out and look, but didn't in case Ava would see the name on it. Aren't you going to answer her? Isabella squirmed. Yes, as soon as I'm done eating. Ava rolled her eyes and went back to the comics. You're weird. Then she sighed and shoved the comics away. I don't get Dilbert. Why do they make comics that aren't funny? They're supposed to be funny. Isabella shrugged. She'd tried to explain them in the past. It didn't help. She ate her pasta, put the dish in the sink, and ran upstairs to her room. She shut the door and pulled out her phone to look at Chase's text. Are you busy? Not anymore. Do you need something? Just one event. My mom forced me to go to some charity event today. Took the whole day. It was so boring. Why did she make you go? Hobnob with people in the acting industry. I wanted so badly to tell her I quit, but I can't. Isabella totally understood that. Her stepmother had been manipulating her for years. I'm sorry. I know how it is. My stepmother's the same way.
Ugh, why are adults like that? What's your SM making you do?
Isabella leaned against her door and slid down until she was sitting on the floor. How could she explain? Would it sound like whining if she tried? Finally, she went with, "She thinks I'm the hired help, not her daughter." Ouch. At least I'll be gone in a year.
Lucky you. My parents don't want me to go to college.
What?
My mom wants to enroll me in acting school. She says I shouldn't waste my prime acting years in college taking classes I won't need.
Wow. His mother really was obsessed with him being an actor. That's crazy.
She means well, I guess. Sorry you don't have a good relationship with your SM.
A sadness settled in her chest. She really did strive for a good relationship at one point. Eleanor had seemed warm right after she married her father, but he died less than a year later, and she grew cold and distant. As long as I do whatever she says, she usually leaves me alone. I spent all weekend doing her bidding.
She makes you work all weekend?
Yeah, while she's off at the country club. We must keep up appearances, you know.
Snort. We keep up appearances, too.
What did he mean by that? She hesitated. Like what?
We live in a big house we can't afford. My father lost his job last year. Money's been tight.
A lump formed in her throat. She was pretty sure Chase Hawkins didn't go around telling people at school that information. Why was he sharing it with her? That sucks.
Yeah, and if I don't land another acting job, it's gonna be my fault no money's coming in.
Wow.
Sorry, didn't mean to dump on you.
Isabella stared at the words on the phone. How could she tell him it meant a lot that he shared that with her? What could she say to make him understand? It's okay. You can dump on me any time. That sounded lame. You can dump on me any time? What was she, a trash can? She waited to see if he would respond. Suddenly, her phone rang, and she fumbled with it. Expecting to see Savannah's name on the screen, her heart thumped in her chest when she saw it was Chase. What should she do? Answer it? Ignore it? It continued to ring, and she made a fast decision, swiping her finger across. Hello? Her voice sounded hollow and high-pitched.
Is it weird that I called? Because if it's weird, let me know. I don't want to creep you out or anything.
His deep voice sent a wave of nerves through her. No, it's not weird. She clutched the phone to her ear.
Good, 'cause I just wanted to talk to you. My fingers were tired.
She chuckled, shifting because her back hurt from leaning up against her door. Yeah. He paused.
It's good to hear your voice.
It was?
She didn't know what to say to him, so she just said,
You too.
I didn't mean to tell you all that about my family.
He sounded nervous. It's okay. I have a weird family life, too.
The thing is, people at school don't really know my full situation.
Ah. He was worried she'd blab about it to the school. Her backside was starting to fall asleep, so she stood. I won't tell anyone. He was quiet for a moment.
Thanks, 5.
She tried not to giggle at the silly nickname he'd given her. You're welcome.
You know, it's weird. I don't even know who you are, but I feel like you're easy to talk to.
Isabella smiled at the compliment. You too.
Can I call you tomorrow?
His voice was soft, tentative. Sure, just wait till I'm done with my chores after school. It wasn't an outright lie.
What time is that?
7.
She makes you do chores until 7 o'clock at night?
Isabella sat on the edge of her bed and stared at the floor. She didn't want to mislead him, but she didn't want to tell him the whole truth either. Yeah.
Man, she really is a witch, isn't she? What does your dad say?
Her throat felt tight, and she had to force the words out. He died when I was 12. Oh, man, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. His voice sounded so remorseful that she wanted to console him. It's okay. She heard rustling noises on the other end of the line. What are you doing? Just stretching out on my bed. She laid back on her pillows. Me too. Thanks for listening to me, Five. A warm feeling started in her chest and moved through her. Sure. Talk to you tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow. Bye. Bye, Five. He hung up, and she set her phone on her nightstand, her emotions running wild. Chase actually called her and talked to her on the phone. Chase Hawkins. Talked to her. He said she was easy to talk to. She clutched her fists to her chest, her heart beating hard against her ribs. She was going to float through her school day tomorrow, waiting for the next time she would talk to him. Chapter 5. Chase dropped his books on his desk and sat down. The last period of the day. He actually liked the class. Physics with Mr. Morgan. He liked learning about force, power, and motion. It made sense to him. The tests were easy, and Mr. Morgan made the lectures fun. But today, he couldn't get rid of the anxious feeling he had. He wanted to call Five. His mother had set up another audition for the weekend, and he wanted to talk to her about it. Plus, he wanted to thank her. He'd been a little worried when he came to school that morning, but Five had kept her word. She apparently hadn't told anyone about what he'd shared with her. Mr. Morgan walked in the classroom and grinned. Beginning of class joke. A neutron walked into a bar and asked how much a beer was. The bartender said, "For you, no charge." A few students laughed, a few groaned, and Mr. Morgan clapped his hands and rubbed them together. "We're at that point in the year, folks. It's time to start working on our science projects." More groans came. Mr. Morgan shook his head. "Now, it's not that bad. Our projects are going to be fun." He picked up a stack of papers. "I'm passing out some ideas for you. We'll be pairing up for this, so students in the front row, you all partner with the student behind you. We'll continue this down the rows." Chase took the stack of papers and pulled the top one off, then handed them down the line. Mr. Morgan made a motion with his hand. "Go ahead and turn your desks around. I want you to spend the rest of the class collaborating. This project will be worth 1/4 of your grade, so take it seriously." Scraping noises filled the classroom as the students obeyed. Chase lifted his desk and turned it to face his partner, a girl with long brown hair and owl-like glasses. Her eyes were wide, like she was in shock. Sometimes people were a bit intimidated by him, so he gave her a smile to put her at ease. "Hi." She nodded, but didn't say anything. He tried again. "I'm Chase. Guess we'll be working together on this one." Her face drained of color, and she looked like she was going to faint, the poor girl. She nodded again, then cleared her throat. "Hi." "What's your name?" She swallowed, hard, staring at him with big brown eyes. "Isabella," she said, in almost a whisper. He gave her another reassuring smile, then pulled out the sheet Mr. Morgan passed out. "Do any of these look interesting to you?" Isabella buried herself behind the piece of paper for a few moments. When she lowered it, she cleared her throat again. "Building a motor looks fun." "I like that too. Should we pick that one?" A smile flashed across her lips, but it left as quickly as it came. "Sounds good." "We'll need to do some research to figure out what we need." She pulled out a notebook and a pencil. She wrote, "Science project, building a motor," in neat lettering at the top of the page. Her fingers trembled. She was nervous. He needed to get her talking. "Mr. Morgan's one of my favorite teachers." She fiddled with her pen. "Mine, too." "What other classes do you like?" "Art." She said it quickly, then lowered her gaze as if embarrassed. "I like art." "That's great. I've never been good at that kind of thing. All I can do is draw stick figures." He chuckled, and she forced a smile. "Have you lived in Los Angeles your whole life?" She shook her head, but didn't elaborate. This girl intrigued him. He squinted at her. She seemed familiar somehow.
Are we in any other classes together?
No. Maybe his subconscious had taken note of her sitting behind him and he hadn't fully realized it. He pulled out his phone and she stiffened.
It's okay. Mr. Morgan doesn't care if we have phones in here as long as we're getting our work done. I'm going to search and see what we need for materials.
She gave him a smile. I'll write them down. They worked on building a list of materials and figured out how many items they had already. After that, they discussed what they would focus their paper on. The hour flew by. Before the bell rang, Mr. Morgan stood.
You will need to meet with your partner outside of class, as we will be continuing our lectures. Please set up a time now so you don't procrastinate. You'll have 2 weeks to finish the project, write a paper on it, and present your materials to the class.
Chase leaned forward.
Do you want to get together at my house after school today?
I can't. I have something right after school, but I could later tonight.
What time?
She swallowed again. 7? He had to fight to keep a frown off his face. He was anxious to speak to 5, and meeting with Isabella at 7 would push his phone call back even further. But he knew they probably should get started.
All right, I'll write down my address.
He scribbled it down and handed her the paper. She stuck it in her back pocket. He tried not to let his disappointment show.
See you tonight,
he said. When the final bell rang, he turned his desk around and slipped out of the classroom. He checked his watch. 3:30. He pulled out his phone and texted 5.
Can I call you at 8 tonight? Something came up, school project.
He couldn't believe how anxious he was to hear back from her. Staring at the phone, he walked toward his car. The chime made him smile. Sure, no problem. Chase! He looked up to see Delilah and her sister walking toward him. Delilah was waving her hand high in the air. He forced a smile.
Hi, girls.
They giggled. Delilah grabbed his arm. Thanks for coming to my party. I'm sorry we didn't get to spend more time together. I kind of lost sight of you for a while. I don't know where you went off to.
Sorry about that.
He gave her an I don't know what happened either look. I just wanted to tell you how excited I am for the fall formal. I know it's not for a couple of weeks yet, so if you're not ready to ask someone, that's fine. She batted her eyes at him. He shook his head.
Yes, you're right. I'm not ready yet.
Okay, that's cool. She let go of his arm. I'll see you tomorrow then. He lifted his hand and waved.
Yeah. See ya.
The sisters walked off, giggling. He rubbed his forehead. How was he going to get out of that one without hurting her feelings? He'd have to think of something. Time seemed to drag on as he waited for the evening so he could call 5. He thought about texting her, but if he got her in trouble with her stepmother, he'd feel bad. At 7 o'clock, the doorbell rang, and he ushered Isabella in. His little sister sat in the living room, putting a puzzle together on the floor. Chase glanced at his sister.
Maybe we should go in my room.
Isabella clasped her hands together nervously. Sure. He led her down the hall to his room, glad he'd listened when his mom told him to pick up his dirty laundry from the floor.
You can sit at the desk. I'll just sit on the bed.
You have a lovely home. She pulled out the chair, slipped her backpack off, and sat down.
Thanks.
The foot of his bed was close enough to the desk that it wasn't awkward, and he sat down.
I had time to look up a few things.
He pulled out a sheet of notes he'd made and went over them with Isabella. They talked about the project and how they would present it to the class. As they talked, Isabella relaxed. She seemed to get comfortable around him. After making a shopping list, they decided they'd go out the next evening to get the items they needed.
I can drive us to the store. Are you free after school?
She stiffened, and suddenly the nervous girl was back. No, she said, wiping her hands on her jeans. I have work every day after school. I'm not off till 7.
Well, that was just great.
Working on this project was going to interfere with talking to 5. He tried not to let his frustration show.
Okay, we'll go shopping at 7 then. Do you want me to pick you up?
Her eyes grew wide and she shook her head. No, I can come here.
It's no big deal for me to pick you up. Where do you work?
She looked down at her hands. I'd much rather walk here. He wasn't sure what the problem was, but she looked extremely uncomfortable, so he let it go.
Okay, come here after work and we'll go shopping.
Her shoulders relaxed. Sounds good. He wondered what was up with her, but didn't push it. She was so nervous. He didn't want to see her bolt. She stood and threaded her arms through her backpack. Okay, see you tomorrow then. She hugged her arms to herself, and he walked her through the house to the front door.
Bye,
he said as she jaunted down the steps. She turned and gave him a small smile. He closed the door. Maybe she'd mellow out over time. Excited to be done with his physics partner, he rushed to his room and pulled out his phone. He pressed the button to call 5. The phone rang a few times before she picked up. Hello?
Hey, you sound out of breath. You done cleaning?
Yes. Sorry, just going for a walk. But I can talk at the same time. How was your day? He sat down on his chair and leaned on his desk.
Long. How was yours?
It was interesting.
Really? What happened?
She didn't speak for a few seconds, and all he heard were the rustling sounds of movement. I don't know, just things.
Come on, I told you some pretty serious stuff about me, and I don't even know your name.
He picked up a pen and started doodling on the paper Isabella had left with him. It's about a guy. He sat up in his chair.
You have a boyfriend?
No, he's just a guy I like. Chase wasn't sure why that annoyed him.
What happened with this guy?
Nothing serious. We talked, that's all.
Then you had a good day.
She let out a breath like he didn't understand. Yeah, I guess. It's just kind of weird. That made Chase feel better.
If it was weird, then maybe he's not the guy for you.
She laughed.
Maybe. So, all weekend, my mom's been asking me if I thought that audition went well, and if I thought I'd get a call back, and I've been feeling guiltier and guiltier about throwing it, you know?
Sorry, that was a bad idea.
No, it was a great idea, because Mom would be livid if I told her I didn't want to do it, but I really didn't want that part.
Hopefully she'll forget about it.
I think she will, because today she told me she got another audition. It's a small part, like I've been doing. But I'm not sure if I should do it. I mean, like, try out, like I want the part.
Do you want the part?
I don't know.
He ran his hand through his hair.
I sort of do, but I don't want to get stuck in this rut either.
Okay. I'm going to flip a coin. Heads, you do it. Tails, you don't.
Seriously? That's how you're going to decide?
Bear with me. I'm getting the coin out now. Flipping, and done. He waited for the results. When she didn't speak, he said,
Well, what is it?
Which are you hoping it is?
Heads.
Then there you go. You should go for it. He stilled his pen.
Did you really flip a coin?
No, I just wanted you to figure out which one you really wanted to do. He laughed and sat back in the chair.
You're a stinking genius. Again, you're like crazy smart.
Not really. I saw it on Frasier.
Well, I still think you're crazy smart.
She laughed, and he smiled. He liked the sound of her laugh. Thanks, Chase, she said.
Are you thankful enough to tell me your name?
No.
Dang.
It's getting late. I'd better go. Disappointment settled in his chest.
Okay. Talk to you tomorrow night?
She hesitated. Okay.
Great. Have sweet dreams, 5.
You too. Chapter 6. Isabella pocketed her phone and started up the lattice on the side of her house. After her work at the Vibrant Hue, she'd walked home, grabbed a bite to eat, then made a show of stomping up to her room. She locked the door and snuck out. Mixed emotions tumbled inside her as she climbed. Getting paired up with Chase on the physics project was a turn of events she couldn't have predicted. What if she slipped up and said something to reveal who she was? What if he recognized her voice? She'd tried to make her voice higher on the phone, but she wasn't an actress. Once he found out the truth, he would stop calling. She was so far from his type, she was on the other side of the planet. She swung her leg over the balcony railing and hopped down. Sneaking back into her bedroom, she let out a breath. No one had missed her. Why would they? She did her work and then holed herself up in her room. That was her life outside of school. She set her backpack on her desk and started on her homework. She could barely keep her eyes open as she finished her calculus. 2 hours later, she slipped into bed, too tired to change into her pajamas. Loud chatter filled the lunchroom as Isabella and Savannah made their way to their usual table. Isabella set her tray down and took her spot. Savannah picked up her apple and took a bite. "How's the lasagna today?" she asked with her mouth full. Isabella picked up her fork and took a bite. Cheesy, just the way I like it." Savannah wrinkled her nose. "I'll stick with my rabbit diet." Isabella laughed. "I should probably join you. In 10 years, you'll be skinny and beautiful, and I'll be a fat slob." "You'll never be fat. You eat whatever you want and never gain an ounce. If I look at a piece of cheesecake, I gain 10 pounds. Savannah rolled her eyes, but had a hint of a smile on her lips. "Hey, Isabella." The deep voice behind her made her jump. Savannah made a face that was a cross between, "What the heck?" and, "Oh my gosh!" Isabella turned to see Chase standing behind her, holding his lunch tray. "Hi!" she squeaked. "You still up for going out tonight?" Savannah's eyes grew to the size of grapefruits. Isabella nodded, not trusting her voice. "Okay, see you in class." He sauntered off to sit at the popular kids' table. Savannah whacked her in the arm. "Shut up! You're going out with Chase Hawkins?" "Not going out. We're partners on a science project. We have to go get supplies." "Oh." Her shoulders slumped. "I was about ready to jump up and down screaming." Isabella took another bite of her lasagna, hoping she didn't look guilty. "But working with the hottest guy in school on your project has to be cool, right?" Savannah's eyes held a secret smile. "Maybe he'll fall for you." Isabella snorted and pushed her glasses up. "Yeah, right." A chime from inside her backpack made her freeze. She glanced at Chase. He was sitting at his table, looking at his phone. Her pulse sped up, and she fished around in her backpack for hers. "You having a good day?" She surveyed the lunchroom. About half the people had phones in their hands. If she answered, it wouldn't be obvious. She swiped and texted back. "Not bad so far. How about you?" She snuck another peek at him. A slow grin formed on his face, and he texted a response. "My day is always better with you in it, 5. Heat flushed her face. "You're such a flirt." Chase threw his head back and laughed. Savannah snatched the phone out of her hands, and panic broke out in Isabella's chest. She grabbed it back before Savannah could see the screen. "Hey," Savannah protested, "who are you texting?" Now she was stuck. She was a terrible liar. She hid the phone in her lap. "Chase," she whispered. "About your project?" Savannah squinted at her. "Why are you blushing?" And then the truth just came spilling out. She told Savannah about dropping her phone in the gym, how their phones got switched, and how they'd been texting since. Savannah listened, her excitement growing as the story came out. She looked like she was a balloon about to burst. "And he doesn't know who you are?" "No." "Good. Don't tell him. A mysterious woman is way more attractive." Savannah squealed and clapped her hands. "This is so much fun. You have to call me tonight and tell me everything after you get supplies for class." "Okay." Paul, Savannah's younger brother, approached their table. He was the perfect nerd. Captain of the chess club, always wore a button-down shirt. But he was a sweetie. He was in Isabella's photography class. "Hey, Isabella, do you have the notes from today's lecture? I was out taking a test." "Sure. I'll get them ready and give them to Vanna." He smiled. "Thanks." The bell rang and chaos erupted as everyone scrambled to dump their trash and stack their trays. Savannah made a phone gesture with her hand and then gave a thumbs up. Isabella smiled at her and squeezed out into the hallway. The day crawled by until physics class. She arrived before Chase and took her seat. When he came in, he smiled at her. Mr. Morgan spent the class giving a lecture about centripetal motion, but she couldn't think about anything besides seeing Chase that night. It wasn't a date, but it was as close as she was ever going to get, and that made her heart pound. Chase turned around after class. "See you tonight." He smiled his movie star smile, and she about melted. "Okay." When she arrived at work, Leilani pulled her aside. "We've sold 3 paintings today, and Eleanor wants the showrooms rearranged to fill the holes. Also, those paintings need to be taken off the website, and Eleanor wants you to wash the windows before you leave." Leilani gave her an apologetic smile. "Sorry." Isabella sighed. "I'll get started on it." It took her until 7 o'clock to stage the showrooms and remove the paintings from the website. She had no time to wash the windows, but if she ignored Eleanor's commands, she knew she could get her full wrath. She quickly grabbed a cloth and the cleaner and sprayed them down. By the time she made it home, she was 20 minutes late for Chase's house. She didn't have time to eat. She ran up the stairs, passing Delilah on the way. Delilah gave her a weird look, but didn't say anything. Isabella locked her bedroom door, then climbed down the side of the house and ran the few blocks to meet with Chase. She rang the doorbell and tried to catch her breath. Chase opened the door, an annoyed frown on his face, but when he saw her, the look disappeared. "What's wrong?" "Sorry, I'm late," she said, between breaths. "Work took a little longer than I thought." He leaned closer and peered at her face. "Are you okay?" She wasn't, but she forced a smile. "Fine." He looked skeptical, but stepped outside, shut the door, and changed the subject. "Let's try the hardware store first. I know they have the wire we'll need." Glad to be out from under his scrutiny, she relaxed. "Okay." He opened the passenger door for her. Something about being in his Mustang made her extra nervous. He started up the engine, and she gave him a tentative smile. "Nice car." He grinned, his dimple showing. "Thanks. This was my splurge after I got paid for my last movie." She watched him as he drove. He exuded confidence. There was no trace of the uncertainty he'd confessed to Five. He held the steering wheel with one hand on top, the other relaxed on the seat beside her. He glanced at her. "What kind of music do you like?" She almost said the Beatles, but stopped herself. "All kinds." "Heavy metal?" She made a face, and he laughed. "Okay, I guess that's a no. What about country?" "I can tolerate it." He frowned at her. "I can tolerate a lot of things, too. I asked what you liked." She shrugged, backed into a corner. "I like the old classics, Buddy Holly, the Monkees, and stuff like that." "Awesome," he said under his breath as he took a corner. "I love that, too. In fact..." He pulled out his phone and tossed it at her. "The Beatles are my favorite." His phone felt hot in her hands. She pretended to admire his phone case, then handed it back to him. "Cool." The wind whipped through her hair as he drove. Dusk had settled in and street lamps were lighting. Chase pulled into the parking lot and cut the engine. "I'll get your door," he said as he climbed out. She felt awkward letting him open the door, but didn't say anything. He held out his hand to help her up, and she grasped it. A current passed between them, sending tingles up her arm. Her stomach fluttered. Chase lifted an eyebrow and smiled at her. She wondered if he felt it too. They walked the aisles, grabbing what they needed for the engine. Chase picked up a piece of sandpaper and nudged her. "I once was attacked by a guy with sandpaper." Seriously? Were you hurt? He grinned, and his dimple showed.
No, just roughed up a bit.
She laughed and fake punched him on the arm. Are you sure you're not related to Mr. Morgan? You inherited his cheesy jokes. They finished shopping and chatted their way to the checkout counter. She found herself enjoying her time with him. As they were checking out, Chase added a package of Skittles to the mix. He pointed to them.
I thought we could use a snack.
Hunger gnawed at her. Good idea. They were back at Chase's house in no time. He helped her out of the car again, and this time it felt like his hand lingered on hers a bit longer than she thought was necessary.
Let's go inside and sort through what we bought.
She nodded, not trusting her voice. He opened the door for her and let her walk ahead of him to his bedroom. She sat down on his chair and he tossed the sack on his desk. The first thing he fished out was the package of Skittles. He ripped them open and dumped a pile onto the table. Her stomach rumbled, and he laughed.
Hungry?
Starving, she admitted. He motioned to the candy.
Have some.
She grabbed a handful and tossed them into her mouth.
Whoa, what are you doing?
He sat down on his bed and leaned forward so he could reach the desk. She chewed enough so she could answer him. Eating candy?
No, that's not how you eat Skittles.
He separated the colors on the desk into small piles.
You have to sort the flavors.
She giggled and pushed her glasses up. Then why is their slogan, Taste the Rainbow? How do you taste a rainbow if you only eat one flavor at a time? He smiled and popped a red one in his mouth.
You taste the rainbow slowly.
She picked up one from the orange pile and one from the green pile. He made a face. She put them in her mouth, and he groaned.
Why you gotta ruin eating Skittles? He asked.
It's good. Try it. He shook his head. She grabbed a few and held them out to him. I dare you. He clamped his lips together and shook his head again. Oh, you're being a baby. Come on. She leaned over and tried to shove them in his mouth. He grabbed her wrist and moved her hand away. She hopped up from the chair and tried to get them to his mouth, but she lost her footing and fell on him, pushing him backward on the bed. He squirmed under her, but ended up laughing and opening his mouth. The Skittles went in. He chewed, then smiled.
Okay, you're right. The rainbow's good,
he said, his voice a little husky. Ha! Told you. He sobered, and she realized his arms were around her. Her heart pounded in her chest. Ah, his mother said from the doorway. Chase stood so fast, Isabella almost ended up on the floor, but he caught her and pulled her upright. His face turned red.
Mom, we were just working on our science project.
Heat flooded Isabella's face. Now would be a great time to be invisible. She couldn't look his mother in the eye. Right, it's almost 9. You'd better finish up. Chase cleared his throat.
Yes, we will.
His mother gave him one last pointed look, then left. Chase sank down on the bed and exhaled, his head in his hands.
Well, that was embarrassing.
Isabella giggled, then clamped her hand over her mouth. Since when was she such a flirt? And why was her heart beating like she'd just run a mile? She picked up her backpack and slung it over her shoulders. I'd better go. He hopped up.
You want to ride home?
She sucked in a breath. Did she? Chapter 7.
Come on, let me take you home. It's really dark out. I don't think you should walk,
Chase said, hoping Isabella would agree. It wasn't safe. Plus, he suddenly wanted to spend a little more time with her, but wasn't sure why. I can walk. It's not far. Why did she keep insisting?
Then I'll walk with you. You shouldn't be alone.
She considered his request, looking at the floor. All right. He grabbed his jacket.
Great.
Before they stepped outside, he called to his mother. I'm going to walk Isabella home.
Okay, his mother called, and they stepped outside. He closed his front door and stuffed his hands in his jacket pockets. A light breeze blew. He let Isabella lead.
Are you a senior?
He asked. Yes, I can't wait to graduate.
Yeah, me too. Are you going to college?
I want to. I've been applying for scholarships. I haven't heard back yet. She kept her gaze forward. Chase hadn't thought of the possibility that she didn't come from a wealthy family. All the kids at their school lived in affluent neighborhoods. Maybe that's why she didn't want him to take her home. She was embarrassed. How could he make her understand that wealth didn't matter to him?
What school do you want to go to?
She swallowed. There are a few I like, but my favorite is the New Hampshire Institute of Art. What about you? She gave him a sideways glance. That was complicated.
I'll probably end up going to an acting school.
She squinted at him. Is that what you want to do? No one ever asked him that. They all assumed he wanted to act. He sighed.
Not really.
Why was he feeling the need to spill his guts to everyone all of a sudden? What would you like to do?
That's the stupid thing. I don't know. I want to go to college and figure that out like everyone else. Take some core classes, live on my own, find out what I'm passionate about. You know, the whole college experience.
He glanced at her to see if she was going to react to his statement. She just nodded and gave him a small smile. That makes sense.
My mom thinks that's stupid. Since I'm good at acting, she thinks I should make a career out of it.
I totally get that. She peered up at him. Sorry. They turned down Ponderosa Drive, where the houses became mansions, and Chase grew confused.
This is the street you live on?
Yes, and I can walk alone from here. She stopped. He stared at her. She didn't want him to know she lived in a mansion? That didn't make any sense.
Come on, let me take you home.
She sighed. All right. They walked for another block before she stopped. This is my house. He looked at Delilah's house.
You don't live here.
Her cheeks colored. Yes, I do.
His confusion grew. But this is where Delilah and Ava live. I've been to parties here. I've never seen you here.
She toed the ground. Delilah doesn't let me attend her parties. He grew angry on her behalf.
Why not?
It's complicated. She glanced at her house, then turned back to him. I should get inside. She was hiding something, but he didn't want to push her too far. He knew what it was like to keep secrets, too. Better to give her space, so he took a step back.
Okay, see you tomorrow at school.
See ya. She started toward the house, and he turned and walked away. Was she Delilah's twin sister? They looked nothing alike. Maybe they were half-sisters or something. He pulled out his phone and texted 5.
Is it too late to text you?
It took her just a second to answer. No, I'm awake. What's up?
Just missed you. How was your day? Did that guy talk to you again?
Yes. Why did he feel a surge of jealousy over a girl he'd never really met?
You like him a lot?
I think I do. The words hit him like a sucker punch, which was stupid. They hardly knew each other.
Does he know your name?
Yes.
Lucky guy.
But he barely knows I exist.
Then forget him. He's not worth it. Date me instead.
The words just came out. He hadn't meant to ask her out, but after he typed it, he liked the idea. A lot. He'd love to meet this girl. When she didn't answer, he texted again.
5.
Sorry, just trying to decide how to answer.
How about a yes?
He turned onto his street. I would, if I could.
What does that mean? Why can't you date whoever you want?
I can't really explain. He walked up the steps to his house and entered. She was frustrating him. I don't understand.
I know.
Would you go out with me if your circumstances were different?
He went into the kitchen and pulled open the fridge. Scanning the contents, he decided to grab a soda. His mother came in behind him and took the soda from his hand. Not this late at night. He scowled, but grabbed a bottle of water instead of complaining. His phone chimed, and his mother looked at his phone. Is that the girl you walked home?
No.
He didn't elaborate, just gave her a smile and took his water bottle to his room. He swiped to look at Five's text. Yes. He grinned at his phone.
Then I'll make it happen.
Isabella couldn't quite hide the smile on her face as she scrounged for food in the kitchen. Chase wanted to date Five. Even though she knew he would be disappointed to find out who she really was, the fact that he wanted to get to know her better made her happy. Sure, she'd spent the evening with him, but that was for school. He wouldn't have even looked at her had they not been paired up. She pulled out some sandwich meat and made herself a quick meal before running back up the stairs. Thankfully, Eleanor and her daughters weren't anywhere in sight. Maybe they'd gone to bed already. She texted Savannah. Are you still up? Yes, call me. I'm dying over here. Isabella laughed and dialed her friend. She picked up on the first ring. How did it go with Chase? Spill all. Isabella flipped through her canvas paintings leaning up against the wall. You're not going to believe it. What? He wants to date me. He asked you out? Girl, that's fantastic. Was that while you were shopping for supplies? Her voice was so high-pitched it could have made the neighbor's dog bark. No, he didn't ask me out. He asked Five out. She didn't see her poppy painting anywhere. She started looking again, going slower. Savannah screamed into the phone. He asked you out, and he doesn't even know who you are. This is good. What did you tell him? I told him I couldn't. Good. Keep your identity secret. String him along for a little while more. You have a strange mind. She still didn't see the poppies. Just watch. Another couple of weeks and you'll have him eating out of your hand. Frustrated, Isabella plopped down on her bed. I think my stepmother took one of my paintings. Why would she do that? Another way to control me, probably. She's kind of psycho, isn't she? You have no idea. Savannah giggled. Well, I hope you get your painting back. Thanks. Good night, Isabella. Night. She hung up and set her phone down on her desk. What was going on? Why would her stepmother take her painting? It didn't make any sense. Maybe she hid it because it reminded her of her father's paintings? Eleanor, even though she was horrible, really did love her father when they married. Isabella could tell by the way she looked at him. Her father had fallen hard for Eleanor as well. It was possible the pain of losing him so quickly after finding him was what made Eleanor grow cold. Eleanor hadn't always been rich. In fact, before she married Isabella's father, she was almost destitute, trying to sell her paintings when no one would buy them. She constantly pestered Ava and Delilah to date the wealthy boys, so she would know her daughters wouldn't end up on the streets with no means of support. Delilah took it to heart and had been running after Chase ever since he landed his first movie role. And that was why Isabella couldn't ever date Chase. If Eleanor found out, she would be livid. Chapter 8. Isabella's heart stuttered when Chase walked into Mr. Morgan's class. He slid into his seat and turned toward her. Hey. Hi. Did that embarrassing squeak have to enter her voice? Chase didn't seem to notice. You want to come over after work tonight? We can put the engine together. Her mouth grew dry and she swallowed. Why did he have to be so handsome? She stared at his Adam's apple. Sure. He grinned, his dimple showing. Great. He turned back around and Mr. Morgan started the class. Isabella tried to concentrate, but she couldn't stop staring at the back of Chase's head. Her stomach fluttered. The class dragged on, even though Mr. Morgan was her favorite teacher. She just wasn't interested in physics today. Chemistry was on her brain. The bell rang and she stood. Chase turned around. "You want to ride home?" "Wouldn't that be good? Delilah watching her getting in Chase's car." She shook her head. "No, I'm fine."
"Do you get a ride with your sisters?"
He still looked like he didn't quite believe that she was related to Delilah and Eva. "No, I walk." Other students maneuvered around them. He huffed.
"Why doesn't Delilah give you a ride? She always has Ava with her. You shouldn't have to walk."
Isabella bit her lip, unable to think of a great way to put her situation into words. Finally, she said, "We don't exactly get along." He frowned.
"Then I'll give you a ride. Come on."
He picked up her backpack and slung it over his shoulder with his own, then started to leave. She had no choice other than to follow him down the hallway. Her legs felt wobbly as she walked. Was she really going to get in Chase's car here at school where everyone could see her? He held the door open for her and they walked to the parking lot. Isabella prayed her stepsisters wouldn't be around. Chase opened the car door for her too, and she slid into the seat. She peeked back at the school, fearing Delilah would come out at any second. Chase climbed in and started the engine.
"What are you looking at?"
There was no sign of her stepsisters. "Nothing," she said, feeling a little better. He put the car into drive and pulled out of the parking lot.
"Where do you work?"
"The Vibrant Hue. It's an art gallery over by the ice cream shop."
"I know where that is."
He made a turn and merged into traffic.
"Want me to pick you up from work? You can text me when you're done."
She about swallowed her tongue. "No," she choked. "I'm fine."
"Well then, text me when you're on the way. I'll give you my number."
Shoot. How was she going to get out of that one? She said the first excuse that popped into her head. "I don't have a cell phone." He looked at her sideways.
"Really? Everyone has a cell phone."
She gave him a weak smile. "I don't." The lie stuck in her throat. Guilt bubbled up from her stomach. She hated to lie, but she had no choice.
"Okay, then just call me from work."
He pulled out his cell and tossed it at her.
"Grab my number."
He told her the code to get into his phone, which she already knew. She pretended to open his phone and write down his number. "Okay, got it," she said, handing him back his phone. He pulled up in front of the gallery and she climbed out. "Thanks," she called to him as she made her way up the sidewalk. He waved and then drove away. Isabella opened the door, the bell sounding her arrival. Eleanor grabbed her shoulder.
"Who was that boy?"
she hissed. Isabella's heart dropped to her toes. What was Eleanor doing at the gallery? She wasn't usually there in the afternoons. Isabella swallowed. She was in so much trouble. "Chase," she said quietly. Eleanor's face grew red.
"Chase Hawkins, the movie star?"
Her voice cracked. "Yes," she said. "He's my science project partner." Eleanor's eyes grew wide.
"You know Delilah likes him. How could you do that to your own sister?"
"Sure, they're barely family when Isabella wanted something, but if Delilah liked a boy, Isabella was suddenly killing her sister. I'm not doing anything. Mr. Morgan paired us up. It's just for a school project."
"Mr. Morgan didn't tell you to get into his car."
She pointed to the window. "I'm sorry," Isabella said quietly. "It won't happen again." Leilani walked into the entryway, a puzzled look on her face. "Everything okay?" Eleanor smoothed out the snarl on her face and let go of Isabella's shoulder. Yes, we're fine. She gave Isabella one last glare, turned her back, and left the room. Leilani shot her a wide-eyed look. "You okay?" she mouthed. Isabella nodded. A car engine revved. Eleanor's silver Porsche peeled out of the parking lot. Relief washed over her. She got off easy that time, unless Eleanor was saving it for later. She didn't like that thought, so she pushed it out of her head. As the computer warmed up, she pulled out her mother's photo. "Hey, Mom," she said. "Chase talked to me again today." She ran her finger down the side of her mother's face. "I wish you were here. You could tell me what to do." After a moment, she put the picture in her jacket pocket and got down to business. She finished her work quickly with no paintings to move around and nothing to change on the website. The sales floor was quiet. She even had time to quickly mop the floor before giving Chase a call to let him know she'd be on time. When she got home, she cooked a frozen dinner in the microwave and took it up to her bedroom, locking the door behind her. She ate it quickly. Her stomach fluttered as she climbed down the side of her house. She couldn't wait to spend more time with Chase. But she knew she needed to get a grip on her feelings because it could never work out between them. This afternoon was proof. Next time she'd get the full wrath of Eleanor. Chase seemed happy when he opened his door. His dimple was showing. "Come on in. I got excited and started getting it ready." He gave her an apologetic smile. "I hope you don't mind." "That's fine." He took her hand and pulled her into his room. "I didn't put anything together yet. I just laid it all out and coiled the wire like in the online instructions." His mother walked by and stopped at his doorway. "Chase, you know what we talked about?" His ears turned red. "Yeah, Mom." "Okay, just wanted to make sure." His mother left and Isabella turned to Chase, the redness now spreading to his face. "What was that about?" "Mom freaked out over the whole horsing around thing last night. She made me promise no girls on the bed, and to keep the door open at all times." He rolled his eyes. "She thought we were making out." Isabella suddenly had a coughing attack. He pointed to the second chair. "She also pulled in another desk chair." She stopped coughing and cleared her throat. Heat crept up her neck. She hadn't meant to fall on top of him yesterday. It had just happened. Chase was right. They were only horsing around. She took a seat on one of the chairs, too embarrassed to say anything. "So," he said, changing the subject, "the first step is to secure the battery to the board." He sat down next to her and they used some metal fittings to hold the battery in place, then used screws to attach it to the board. His fingers brushed against hers when they both went to pick up the wire. Tingles shot through her, and breathing became difficult. This crush was getting stupid. "I don't think these metal fittings are going to be tight enough to hold the wire onto the ends of the battery. We need to secure it with something else. Any ideas?" Chase looked at her with his blue eyes, and she got lost in the depths of them. Her heart beat loudly in her ears. She said, her voice breathy. Why was she having trouble answering him? She knew the answer, if only it would connect with her brain. "Electrical tape?" "Brilliant. As always." He put his hand on her back and goosebumps rose on her skin. She looked at him. "Thanks." After they assembled everything, Chase pointed to her. "Do you want to do the honors?" "Sure." She gave the coiled wire a spin. It kept spinning without any sign of slowing down. Isabella grinned. "I think we did it. Now, the hard part. Writing the paper. We can get started on that tomorrow evening." "That won't work. I have an audition tomorrow after school." A surge of disappointment rose in her chest. She swallowed it down. "That's fine. We can work on it Friday." He gave her a strange look. "That's the game. You'd rather write a paper than go to the game?" "Oh, I forgot. Football." She smiled. "We can work on it Monday, then." He laughed. Not a sports fan, I take it. That was the simple answer. Not really. How about we get together Saturday night? I thought maybe you'd have a hot date or something. The words were out before she could think about them. I wish. He hesitated a moment, like he wanted to say more but didn't. Girl problems? Why did she say that? She really didn't want to know about his girl problems. If she could have snatched those words back into her mouth, she would gladly have done so. There is someone I want to date, but she keeps turning me down. Who would turn you down? Isabella asked before realizing he might be talking about 5. He got a strange look on his face, then shrugged. I actually don't know who she is. Oh, no. Please don't blush again. She could feel the heat gathering in her cheeks. She forced herself to look confused. What do you mean? I've been texting a girl, but she won't tell me who she is. He gave her a sheepish smile, raking his hand through his hair. I've kind of got a crush on her. That's stupid, right? Isabella laughed, trying not to sound nervous. He had a crush on her? Well, on 5. Still, her heart beat faster. It's not stupid. He raised his eyebrows. Really? No. She shook her head for emphasis. Not stupid. What was she doing? Giving him hope that he could go out with 5? She could never let him know who she was, especially now, after acting like she didn't know what he was talking about. He grinned at her. Good, because part of me feels silly. I mean, we chat all the time, so I've kind of gotten to know her. But there are things she won't tell me, and it's killing me. She dropped her gaze to her lap. I'm sure there's a good reason she won't tell you. You think so? Because I'm not sure what to think about her. She's an artist and... Wait. His eyes brightened. You work at an art gallery. Maybe you know her. He jumped up from his chair and grabbed his cell phone. Look at what she painted. Isabella squirmed in her chair as he held his phone to her face. Her poppy painting filled the screen. Talk about awkward. Nice, she said as non-committally as she could. She's amazing. Do you know anyone who goes to our school who paints like that? She shook her head, wondering how much she could lie before getting thrust down to hell. No. His shoulders fell, and he pulled his phone back. Well, it was worth a shot. If you like this girl, you should trust her. Where had that come from? She knew she probably shouldn't give him advice about how to deal with the girl he was texting when she was that girl. He sighed and sat back in his chair. You're right, of course you are. I just need to give her time. She'll eventually feel comfortable enough with me to tell me who she is. Sure. Isabella desperately wanted to change the subject. So, Saturday, do you want to get together or wait till next week? Chase shrugged and lifted one eyebrow. I'm cool with getting together on Saturday. Wow, he sure was cute when he did that. Okay, Saturday night. 7? Chase grinned at her. It's a date. His words sent a shiver of pleasure down her spine, and she had to remind herself that it was not a date, just getting together to do homework. She picked up her backpack and got ready to leave. Will you let me drive you home? It's dark again. All right, but can you please let me out a few houses down? He cocked his head to the side. Okay. Why? She hated to say anything, but she didn't want to take any more chances. Delilah has a huge crush on you. If she sees me with you, she's going to flip. It won't be good. I'd rather just avoid the conflict, if you know what I mean. She really likes you. He nodded as if he totally understood. Yeah, she's made that pretty clear. He rolled his eyes. She couldn't help but laugh. You poor thing. I don't want to hurt her feelings, but she's not my type. He stood up and grabbed his car keys. At all. She laughed again. You'll have to let her down easy. She's planned out your marriage, where you'll live, how many kids you'll have. His face drained of color. Oh, boy. Chapter 9. Chase dropped Isabella off a block from her house. He tried not to stare as she walked away, but he couldn't help himself. There was something about her that he was drawn to. He'd felt a strong attraction when he'd touched her hand, and that was bad, 'cause he had a crush on 5. He sort of felt like he was cheating on the girl, even though he'd never met her. His life was weird. Isabella walked to her house, but instead of going to the front door, she went around to the side. A moment later, he saw her climbing up the lattice at the rear corner. He squinted, trying to see what she was doing. She swung herself over a balcony and disappeared inside. He wasn't sure what that was all about, but he figured he'd ask her tomorrow. He drove home and parked in the driveway. After he was inside, he sat on the couch in the living room and pulled out his phone. He was anxious to talk to 5. Hey, you getting ready for bed? Are you asking me what I'm wearing? You creep. He chuckled. LOL, no. Just making conversation. How was your day? It was okay, I guess. I'm kind of annoyed. My painting is missing. What? Who would take her painting? He kicked off his shoes and put his feet on the coffee table. Huh? I know, right? The poppy painting I showed you is gone. I think my stepmother took it. Why would she do that? I don't know. She's not nice. Maybe she's going to hold it hostage or something. I'm sorry. I'd be really mad if my mom took something of mine like that. His mother walked into the room and picked up his shoes. Feet off the coffee table, she said as she left. He obediently put his feet down. It's probably locked up in the attic. That is so rude. Rude is her middle name. How are you? His mother came into the room again. It's late. Are you going to bed? It's a school night and you have an audition tomorrow. Have you read the script? I read it. It was a high school musical knockoff movie. At least it was the kind of part he liked. He was in a few scenes, had some speaking lines, but nothing major. It wouldn't be too time-consuming. Good. I know you'll get this one. She held such hope in her eyes that his guilt once again bubbled up. I hope so, he said truthfully. She ruffled his hair and grinned at him. Who are you texting? Just a friend. His mother gave him one of those I don't like you keeping secrets from me faces. So he clarified. A girl from school. Oh. Her grin turned into something else. I see. Don't stay up too late texting her. I won't. And take a vitamin. Your sister has a fever, and I don't want you getting it. His mother picked up a stuffed animal from the floor and headed down the hallway toward his sister's room. He turned his attention back to his phone. I'm fine. Audition tomorrow. What are you doing? Just a test in 3rd period. Nothing exciting. Maybe he could figure out who she was if he could pin down one of her classes. What do you have 3rd period? Her answer came quickly. Wouldn't you like to know? Yes, I would. Ha! Sorry. Nice try, though. Aren't you tired of driving me crazy? No. Chase chuckled and crossed his feet. He would get her to tell him eventually. Can't wait for the game on Friday. Will you be there? No. Why not? I'll probably have to work. Okay. I'll be thinking of you, 5. Yeah, right. LOL. He sent her a smiley emoji to keep things light, but things were more complicated than that. He did have a crush on her. Every time they chatted, he felt like he got a little closer to knowing who she was. Maybe not her name, but who she was on the inside. He sighed and went into the kitchen to take the vitamin he'd promised his mother. He didn't want to get sick before the game. Chapter 10. Isabella dipped her fingers into the smooth acrylic paint and dabbed it on the canvas. She loved everything about her art. The feel of the stretched canvas under her fingers, the smell of the paint, and the connection she felt with light and form as she worked. She'd gotten brave and asked Eleanor about the missing painting. She'd taken it as punishment for arriving late to the gallery. It was in the attic, with the others. Isabella was annoyed, but her punishment could have been worse, so she let it go. She continued to dab on colors, working quickly as the final image formed in her mind. Her father had taught her how to make the paint thicker where she wanted to show more movement, and she used his strategies, helping the image to materialize in front of her. The night stretched on, and before long it was after 10. Her bedroom door opened, and Delilah walked in, her arms folded, a serene look on her face. "What are you doing?" Isabella looked at her for a moment, trying to decide if she wanted to say something sarcastic and pick a fight, or if she should be nice. In the end, her good side won out. "Painting." Delilah walked behind her and examined her work. "I like how the sunlight filters through the tree branches." Delilah liked it? That was a first. "Thanks. I think Mom should hang this one in the gallery when you're done. I mean, it's really good." Isabella turned to stare at Delilah. Was she being serious? Surely not. Why was she acting this way? Thanks. I'll tell her this is a good one. Maybe she'll listen." Delilah looked down at her pink, sparkly fingernails. "You know, I've been thinking, it's our senior year and everything. Soon we'll be going away. We should maybe do more stuff together." Okay. Something was definitely up. Isabella wanted to know where this was going, so she played along. "Like what?" "I don't know." Delilah fiddled with her bracelet. "I guess I just feel like we aren't close at all, and that—" Delilah blinked. Was she crying? Isabella stared at her. She'd never seen Delilah get emotional over anything besides not finding her size on the sales rack. Delilah wiped under her eyes. "I feel like it's my fault." Well, duh. It totally was her fault. But Isabella couldn't just sit there and let Delilah cry about it. She wiped her fingers off on her rag and stood, placing a hand on Delilah's shoulder. "It's okay." It wasn't really okay, but what else could she say? Maybe Delilah wanted to make amends. Ever since they were thrust together as a family, she'd wanted to be close to her sisters. Having them constantly snubbing her hurt more than she wanted to admit. Delilah pulled Isabella into a hug. "I don't want you to hate me for the rest of my life." Ouch. Had she acted like she hated her? Isabella didn't like the thought that maybe she was partly to blame for their problems. "I don't hate you." "Good." Delilah stepped back. "Because I want a fresh start." Her eyes were bright, and she looked sincere. Isabella nodded. "That would be nice." "Why don't you come with us to the game tomorrow?" Delilah really wanted her at the game? A glimmer of hope arose in Isabella's chest. But then she remembered the gallery. "I have to work." "I already talked to Mom. She said you don't have to go in on Friday." Really? Eleanor was on board with this? Maybe this would be the catalyst for all of them getting along better. "Okay," she said tentatively. Delilah smiled, and it looked genuine. "Good. You can sit down near the field with me and Ava. I'll introduce you to everyone." She couldn't quite grasp what was going on. Was Delilah serious? She was going to include her with her popular friends? The kids who had ignored her from the beginning of high school? Maybe she wouldn't be invisible after all. Maybe she'd even see Chase there. Sounds good. Delilah headed toward her door. Great. We'll have fun. I know it. She breezed out. Isabella stared at the empty doorway. Were things really going to change around her house? Maybe Eleanor would be softer toward her if she knew Delilah was getting along with her. Isabella put her painting supplies away. It was time for bed anyway. Her phone beeped after she'd brushed her teeth. She picked it up and smiled at Chase's text. Hey, sexy. How do you know I'm sexy? She sat down on her bed. I have a good imagination. Isabella laughed, but deep down she knew he'd be disappointed if he found out who she really was. You're acting like a creep again. How are you doing? You find your painting? Step thingy locked it away. Working on a new one now. Send me a pic, please. It's not done yet. That's okay. I want to see. A nervous energy surged in her and she opened her camera app. It took her a minute to position the painting in a way that gave it good lighting, but she finally snapped a photo and sent it to Chase. Wow, you're amazing. This is even better than the other one. Thanks. This looks done to me. What else do you need to do? The bark needs more detail, and the light needs a little more work. I should be able to finish it tomorrow. That's awesome. She sat back down in her bed. How did your audition go? Really good. They offered me the part. That's great. Did you take it? Yes. Mom was happy. Isabella frowned at the phone. Was he really only taking the part for his mom? What about you? She hugged her pillow while she waited for his answer. I really did want the part, so I'm good. Then I'm happy for you. Anything else going on? My sister is sick. Mom is worried. Oh no, what's wrong? High fever. Looks like the flu. I hope she gets better soon. There was a pause before another message came through. 5. Can I ask you something personal? Her throat tightened. What did he want to ask? And what if she couldn't answer him? She debated what she should say. Before she could text a reply, her phone beeped again. Sorry, I didn't mean to freak you out. No, it's okay. Go ahead. What's a relationship deal breaker for you? What did he mean by that? Her fingers trembled as she tried to think of a response. It wasn't going to be something simple. She wasn't even sure she knew the answer. Suddenly, her phone vibrated and it showed an incoming call from Chase. She swiped to answer. Hello? I'm sorry. Am I being too weird? She let out a nervous laugh. No, I just don't know what to say to that. I mean, is there anything that would make you jump ship immediately, like a guy who chews with his mouth open or something? That's kind of superficial. When I do get into a relationship, I would hope I'd be focused more on him as a person. A noise came through the line like Chase had dropped his phone and was fumbling with it. You've never been in a relationship? He sounded incredulous. Her face heated up. I'm only 17. But you haven't dated at all? How could she explain it to him? Her stepmother never let her go anywhere. She was practically a prisoner in her own home. She couldn't go out during the weekends because that's when she had to work at the gallery. Her stepsisters never wanted her to go to school functions. Well, except for this upcoming game, which maybe was the start of something new. She wasn't sure. She cleared her throat. No. I don't understand. You're smart, funny, and talented. Guys should be all over you. I'm invisible. She didn't mean to say it. It just slipped out, and she wished she could take it back. I hope I've never made you feel that way, he said quietly. Only every day. She swallowed the words back and decided to change the subject. What's your deal breaker? He sighed, and she could hear something going on in the background. Maybe his mother talking.
I can't stand shallow. The girls who only care about hair and makeup or who talk on and on about the outfit they want at the mall. I once went out with a girl who only cared about her nails. I mean, seriously. With everything going on in the world, she literally only talked about her fingernails. I asked her opinion on politics, and she said it's boring. That's it. She had no opinion on national health care or immigration.
Isabella was glad the spotlight was off her. I hate shallow, too. Unfortunately, I live in a house full of it. A female voice shouted in the background and rustling noises came over the line.
I have to go,
he said, his voice urgent.
My sister's having a seizure.
Chapter 11. Chase hung up and ran to the couch. His mouth went dry. His sister lay on the couch, convulsing, his mother by her side, brushing her hair out of her face.
Gary, she's burning up. We need to go to the emergency room.
His father rushed into the room, pulling his jacket on.
I'm on it.
He grabbed his keys and headed for the front door.
I'll pull the car out of the garage and come back for her.
The seizure didn't last long. She stopped convulsing and lay still. Cora? Honey? His mother tried to get her to respond. Cora stirred and moaned.
Thank goodness,
his mother said under her breath. His father came back inside and scooped Cora up. Her nightgown hung down as he walked to the door with her. I don't know how late we'll be, his mother said. Just go on to bed and I'll send you an update when we know something. Chase grabbed his jacket, his heart pounding.
No, I want to come with you guys.
But it's late and you have school tomorrow. His mother opened the door for his father.
Do you think I'll be able to sleep with Cora in the ER?
He followed them outside.
He's got a point,
his father said, laying Cora on the back seat of the car.
Let him come.
His mother climbed into the car. All right, get in. He slid next to his sister and rested his hand on her head. She was hot, too hot. She stuck her thumb in her mouth, something he hadn't seen her do in over a year. His mother had had a terrible time breaking her of that habit. He didn't tell his mother she was at it again. His father drove the car faster than he'd ever seen him drive. They arrived at the hospital in 20 minutes. His father took Cora out of the back seat. They rushed inside. A nurse helped them get Cora on a bed while his father talked to the people at the front desk. Soon they whisked his sister away, and Chase was left to sit in the waiting area. His mother was allowed to go with Cora, but they didn't want all of them in the patient area. He sat on a hard plastic chair and stared blankly at a television screen. They were showing some news report, but he couldn't process what they were saying. He tuned it out. His father finished at the desk and joined him in the waiting area.
They're running tests.
Chase ran his hand through his hair.
Will she have any damage from the seizure? They don't usually cause any lasting damage. Does she have epilepsy?
His father shook his head.
I doubt it. You can have a seizure just from a high fever. We hadn't realized it had gotten that high.
Chase shifted.
So she might be fine. Yes, it could just be the flu.
A beeping sounded somewhere in the back recesses of the hospital and nurses rushed about. He sat back in his chair. It was going to be a long night, he could tell. His phone chimed, and he pulled it out. Is everything okay? How's your sister?
We're at the ER. They're running tests.
So scary. I hope she's all right.
Me too.
Are you okay? He leaned forward in his chair. No, he wasn't okay. He was scared spitless.
Wish you were here.
Me too.
Really?
Yes. Chase tried to ignore the television droning on in the background. If his mystery girl actually did show up at the hospital, he wouldn't even know what she looked like. It kind of drove him insane. What color is your hair? She didn't text back right away, and he folded his arms across his chest. She wasn't ever going to reveal who she was. His phone chimed, and he looked at it. I can't tell you. You mean you won't? You're very frustrating. I'm sorry. He blew out a breath. It's okay. I shouldn't pry. I'm sure you're tired. It's late. You should get to bed. Let me know how she's doing tomorrow, okay? Okay. Night 5. Night. Isabella stared at her food, unable to get excited about whatever noodle dish had been slopped onto her tray. At least, she thought it was noodles. She poked it with her fork. It didn't move. That was good. Savannah slid onto the seat next to her. They do serve salad, you know. She picked up a banana and took a bite. I'm not a fan of eating leaves. She scooped up some glop and nibbled a bit. It looked a lot worse than it tasted. She put the forkful in her mouth. This isn't bad. Savannah shuddered. Whatever. I think there's shredded chicken in it. So, you said something about Delilah asking you to go to the game tonight? What's that about? Isabella hesitated, unsure of just what to say. I honestly don't know. She said she didn't want me to hate her forever. I think maybe she feels guilty for treating me so badly. She even hugged me. Then she said I should go to the game with them. Well, are you? I felt bad for her. She cried and everything. I told her I would go. Her phone vibrated and she pulled it out of her pocket. Savannah leaned over. Ooh, is that from you-know-who? Cora's still in the hospital. They won't have test results for another day, but she's stable. They think she's going to be all right. Yes, Isabella texted back. I'm glad she's stable. That's good. Are you in the lunchroom? Right now? Heat crept up her cheeks and she snuck a glance at Chase. He was standing at his table, holding his phone and scanning the room. She shoved her phone in her lap and whispered, Act natural. Savannah leaned closer. Why? What did he say? He wants to know if I'm in the lunchroom. Just tell him no. Isabella forced another bite of her food. I don't like lying to him. Her phone vibrated again. 5. She shoved her phone in her backpack. If he was going to insist on trying to figure out who she was, she'd ignore him. Savannah nudged her. Maybe it's time to meet him face to face. Isabella glared at her friend. You're insane. No, look. Savannah pointed to the wall. A large poster hung, announcing the theme for the fall formal. A masquerade. Savannah grinned. You could go to the dance with him. Isabella's stomach fluttered before she realized that wouldn't work. He knows who I am in real life. A little mask around my eyes isn't going to hide that from him. Savannah's eyes grew shiny, and Isabella knew she was in trouble. Remember when my mom went through that midlife crisis and bought all those wigs? Most are stupid, but she has this one, gorgeous red, curly hair. It's perfect for this. With a wig and a mask, he couldn't possibly tell it was you, especially without your glasses. Yeah, except you forget, I'm blind without my glasses. Girl, I know you have contacts. They make my eyes itch. Savannah shoved her shoulder. You didn't try them long enough. You have to get used to them. I don't know. Isabella wasn't sure. Could she actually go to the dance and wear a mask so Chase wouldn't know who she was? Her nerves lit up just thinking about it. Come on, you have to. Savannah hugged her shoulders. He wants to meet you. He thinks I'm some sexy girl. He'd be disappointed. Honey, have you looked at yourself in the mirror lately? You're not 12 anymore. You're beautiful, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I don't have a dress. My blue bridesmaid's dress from Mom's wedding is perfect. It even has matching slippers. You're about my size. and I'll make a matching masquerade mask for it."
Isabella laughed. "Why don't you go then?"
"I have no boyfriend."
Isabella smiled and looked to her lap. "I'll think about it."
"Okay, I'll start making your mask."
Isabella laughed, but didn't protest. Savannah was going to make her do it, no matter what. It was either a brilliant idea or the biggest mistake she'd ever make. Chapter 12. Isabella stewed about the fall formal dance the rest of the school day. As she slid into her seat in physics class, she wondered if a person could die from being nervous. It sure felt like her heart was going too fast for her body. Chase walked into the room and grinned at her. He seemed relaxed. She assumed it meant his sister was still doing well. He sat down, then turned to face her. "You going to the game tonight? Delilah said something about you being there. She seemed happy." Isabella swallowed. "Yeah." His grin widened. "Great. You'll have fun, I promise." He tapped her desk and turned back around to listen to Mr. Morgan's opening joke. Chase was going to be at the game, and he sounded like he wanted her there. Did that mean anything? Or was she reading more into his smile than was really there? Thoughts of the fall formal and now the football game swirled around in her head. Could she ever have a chance with Chase? Was there a possibility that he could like her as herself? He seemed happy she was going tonight. Was that just him being polite? The bell rang before she knew it, and Chase turned to smile at her again. "See you tonight." Butterflies skittered around in her stomach. "Okay." Since she didn't have to work after school, she walked straight home, her nerves increasing with every step. After grabbing a cookie from the cupboard, she climbed the stairs to her bedroom. Maybe there'd be time to finish her painting before the game. She set up her easel and started to work. The paint took her into another world, as it always did, and 2 hours later, Delilah burst into her room. "Aren't you getting ready? We're going to leave soon." Isabella stared at the clock. "Why? It doesn't start for another hour." Delilah waved her hands like she was drying her nails. "But we have to go early to get good seats. Honestly, Isabella, you're—" She stopped short and smiled. "I mean, hurry up, okay? We're leaving in 15 minutes. "I'm almost done here." Isabella touched up the paint on the tree trunk. She'd done it. Gotten the lighting just right. She smiled to herself. This was her finest work yet. Eleanor would have to consider giving her some space at the gallery with this one. Delilah examined the painting. "You're really good." Hope bubbled up inside her. "You think so?" "Yeah." Delilah bounced on her toes. "Now get ready. We're leaving soon." Nerves once again shot through her, making her jittery. 10 minutes later, after changing her shirt twice, she finally settled on a blouse with a button up front. She stuck with her jeans. She didn't want to be wearing a skirt and have the evening breeze blow it up or something. That would be embarrassing. She had been planning to eat dinner before the game, but now she didn't think she could. She sprinted down the steps and waited in the living room. Ava came in first. "You ready?" Ava's smile was contrite, and hope once again warmed Isabella's chest. Maybe her senior year would be a turning point for all of them. Delilah walked into the room and grabbed Isabella's arm. "Cute shirt. Let's hit the road." They got outside, and Delilah pointed to their 2-seater car. "You sit in the middle, Ava." "What? No, I can't fit on that middle piece." "You have the smallest butt." Ava's shoulders sagged. "Can't we take Mom's car?" "No, I already asked. Now go on." She shoved her sister toward the car. Ava frowned, but opened the door and climbed in. She sat on the hard plastic piece between the 2 seats, one leg on the driver's side and one on the passenger's. Isabella sat down in the seat next to Ava, glad she wasn't the one straddling the middle. She'd never been allowed to sit in their car before. It was a bit weird. Delilah started the engine and backed out of the garage.
This will be fun, won't it?
Isabella was hoping this would be a nice bonding activity.
This hurts, Ava said as Delilah drove down the street. We're almost there.
Delilah slowed for a red light.
Besides, it's a compliment that you're the skinny one.
Ava seemed to like that and gave Delilah a smug smile.
It's because you eat half my lunch.
They pulled into the school parking lot, and Delilah cut the engine. There were a few cars, but the parking lot was mostly empty. We're here really early, Isabella said.
We want to sit down close to the field, Ava said. That's where all the popular girls sit.
If I see Savannah, can she come sit with us too? Isabella asked. Ava and Delilah exchanged a look. Isabella was expecting them to say no, but Delilah smiled and said, "Sure." Delilah started walking toward the football field.
Come on, let's go get some food.
The concession stand was still closed, so they waited by the counter until the lady slid the partition up and glared at them.
What do you want? I'll have a water.
Delilah dug some money from her purse. She turned to Isabella.
Get whatever you want. Mom gave me $50.
50? Isabella almost choked. She was surprised that there was any of her father's money left with the way her step-clan spent it. I'll just have popcorn. Ava looked hard at the menu.
I'll have a hot dog, a bag of Cheetos, and a Coke.
Delilah glared at Ava.
Seriously? What? I'm hungry. I didn't eat dinner.
Delilah slapped her money on the counter.
Okay, it's your stomach.
They gathered their snacks and walked down the steps to where the cheerleaders were practicing on the field. Delilah picked out a bench a couple of rows up from the bottom.
Here, this is perfect. Isabella, you sit next to me.
Was Chase going to join them? She didn't see any sign of him yet, but her butterflies were already fluttering around. She tried to push the nerves away as she sat and ate her popcorn while the cheerleaders yelled out cheers and jumped on top of one another. 10 minutes later, Chase sat down on the bench in front of her, along with 2 other guys. He turned around and smiled. "Glad you came, Isabella." Delilah leaned over and grinned.
I'm happy you're here, Chase. I was hoping you'd be able to sit near us. Yeah, it wouldn't be the same without you.
Ava stuffed the last of her hot dog into her mouth, and Delilah glared at her. The stadium filled as the sun set. The bright lights turned on, and the coach came out to start the game. Delilah nudged her.
Isn't this exciting?
It kind of was. She'd never been to a live football game before. Even though sports weren't really her thing, the cheering of the crowd and the excitement from everyone else got her into the spirit of things. The game started, and Valley High scored a touchdown almost immediately. The other side of the stadium screamed and clapped. Delilah reached into Isabella's bag and pulled out a handful of popcorn.
You don't mind, do you?
No. Isabella gladly shared with Delilah. It felt like something sisters were supposed to do. As the game progressed, she started getting into it. When Oakview scored, she stood and screamed along with everyone else. Chase turned around and grinned at her. "I knew you'd have fun."
"We're having a lot of fun,"
Delilah cooed. The cheering died down and they sat back down. The cheerleaders finished and climbed back onto the benches. Delilah nudged Isabella.
You didn't really think I wanted you here, did you?
Her voice was sweet, but her words struck a knife into Isabella's chest. What? Delilah looked down at her water and deliberately tipped it until water splashed onto Isabella's lap. A vicious smile formed on Delilah's face. Cold wetness spread over her legs and down into her underwear. Isabella jumped up, knocking the bottle of water down and spilling her popcorn.
"Isabella!"
Delilah shrieked.
"Did you pee your pants?"
2 cheerleaders turned and pointed at her, laughing.
"She peed her pants,"
one of them shouted. Everyone turned to look. Isabella's gaze locked with Chase's. Heat rose to Isabella's cheeks, and she took off down the row. How could she have been so stupid? To think Delilah wanted to become friends? Isabella blinked back tears. Of course Delilah hated her. How could she have believed they could start acting like sisters? Tears spilled down her cheeks as everyone stared at her. She made it to the steps and started sprinting fast. A voice called from behind her. Isabella, wait! She glanced behind to see Chase running after her. Really? Like she wasn't embarrassed enough. She kept making her way up the steps to the exit. Isabella! She stepped into the hallway and turned, humiliated. What? Chase stopped, his breaths coming quickly. I saw what they did to you. That wasn't cool. Isabella wiped at her cheeks, desperately trying to look like it didn't matter to her. That's just how they are. I should have known. Chase's brows pulled together in concern. They've done stuff like that to you before? She shook her head, more tears escaping. Her throat tightened. No. Mostly they just say mean stuff to me at home. He glanced out at the stadium, a frown on his face. Come on, let's go. Go? With him? What was he talking about? Where? He took the empty popcorn sack from her hand and balled it up. I assume you don't have a car. She nodded. So, come with me. I'll help you get cleaned up. He tossed the makeshift ball into the giant trash can. It's just water. It'll dry. He gave her a frustrated look. While you're walking home? It's dark. Just come on. He grabbed her hand and pulled her down the hallway toward the stairs. Chapter 13. The last thing Isabella wanted to do was act like a baby in front of Chase Hawkins. But she didn't have much choice. She didn't want to yank her hand away. In fact, it felt good to hold Chase's hand. Too good. Tingles shot up her arm and electricity hummed across her skin. He didn't let go until they'd left the sports center and began walking across the gravel parking lot. She tried to hold it in, but by the time they'd made it to his car, she could feel the ugly cry coming on. He turned to her. Ignore them. They're stupid. She nodded. I know, she said, trying hard not to make her crying vocal. Wailing right now would be the icing on the humiliation cake. Chase pulled her to him in an awkward cry hug. She buried her face in his chest, her tears making wet spots on his t-shirt. She sniffed, trying not to add snot to the list of bodily fluids she was depositing on him. He pulled back and opened his glove compartment, pulling out a tissue. Here. She blew her nose, glad it didn't make one of those loud honking sounds. She took in a deep breath and let it out slowly, gaining more control. Thanks. Suddenly, she panicked. Her mother's photo. She pulled it out of her pocket, relieved to see it was dry and unharmed. She stuffed it back in before Chase could ask her about it. He opened his passenger door. Let's go. You'll miss the game. I know how excited you were to see it. Doesn't matter, he said. I'd rather not go back and sit with those people. Anyone who would do that, well, they aren't people I want to hang out with. I'll get your seat wet. He grinned at her. It's just water. She shrugged and climbed into his car. It's your car. He shut her door and went around to the driver's seat. He cranked the ignition and buckled his seatbelt. With the top down, you'll drive fast. Maybe. She could feel her wet underwear sticking to her skin. She doubted her underwear would air out, but maybe her jeans would dry enough not to look like she'd had an accident. He turned to her. Where should we go? I don't know. Leaving was your idea. He chuckled. Okay. I know someplace. He put the car into drive, then pulled out and merged into traffic. She took off her glasses and wiped them with her blouse. When she held them up to the light, she saw that there were streaks all over them, but it was the best she could do.
The air blew through her hair as he drove, but it felt good. She inhaled the smells of the city streets. Car exhaust mixed with a seafood smell from a nearby restaurant. She really did like living in the city. After a few minutes of driving, Chase glanced at her. "You okay?" She was feeling better. The tears were no longer coming, and if she didn't think about how hateful her stepsisters were, she could push back the hurt. "Yes." "Good, because you deserve a fun night out. From what I can tell, you go to school, work at the gallery, and that's about it." Heat rose to her cheeks. "Pretty much." "You sneak out to work on our science project, don't you?" Her head jerked in his direction, and she stared at him. How did he know that? "I saw you," he said, answering her unspoken question. "You climbed up the side of the house to a balcony. Does that lead to your room?" Well, if that wasn't embarrassing enough. Yes. "Don't your parents believe in school projects?" What was she supposed to say to that? She couldn't explain everything, and if she told him about her stepmother, he might put the pieces together and figure out she was actually 5. She decided to keep it simple and cryptic. "My family is weird." He exhaled. "I'm beginning to think everyone's family is weird." Time for a change of subject. "How's your sister?" The second the words were out, she realized her mistake. He hadn't told Isabella about his sister. Only 5 knew about that. He gave her a funny look. "How did you know?" "I heard about it," she blurted out. "At school. I forget who told me." "Oh." He nodded. "Must have been Jason. He's the only one I told." "Yeah, Jason." She said it like it was perfectly normal for her to be hanging out with the football players. She hoped he wouldn't probe further. "How is she?" "She's all right. They're still trying to figure out exactly what's up. The tests for flu came back negative. She's at home now, though, so that's good." She looked upward, her shoulders feeling relief. "I'm glad she's doing well enough to be at home." "Me too. She scared me last night. I've never seen anyone have a seizure." "I heard seizures can be common with kids who have high fevers." She'd actually Googled it, but surely HERD worked too, right? "Yes. She'll probably be fine." He turned onto Observatory Road. "You're taking me to the planetarium?" "I thought it would be cool to look at the stars." She grinned. She hadn't been there in years. Her dad took her when she was 10. I'd love that. They pulled into the parking lot, and he cut the engine. Chase had been right. Her pants were nearly dry now. He came around the car and opened the door for her, helping her out. More tingles coursed over her skin. After she climbed out, she wiped her sweaty hands on her jeans, hoping he didn't notice. "Let's go get tickets for the next show. Then we can walk around and look at the exhibits." "I didn't bring any money." "My treat." He placed his hand on the small of her back and led her to the entrance. They walked through the building, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. A few others wandered around the exhibits. Chase approached the lady behind the counter. "When is the next planetarium show?" The woman looked at her watch. "In 30 minutes. "Perfect. 2, please." He slid her a 20 and she gave him change. He stuffed the tickets in his pockets. "Thanks." They walked toward the Hall of the Sky exhibits. "Have you been here before?" "My father brought me here years ago. The building smelled of wood polish and floor wax, and it carried with it memories so strong she had to blink them back." "My parents would bring me here when I was a kid. I always loved looking through the telescopes." "Let's go upstairs, then." She led him to the curving stone steps that led up to the roof. Once outside, the night air, along with the height, made her stomach flutter. Or maybe it was the company. Chase grinned at her. "This is fun. I'm glad we ditched the game." She looked down to her shoes, sure her face was flaming. At least they were in the dark, and he probably couldn't tell. "Thanks for bringing me here." They took turns looking through the telescopes. "The details on Saturn are amazing," Isabella said. "Check this out." Chase took out his phone, opened an app, and handed it to her. It showed the stars, and when she moved the phone around, the stars on the app moved as well. When she left one star in the middle of the screen, it showed the name of it. "That's cool." He stood behind her and took her hand to show her how to find where the space station was located. Her back pressed up against his chest, and her heart began beating out a staccato rhythm. He smelled of citrus and the outdoors, and a clean smell she couldn't put her finger on. He moved her hand again.
"It also shows the constellations."
Ursa Major came into view. She grinned at him. "Nice." He hesitated for a moment, then brushed her hair over her shoulder. He leaned down so his mouth was next to her ear.
"You going to the fall formal?"
She stiffened, suddenly aware of what she was doing. She couldn't be flirting with Chase Hawkins. If Delilah would go to such lengths to embarrass her in front of him at the game, what would she do if she found out Chase had asked her to the fall formal? She pulled away from him, her hands sweaty again. "No, I hate dances."
"Oh."
He shoved his hands in his pockets and looked up at the sky. She felt bad for shooting him down, but what else could she do? There'd be no way she'd get away with going as herself. If she wore the wig and contacts, she could probably make it work as Five. But he could never know who she really was, and her sisters couldn't know either. The silence grew between them until it was deafening. She cleared her throat. "I think our show is about to start." Chase pulled out his phone and checked the time.
"You're right. Let's go down."
Chapter 14. Chase tried to calm his racing heart. What was he thinking? Isabella wasn't interested in him. Why did he think she'd go to the dance with him? And he wasn't really interested in her, right? Five was the one he wanted to go out with. He'd just gotten caught up in the moment. Being close to Isabella affected him, and he'd overreacted. She was pretty, that was true. Sure, her big, thick-rimmed glasses hid some of it, but he'd noticed how her brown eyes shone when she was excited, how her lips curled up into an easy smile, and he'd felt the chemistry when they touched. But he had a bigger connection with Five. He could tell her anything. She understood him, and he really wanted to meet her in person. Guilt pressed down on him for letting his crush on Isabella go a little crazy. Normally, when he liked a girl, he shut out all the others. He gave their tickets to the woman standing at the door, and they entered the planetarium. He pointed to the seats.
"Where would you like to sit?"
"The middle."
"Perfect."
They chose a row and found a pair of seats they liked. Other people filed in, and soon the seats were mostly full. The lights dimmed, and the show began. Chase rested his hand on his knee, hoping it didn't look like he was thinking about holding Isabella's hand. Even though he was, he just didn't want to look like he was. What was wrong with him? Isabella leaned over to him. "This is cool," she whispered. "Thanks for bringing me here."
"You're welcome."
Warmth spread through his chest. He was glad Isabella was enjoying herself. Her sisters played a nasty prank on her, and it wasn't funny. It was mean. They did it to embarrass her, and they'd hit their mark. He hoped Isabella was going to be okay after he took her home. If they were willing to do that to her in public, he couldn't imagine what she'd endure in private. The show ended, and they exited the room. After they left the observatory, he drove her home. "Please, stop here," Isabella said, a block away. He pressed the brake, but frowned.
"Why? Delilah knows we left the game together."
"I know, but she doesn't know we spent the evening together. I might be able to get away with saying I walked home." He scowled.
"I don't care if your sister likes me. She's blown it. I'd never go out with her now."
Isabella bit her bottom lip, her eyes full of worry. "If she thinks we were together tonight, things won't go well for me."
"What does your mom say about all this?"
Isabella hesitated, fiddling with the hem of her blouse. "Delilah gets whatever she wants." A heaviness settled in his chest.
"I'm sorry. I'll tell Delilah I left the game and went home."
"Thanks." He watched her climb out of the car and walk to the house. She didn't go around to the balcony this time. She opened the front door and disappeared inside. Isabella swallowed and entered her house. Best to get it over with. Eleanor met her in the living room. Her eyes burned as she scowled at Isabella.
"How could you do that to Delilah?"
Delilah stood by the back wall, a look of triumph on her face. "What did I do?" Isabella said. "I went with Delilah to the game like she asked. She's the one who dumped water on me and—"
"Enough!"
Eleanor yelled, grabbing Isabella's arm in a vice grip.
"I don't want to hear your lies."
"I'm not lying." Isabella winced as Eleanor's grip tightened, cutting off the blood supply to her arm.
"You know it was an accident. How dare you tell Chase she did it on purpose? You will apologize to Delilah. Then you will spend the rest of the weekend working at the gallery. If you talk back to me, you will lose your phone as well."
Isabella swallowed the lump in her throat. She'd do anything to get Eleanor to let go of her arm. It felt like she was crushing her bone. "Yes, ma'am." "I'm sorry, Delilah." Eleanor shoved her toward the stairs, finally releasing her.
"Now, get out of my sight. I can't believe you would try to steal your sister's boyfriend right in front of her. Disgusting."
Isabella ran up the steps and locked herself in her room. She threw herself onto the bed and let the tears fall. Tears for the stupid way she'd believed Delilah. Tears for the hope that she'd be anything other than a burden and a disappointment to Eleanor. And finally, tears for having to reject Chase before he even asked her to the dance. She sat up, blew her nose, and checked her arm. Angry red marks were forming. Her phone vibrated, and she pulled it out of her pocket.
"My sister's back at the hospital."
She wiped her cheeks with a tissue. "What happened?"
"She's getting worse. Doctors think it's meningitis."
Isabella did a quick search on her phone and found out meningitis could cause death or severe disability. "Oh, no. I'm so sorry."
"She's getting treatment, but it's serious."
"Are you at the hospital?"
"Just leaving now."
After a pause, he texted,
"I'm scared, 5."
Suddenly, her problems didn't seem so bad anymore. Her step-whatevers were horrible, but she wasn't facing the death of a loved one. She was living in her father's mansion, and in a year, she'd be able to go out on her own and make something of her life. Hang in there. What a lame thing to tell someone facing something so serious, but she didn't know what else to say. She waited for a minute or two, but no further texts came through. She washed her face and readied for bed. A few moments after she slipped under the covers, another message came through.
"I'm at the hospital. She doesn't look good. Mom won't stop crying."
Her heart ached for him. She wished she could hold his hand and reassure him that all would be okay. "I'm there with you in spirit."
"I know. Thank you, 5."
She bit her bottom lip and debated what she should say to him. Maybe changing the subject would be okay. She didn't want to make light of his situation, but she thought it would be good to get his mind off his sister. "Can I ask you something, Chase?"
"Of course."
"It's kinda stupid."
"I need a little stupid right now. Ask me."
Her fingers trembled as she touched the screen. "Would you go to the fall formal with me?" His answer came back immediately.
"Yes."
"Even though you don't know what I look like?"
"Dang it, 5. I don't care what you look like. I don't care if you're in a wheelchair. I don't care about any of it."
She was starting to believe him. "Okay, but you have to promise me something."
Anything.
Promise me you won't take off my masquerade mask.
I just told you, I don't care what you look like.
Promise, or I won't go.
You're killing me.
Promise.
Why? Do I know you, IRL?
I don't speak text talk.
IRL equals in real life.
Isabella froze. What could she say to that? She didn't want to lie to him, but she couldn't say yes. He'd for sure figure out who she was. But if she said no, she'd feel awful. She was stuck. Her fingers hesitated as she tried to decide what to say.
Sorry, I'll stop asking who you are. I'll let you wear a mask. You can wear a pumpkin on your head. Just go to the dance with me, please.
Isabella laughed, and the butterflies came back into her stomach. Okay, it's a date.
Hot dang, a real date with 5. My dreams have come true.
LOL.
You do speak text.
That's the only one I know. Chase spent the next 15 minutes cluing her in on all the acronyms people used. He also tried to get her to download Snapchat, but she refused. No way was she ever going to be tricked into sending a video or photo of herself. And knowing her technical skills, that's exactly what she'd do. She fell asleep with her cheek pressed to her phone. At 7 o'clock, her phone vibrated and woke her up.
She made it through the night. She's responding well to treatment. Doctors are hopeful.
Her eyes teared up and relief lightened her chest. Such good news.
Thanks for talking with me last night. It really helped.
I'm glad.
You didn't ask me to the dance just to take my mind off my sister, did you?
No, I really want to go with you.
Okay, because even if you did, I wouldn't mind.
Isabella smiled and snuggled into her covers. I'm looking forward to it.
Me too.
Isabella! Her stepmother's shrieking voice carried through the house. Her door handle rattled, but it was locked.
Open this door at once. You're not getting out of your punishment. The gallery opens in half an hour.
Gotta go.
Okay, chat later.
The pounding continued. I'm getting dressed, Isabella shouted as she stumbled out of bed.
If I don't see you dressed and out the door in 10 minutes, I'm taking away your phone.
Isabella stuck her tongue out at the closed door. Yes, it was childish. No, she didn't care. All right. She took the fastest shower known to woman and tossed on some clothes. She stuffed her homework and phone in her backpack and made it downstairs with a few seconds to spare. Good thing, too, because she hadn't deleted Chase's contact information. She should probably do that before Eleanor decided to get grabby with her phone. I'm ready, she said, trying to catch her breath. Eleanor set down her iPad and crossed her arms. Good. You'll cover for Leilani today. I gave her the day off. Isabella forced herself to keep from reacting. Okay. She grabbed an apple and headed toward the door. And we're terminating our agreement with Elsa Johnson. You'll need to take down all of her art and package it for shipping. What? Isabella's shoulders slumped. What a pain. She'd have to work on that all day. Yes, ma'am. Eleanor narrowed her eyes. And I want you to do it after hours. Why? You're taking over for Leilani today. Helping customers will be your main priority. I don't want you focused on other things. Wait until after business hours to take down Elsa's art. Isabella ground her teeth together. If she said anything back to Eleanor, she'd regret it. Okay. She left before Eleanor could tell her to also scrub the floors. Chapter 15. Disappointment settled in Isabella's gut as she walked, her backpack slung over one shoulder. She'd been looking forward to spending the evening with Chase, especially after last night. Now she'd be stuck at the gallery all night, rearranging the sales floor. Thoughts of Chase standing behind her, showing her his phone app, made her pulse race. She unlocked the gallery door and flipped over the open sign. After turning on the lights and waking up her computer, she leaned back in her chair and waited for someone to enter the gallery. 20 minutes later, the front door chimed and Mr. Cato walked in, wearing his ever-present three-piece suit. Isabella ran to the front room to greet him. "Welcome, Mr. Cato. Come on in." "How's my little art mouse?" He pulled her into a hug. Isabella laughed at the silly name he'd started calling her when she was younger, back when her father had run the gallery. "I'm fine. How are you?" Mr. Cato wore a smile like some women wore makeup, with gusto. He was a short man like his wife, and Isabella had passed him up on height last year when she'd finally reached 5'6". His black hair had a few rebellious grey ones growing in around his ears. He pulled back and searched her face. "You look more and more like your father every day." "I don't know whether that's a compliment or not," she said, laughing. Her father had been handsome, but she wasn't sure she wanted to look like a man. "A very feminine version," he corrected. "How's the painting going?" She pulled her phone from her pocket. "I'll show you." His eyes lit up. "Ah, you have a photo." She swiped the screen and touched the image of her poppies. "I painted this last week." He took her phone from her and smiled. "I like the movement in this one. I can see the wind." "That's why I like it, too." She ran her finger across the screen, and her latest painting showed up. "Ah," he said. "I love this one." He turned to her. "Your use of light in this is amazing. You have improved." She grinned. "Really?" "You are just as good as your father." The compliment made her blush. "Thank you." "Would you sell this one to me?" "Yes, totally." She tried not to bounce up and down on her toes. She'd never sold a painting before. "I'll give you $1,000 for it." "What? It's not worth that." She blushed again. "My dear," he said, putting his arm around her shoulders, "if your father had painted it, I would be paying $1 million for it. 1,000 is a bargain. And I believe you will go on to surpass your father's fame. So, for me, it's an investment." Warmth radiated through her. She hugged Mr. Cato and held in a squeal. I don't know what to say." His grin widened. "Say you'll bring me this painting." "I will." Mr. Cato walked through the gallery and purchased one more painting. Isabella wrote up the sales ticket for it and removed it from the wall. She helped him get it into his vehicle, her heart beating wildly. After he left, she couldn't stand it any more. She pulled out her phone. "I sold a painting." Chase answered her right away. "Wow. Congratulations. Is it the one you showed me?" "Yes. The tree branches in the sunlight." "I knew that was a good one. How much did you sell it for?" $1,000. "Snap. Are you serious?" "Yes. I'm shaking. I'm so happy." "Good for you." The doorbell chimed, and Isabella walked out to meet the next customers. A man and a woman she didn't recognize were admiring the sculpture in the entrance. "Welcome to the Vibrant Hue. Let me know if you need anything." The couple smiled at her, and the woman nodded. "We will," she said. Isabella moved to stand behind the counter. Another text came through. "My sister's continuing to improve. Doctors say she can go home tomorrow." "I'm so relieved." "Me too. I was scared. She was super sick. She could have died." "I know. It made my heart hurt." "Thanks again for being there for me, Five." Isabella smiled and texted back. "Anytime." After the couple left the gallery, Isabella walked around and took note of how many pieces they had from Elsa's collection. She planned out in her mind where things would go to make the gallery look full. At lunchtime, she went into the break room and made herself a sandwich. She had to call Chase and was getting nervous about it. After lunch, she cleared her throat, picked up the landline, and dialed Chase's number. He answered after the second ring. "Hello?" She cleared her throat. Hey, this is Isabella.
Hi.
I'm at work, which is why I was calling. I can't meet up with you tonight. I have to work late.
Seriously? How late?
Isabella twisted the curly black cord around her finger. I'm probably going to be here all night. Chase whistled.
What's going on at the art gallery that you have to be there all night?
We're severing a contract with an artist. All her art has to come down, get packaged up, and then the remaining pieces have to be moved to make the gallery look full.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's a pain.
Do you want some help?
Isabella froze. He'd help her? That would be awesome. But she'd be in so much trouble if Eleanor or Delilah found out. Nah, I'm okay.
All right. See you in school, then.
She said goodbye and hung up the phone. It would have been nice to have Chase's help, but she didn't want to risk anyone finding out. Eleanor did show up at the gallery sometimes. Isabella sat down at her computer and started removing Elsa's artwork from the website. It didn't take long, and she spent the rest of the day standing behind the counter while customers walked around. When the gallery was empty, she went into the office, finished her homework, and watched the clock. As soon as 7 o'clock rolled around, she flipped the open sign over and locked the door. She hurried to the largest display Elsa had and started dismantling it. A series of 6 paintings that formed one large painting when hung together. It was a brilliant set of art, one of Isabella's favorites. She'd be sad to see it go. A knock sounded on the glass at the front door, and Isabella grew nervous. Who could be there after hours knocking? She was suddenly aware how alone she was in the dark gallery. She peered out the front way to see if she could tell who it was. Chase stood at the door, his hands up to the glass looking in. His backpack was slung over one shoulder. She smiled in relief and went to let him in. She turned the lock. "What are you doing here?"
I ran into Delilah and Ava at the mall. They were dress shopping for the fall formal with your mom. Looked like they'd be at it for hours, so I thought I'd come help you.
He peered into her eyes.
That's why you said not to come, right? You didn't want Delilah to see us hanging out together.
She nodded, the butterflies in her stomach going crazy. Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure they'll be tied up for quite some time. I told her she'd look good in silver. That was the one dress color I didn't see there.
Isabella giggled.
You're awful.
He grinned.
I know. Now, what can I do to help?
I was just starting to take down the first display. She led him back into the showroom and showed him how to carefully take down the art and remove the metal hooks. Chase leaned his backpack against the wall and picked up the container of hooks.
This doesn't look too bad.
No, this part will go fast. It's the rearranging the rest of the pieces to make the gallery look full that will take a while.
I see.
He glanced around.
Together it should go faster.
She smiled. Definitely. He gave her a cocky, crooked smile that made his dimple show.
My curfew isn't until midnight. I think we can get it all done.
She tried to calm her nerves and just nodded. They worked at taking down the pieces of art and wrapping them in butcher paper to be crated for shipping. Isabella wasn't in charge of the crating process. She just had to get the butcher paper on them and stack them in the back room. Paco would do the rest. He was good at making sure the art would ship without damage. After an hour, all the pieces were down. Isabella wiped her hands on her jeans. Now, we need to reposition the spotlights and start moving around the other pieces. Chase looked up at the lighting.
Do you have a ladder?
She motioned to the other room, in the back. He followed her into the storage room. She picked up the small, folded stepladder and turned to leave, not realizing he was right behind her. She collided with his chest, dropping the ladder. He grabbed her so she didn't fall.
Sorry,
he said, his voice low. She stood there a moment, pressed up against him with her heart pounding 1,000 times a second. He gazed into her eyes, and then he did something she would never have expected. He slowly removed her glasses. She blinked up at his face, now blurry.
Have you ever thought about getting contacts?
If she had been drinking, she would have spit on him. Luckily, she was saved from that humiliation. She coughed and tried to smile.
No,
she managed to say.
You have pretty eyes, but your glasses hide them.
Isabella's knees grew wobbly and breathing became difficult. She swallowed. Really? I always thought they were so plain, just brown, like the color of mud. Chase let out a hearty laugh.
I'd say more like chocolate.
Heat rose to her cheeks. Why had she said that to him? It was always something she'd thought, but not said out loud. Well, that's way better. He tilted her chin up until their lips were just a breath apart.
Why don't you have more confidence?
His voice was almost a whisper. I'm nobody. The words were out before she thought about them. Panic rose in her throat. What had she just done? Chase's eyes widened, and he took a step back from her. She grabbed her glasses from his hand and jammed them back on her face. I mean, I'm not an extrovert. It's hard for me to put myself out there, you know? She picked up the stepladder and walked around Chase and into the other room. Her cheeks were on fire. She needed to catch her breath and get a handle on herself before she ruined everything. Chapter 16. Chase stood in the back room, stunned. Were Isabella and Five the same person? He followed her into the showroom, his mind reeling with the possibility. As he thought about everything he knew about Five, the artwork, her home life, it made sense that it could be Isabella. But if he asked, and it was true, she'd freak out. She might even shove him out the door. It was best if he didn't let her know his suspicions. He ignored the blush on Isabella's cheeks and stood on the stepladder, turning the spotlights, moving the ladder, and doing it again the next vacant spot. As he worked, she took down the art she wanted to move. She brushed her hair from her forehead when they were done. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All he could think about as the night progressed was Five and Isabella, reconciling the two as one person. He knew Five's father was an artist. It went right along with the art gallery. He made a mental note to go online and do some research into who owned the vibrant hue. They finished the showrooms at 10:15. Chase stuffed his fists into his pockets. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to explore this new information he had. His crush on Five suddenly became much more real. Five was standing right in front of him, and his attraction to Isabella was growing.
I have some time. Do you want to go over our notes and start on our paper? I have stuff in my backpack.
Isabella's gaze ducked to the floor. Okay, I have my notes in the office. We can go in there. They sat at the table, and Isabella slung her backpack to the floor. She fished around in it until she found her science notebook, then slapped it on the table. An embarrassed smile flitted across her face. Chase grinned at her.
Tell me about your family.
He hoped she wouldn't shy away from him asking. She fiddled with her pen. My family situation is weird. He shrugged.
That's okay. I still want to know.
She dug the toe of her shoe into the carpet. My parents are both gone. My mother died when I was little. Car accident. And my father died of brain cancer when I was 12. His throat closed, and he swallowed. How horrible for her.
I'm so sorry.
Delilah and Ava are my stepsisters. She looked at him, and he kept his face passive. He didn't want her to think he'd figured out who she was.
I guessed you weren't blood sisters, since you don't look anything alike. Is there a reason you don't get along?
Isabella avoided his gaze. Delilah was insanely jealous of me when my father remarried. I guess she thought I was Daddy's favorite. And Ava was always very insecure. She followed after Delilah in everything. When my father passed away, things just got worse. I guess they didn't like that I had a father for so long, and they barely got any time with him.
What about your stepmother?
Isabella's cheeks colored, and she shook her head. She hates me, she whispered.
So you're in a house full of people who constantly tell you you're worthless.
The words made his heart ache, and Isabella's frown confirmed it. He reached out and brushed a strand of hair from her cheek.
You don't know how badly I want to go tell the whole lot of them off.
A smile cracked her face. I've tried that. Didn't work out so well. Wanting to lighten the mood, Chase unzipped the small pouch of his backpack and pulled out a bag of Skittles.
I brought us a snack.
Perfect. Isabella stood. I'll be right back. She left the room and came back with a ceramic bowl. Let's dump them in here.
So I can't separate out the colors. I see. You're trying to force your Skittles religion on me.
Yep. A grin told him she was teasing. She took the bag from him and tore it open. They made pinging noises as she dumped them into the bowl. He stood behind her and reached around to pick up a purple one. He could hear his heartbeat in his ears.
What if I combined my favorite flavor?
He picked up a green one.
With my least favorite. Would it still taste good?
Isabella swallowed. I don't know. He popped them in his mouth and chewed, making a face.
My rainbow is lacking. What's your favorite and least favorite?
Red is my favorite. He pulled out a red one.
And your least?
Yellow. He dug in the bowl until he found a yellow one.
Okay, turn around and open up.
She did as he said and closed her eyes as well, her lashes resting on her cheeks. He placed the candies on her tongue.
Now, chew.
Her eyes flew open as her jaw worked, a smile forming on her face. I taste a robust rainbow. He stared at her lips and suddenly had a strong urge to taste the rainbow too. He took a step back to stop himself from making a mistake.
Guess I just need to find a better combination.
They ate Skittles and worked on their paper until it was almost midnight. Chase gathered up his things and stuffed them into his backpack.
Let me drive you home. I'll stop a block away again.
Isabella gave him a grateful smile. Thanks. They turned off all the lights in the gallery and Isabella locked the door. The moonlight shone on her face, and he tried not to look at her lips. If he wasn't careful, he'd do something to scare her off. He opened the car door for her and then slid into his seat, clicking on the stereo. He had his favorite Beatles CD in, and I Want to Hold Your Hand came on. He held in a groan. He tried to take his mind off his desire to put the moves on Isabella.
Do you think your stepmother will be happy you got everything arranged?
I hope so. Isabella stared off, not allowing her gaze to meet his. She fiddled with her sleeve, and he noticed a bruise on her upper arm peeking out. It looked like finger marks. He pulled into traffic, his hands gripping the steering wheel so hard his skin was tight on his knuckles. When he turned onto Isabella's street, he slowed the car.
If I ask you something, would you answer truthfully?
Her face blanched, and she clutched the strap of her backpack. Maybe. Well, that at least was an honest answer.
Does your stepmother ever hurt you?
Visible relief flooded over her, and her shoulders fell. No, she's mean, but not in that way. She glanced at her house.
So, the bruise on your arm...
He wasn't sure how to finish the question, so he let it hang. Her hand flew to her arm, covering the purple marks. Well, she didn't say anything more, but didn't have to. Chase suddenly wanted to punch someone, preferably Isabella's stepmother. He clenched his teeth to avoid saying something he'd regret. The seconds ticked by as words tumbled around in his head.
That's physical abuse, Isabella.
I guess I should have said she doesn't usually get like that. She drew into herself like she wanted to disappear from his car.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable.
She stared down at her lap. You're right, though. I need to stop defending her.
You could go to the police, press charges. Maybe they'd remove you from the house.
Isabella's gaze snapped up to his. For a bruise on the arm, I'd be right back with her after a week, if they'd remove me at all, and she'd be furious. She blinked, and fear shone in her eyes. It could get much, much worse, she whispered. Chase clenched his hands into fists. Was she right? Would they put her back into that situation? He wasn't sure, but understood why Isabella wouldn't want to take that chance. She laid her hand on his knee. I'm going to be out of there after I graduate. Just 8 months. That's all I have. If I can endure until then, I'll be fine. He placed his hand on hers, her smooth skin making his heart beat faster.
Will you promise me something?
She hesitated. What?
Promise me, if she starts getting physical again, you'll call 911, or me, and I'll come get you.
She bit her lip and nodded. Yeah, I'll do that.
Good.
Because if he saw any more bruises on Isabella, he'd have to be dragged off her stepmother in handcuffs. Night, Chase, she said, her hand on the door handle.
Have sweet dreams, Isabella.
She gave him a sideways glance, then smiled and nodded. She climbed out of the car and walked up the street to her house. He stayed back, but made sure she got in the door okay. He waited until he saw her bedroom light flood the balcony. Then he pulled out his phone and texted,
Hey, 5. How are you?
Tired, but fine. He looked at the clock. It was after midnight now. Oops. He knew he shouldn't have texted her. He shouldn't know she was still awake.
Oh, sorry, just looked at the clock. Were you asleep?
No, just heading to bed. How's your sister?
Continuing to improve.
He paused, wanting to ask if she got in trouble when she walked in the door, but it would have given him away. Instead, he texted,
Thanks for everything, 5.
You're welcome. Good night.
Night.
Chase drove home, his mind unable to settle down. He didn't need any more proof that 5 was indeed Isabella, or that Isabella was being abused at home. But what could he do about it? That was the real question that gnawed at his gut. Chapter 17. Isabella woke up to the sound of Eleanor shrieking her name. She moaned and rolled over, putting her pillow on her head. Why was she even up now? It was too early 30. Isabella! Someone pounded on the door. We have a mandatory meeting at the gallery in 15 minutes. All right. Isabella crawled out of bed and threw on some clothes. They never had mandatory meetings at the gallery. What on earth had Eleanor all fired up? 10 minutes later, she walked into the kitchen. Eleanor stood there, dressed in some flowy Asian get-up. Delilah and Ava sat at the table. Everyone come with me. We need to be at the gallery now. Isabella's mouth fell open. She grabbed a banana and followed Eleanor and the girls to the garage. You want me to ride with you? Eleanor motioned to her Porsche. Of course. She said it like it was the most logical thing. Like she hadn't spent the last 5 years making Isabella walk to the gallery while she drove her daughters everywhere. Isabella climbed in the back and sat with her hands in her lap. Her phone vibrated in her pocket, but she kept her mouth shut and ignored it. No way was she going to answer Chase while sitting next to Eleanor and the stepwitches. They arrived at the Vibrant Hue, and Isabella followed them in. Leilani was already there, dressed in a short skirt and a denim jacket. Paco was even there, crating up the artwork she'd taken down last night. Eleanor clapped her hands. "Paco, please come here a minute." Paco came walking in, hitching up his pants. "Yes." "I have an announcement." Eleanor paused dramatically before continuing. "We are signing a new artist." Isabella couldn't believe her ears. She'd just spent the entire night rearranging everything. Why couldn't Eleanor have waited to take down Elsa's art until the new art came in to take its place? Isabella wanted to scream, but pressed her lips together and clenched her hands. Her phone buzzed again, but she ignored it. Eleanor continued. "This new artist has been working hard for years trying to master her skills. I've been supervising her progress." Isabella's throat grew tight. Was Eleanor saying what she thought she was saying? Were they really going to sign her? Isabella's heart beat rapidly in her chest. "It has recently come to my attention that this budding artist has progressed to the point where her artwork is now ready to be displayed in her father's art gallery." Leilani grinned and clapped her hands, and Paco joined in. Isabella's eyes brimmed with tears. She couldn't believe it. Eleanor was finally going to recognize her hard work. She'd made it into the gallery, and she had called everyone in to make the announcement. Eleanor held up a hand and the room silenced. "I want to introduce my daughter's art next Saturday with a special gala." Isabella had waited 5 years to hear her stepmother acknowledge her as a daughter, and now that it was happening, she barely knew what to say. Emotion filled her throat. They were going to throw a party, just for her. "Delilah, I'm so proud of you," Eleanor said. Isabella's world tilted, and she blinked. Delilah stepped forward, a smug smile on her face. "I'm so honored." Isabella's palms grew sweaty and she could barely swallow. Eleanor wasn't talking about her. She wasn't finally getting the recognition she deserved. It was Delilah. Her stomach dropped, and she tried to discreetly wipe her face of the tears that had now spilled down. Heat seared her cheeks. She should have known it wasn't her. Eleanor took Delilah's hand and pulled her to the front of the room. "The gallery will need to be cleaned from top to bottom for the party, and we will invite all our clients and serve hors d'oeuvres and wine." The realization sank in, and Isabella blurted out, "But that's the day of the fall formal." Eleanor shot a death glare at Isabella. "And Delilah will make a special appearance here before the dance. The rest of you will need to be here all night to help with the gala event." "What?" Ava shrieked. "Not you." Eleanor dismissed Ava with a wave. "Everyone else." Her gaze landed on Isabella. Great. Not only did she have to rearrange the art floor again, but she had to put up Delilah's art, whatever that was. She'd never seen Delilah paint anything except her nails. And on top of that, she had to break her date with Chase. Life just kept getting better. Isabella straightened her back. She wasn't going to let her stepmother know she'd gotten to her. "Fine with me," Isabella said. A satisfied smile formed on Eleanor's face. "Then we're done here." Eleanor turned to leave, but then stopped. "Oh, Isabella." She turned to face her. "I'll be dropping off Delilah's work in a few minutes. I want you here so you can start the displays. I want Delilah's art to have top billing." "Yes, ma'am." Eleanor breezed out of the gallery, her daughters following close behind. Leilani huffed and put her hands on her hips. "What is wrong with that woman?" Paco grunted. She wouldn't know good art if she was bitten by it." Isabella didn't want to think about it. If she gave it any more thought, she'd dissolve into a puddle of tears, and she didn't want to expend the energy on Eleanor. "I'm just happy I'm graduating this year," Isabella said with a sigh. Leilani wrapped her arms around Isabella and gave her a hug. Just ignore her and that terrible daughter of hers. Delilah's art? She scoffed. I can't wait to see what that entails. Maybe it's just a collection of selfies. That's the only thing I can think of. Leilani laughed. I can picture that. Isabella's phone vibrated again in her pocket, and she excused herself and went into the office. The fluorescent lights flickered on and then hummed. She pulled out her phone and plopped down on her chair. How are you this morning? Everything okay? Let me know you're all right. 5? She smiled. Chase was worried about her. Sweet guy. Her heart pounded. She punched in a response. I'm fine. Just at work. Can't wait until next week. The fall formal. Her chest grew heavy, and she tried not to cry. About that. What? Something came up. I've got to work next Saturday. No. I'm so sorry. Chase didn't text back right away, and she set her phone down. She tried to tell herself it was just a silly dance. It wasn't important. But deep inside, she knew it would be a special night. The only night she could be with Chase as 5, but yet as herself as well. Her emotions surged, and she blinked back more tears. Chase meant more to her than just a date to a dance. He was kind and cared about her as a person. The way he'd gotten upset last night, she could tell he was about ready to pound her stepmother into the ground. She'd felt something she'd never felt for a guy before. He was... She sighed and pushed that thought out of her head. He was out of reach. She couldn't date him in the real world. Her only chance to spend a magical night in his arms dancing was next weekend, and it wasn't going to happen. She picked up her banana and began to peel it. The sweet fruit made her stomach grumble. Another text came through as she ate. I wish there was a way you could go. Me too. Have a good day at work. Thanks. She put her phone back in her pocket. Yesterday, she'd been terrified that Chase had figured out who she was when she slipped up and said she was nobody. He'd looked at her funny, but then dismissed it. He acted normal for the rest of the evening. He probably figured a lot of girls thought they weren't anything special. Eleanor came in and frowned. You're on break already? Isabella forced a smile. I thought I'd eat breakfast fast so I could be ready to put out Delilah's art. Is it here? Yes, it's all in the back room. I want everything out before you come home tonight. Of course she did. Yes, ma'am. Eleanor still stood there, and Isabella sat, uncomfortable, waiting for her to leave. Eleanor studied Isabella. You weren't planning on going to the fall formal, were you? No, because I'm not sure who you'd be going with. Delilah had a nice conversation with Chase in the mall yesterday, and he all but asked her to go with him. He mentioned she should wear silver. I'm guessing he wanted their outfits to match. She shot Isabella a look. That's great, she said, trying to sound enthusiastic. So, you see, having something to do here that night might be nice for you. Isabella bit back the words threatening to come out and just smiled at Eleanor. Thank you. Eleanor left, and Isabella blew out a breath. If she had to sit there one more minute and listen to that woman open her pie hole... Leilani burst into the office, her hand over her mouth. She shut the door, and laughter bubbled from her. You have to come and see your stepsister's art. She held her hand over her stomach. I'm standing there, and Eleanor is proudly showing me these pieces, and I'm biting my lip, trying not to bust up. Isabella followed Leilani to the back room. Paco was standing there, shaking his head. Canvases of varying sizes were on the floor, propped up against the walls. Smears of bright, primary-colored paint graced the canvases. She peered at them. One was obviously a hand smeared with paint and then slapped on the surface. But the larger ones looked like she had rolled around in the paint, and Isabella pointed. "Is that what I think it is?" Leilani nodded, pinching her lips together. "Body art." Isabella flipped through the art, sometimes making out an elbow or a foot. Other times she didn't want to know what body part Delilah had used to create the painting. She snorted. "I see." Leilani giggled. This is what her years of training has given the world. Isabella struggled for words. "Stunning." Paco guffawed and waved his hand. "I'm out of here." "Aren't you going to help us move the artwork around?" Leilani asked. "Madame Dragon doesn't want me to. She said to leave it to Isabella." He looked at her apologetically. "Sorry." "That's okay." She was used to it. She knew she was being punished for leaving the football game with Chase, even though it was Delilah's prank that made him follow her. Leilani ran the front while Isabella pulled down art and made room for Delilah's masterpieces. She didn't care if the place looked a mess today. There was no way she was going to wait until after the gallery closed to move things around again. That was Eleanor's sick way of controlling her, and everyone knew it. She looked at Delilah's art and shook her head. Eleanor had brought in some weird things before, but never anything so stupid. She hoped it wouldn't ruin the gallery's reputation. After lunch, the front door chimed and Chase came walking in. Leilani greeted him before Isabella had a chance to shove him in the back room. "Is Isabella here?" he asked. Leilani glanced at her, a half smile on her face. "She's right over there." Isabella grabbed his arm and pulled him into the office. "What are you doing here?" she hissed. His gaze traveled over her, and his dimple showed as he smiled. He hooked his thumbs in his pockets. "I just wanted to say hi." She nervously pushed her glasses up her nose. "My stepmother could show up at any moment. She gave me more paintings to hang." He rubbed the back of his neck. "Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to put you in a bad position." "That's okay." She rubbed her hands together. "If she comes in, I could tell her you're here to drop off notes for class or something." "So I can stay?" He looked so hopeful. She felt bad making him leave. "All right. But if you see Eleanor, you have to leave quickly." He held out his hand. "Deal." A current of electricity ran over her as she shook his hand. Wow, did he feel that? She could barely breathe when he was around her. She let go and stepped back. "Come on, I'll show you the new art." Chapter 18. Chase stood in the back room, looking at the artwork to be hung. He wasn't sure what to say. They looked like something he'd seen in a third-grade art show. And what was the deal with the hands and feet? He scratched his chin. This one looks like someone sat in wet paint and then... Yep. Isabella cringed. That's what happened. These are Delilah's paintings. So that's... It is. Huh. He tried not to laugh, but a chuckle came out anyway, and then a full-fledged gut-buster, and Isabella burst out laughing too. "She's decided to join the art world?" he asked. Isabella nodded. "Mm-hmm." "How interesting." He almost asked if Isabella's paintings had ever been in the gallery, but stopped himself. Isabella had never mentioned her paintings. Only 5. He had to be careful what he said to her. They hung and redistributed artwork until he grew hungry. He checked the time on his phone.
Want to go to lunch with me?
She hesitated. I don't know.
Come on, we'll be fast. It'll be my treat.
She nodded, though she frowned at the same time.
We can go somewhere your stepsisters wouldn't think of going,
he said. A smile curled her lips up. They wouldn't be caught dead at McDonald's.
He laughed. Then a Big Mac it is.
She told Leilani they were leaving, and they went out the back door. When they were in his car, he put the top down and turned on the engine. He glanced at her. She wore her hair down every day, the strands long and hanging in front of her glasses. He wondered what it would look like if she wore it up. He drove down the street.
What was your dad like?
She stiffened, and he backpedaled.
I don't mean to pry. You don't have to talk about him if you don't want to.
No, I don't mind. She sat, clearly uncomfortable. He let her sit for a moment in silence. My dad was the kindest man I've ever known. He would always give to those people ringing the bells at Christmas time, even when we were dirt poor. He said there were people out there who were worse off than we were.
My father's kind of like that, too. He lost his job last year, but he still insists on giving to his favorite charities.
Isabella's hair blew in the breeze, and he had a sudden craving to touch it. Was it as soft as it looked? He clenched the steering wheel with both hands. She gazed out the windshield, a slight smile on her face. My father used to read to me every night before bed. Not picture books, but what I thought were grown-up books like A Wrinkle in Time and The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. He gave me a healthy imagination and a love for the arts. He smiled at her.
That's a good memory, I'm sure.
Yes, he was a good father. Chase parked the car and cut the engine.
Ready for a gut bomb?
I'm starving. They ordered, and Chase picked a seat near the window to the play area. He pulled Isabella's chair out for her. Chase watched the children playing as he ate. A little dark-haired boy played on the slide. He would climb up the inside of the chute and then squeal with delight coming down. He smiled as the boy proceeded to repeat the process. He's cute, Isabella said, craning her neck to see.
He reminds me of my sister just a couple of years ago. I can't believe she's in kindergarten now.
You're close, even though she's so young?
It's funny, but yeah, we're close. She's always been drawn to me, and I just love the snot out of her.
I never would have pegged you as a kid lover. She smiled at him. It's kind of endearing.
Kind of. I thought it was totally hot.
He gave her his best camera smile. She laughed. I don't think you need any help in that department, she said under her breath. He took a swig of his drink to hide his chuckle. Isabella picked up a fry and bit the end off. She watched the little boy climb around the play area. So, you want kids when you grow up?
Yeah.
How many kids do you want to have? No one had ever asked him that before, and he had to think about it.
Honestly, I've always pictured myself having a big family.
More than 3? He grinned again, wiggling his eyebrows.
Definitely.
She whacked him on the arm. I'm asking you a serious question and you're goofing around.
No,
he said, chuckling.
Okay, maybe a little.
He sobered.
But seriously, I want 4 or 5 kids running around, making the house a mess. When I was a kid, I always wanted younger brothers and sisters. By the time Cora came along, I was almost a teenager. But she was so cute, I couldn't help but love on her.
Is there a reason she's so much younger than you?
My parents wanted more kids. It just didn't happen. They went to all kinds of doctors. No one could find anything wrong. Finally, after years, they had my sister.
He picked up a fry.
I don't know what I would have done if she hadn't made it through her illness.
That's so scary, Isabella said, nodding. One more thing to prove she was 5. He had only told 5 about the seriousness of his sister's illness. He changed the subject.
Do you like to cook?
Isabella made a face. Not really.
Nothing? Not even baking? If I tell you something, will you swear you'll never breathe a word of it to anyone? She picked up her soda and took a drink. Intrigued, he raised an eyebrow. Sure. Pinky swear? She held out her little finger. He chuckled and wrapped his pinky around hers. Sparks tingled across his skin. Yes, pinky swear. After my father died, my stepmother tried to make me the household cook. I hated it. But I figured out that if I messed up a meal, Eleanor would order a pizza. With a little Googling, I found I could ruin a perfectly good meal with just a few well-placed spices. Cumin was especially good on anything sweet, like cinnamon toast or chocolate pie. After quite a few cooking lessons, without much improvement, my stepmother decided it was better for everyone to fend for themselves than to make her daughters suffer through my unfortunate lack of ability. Her words, not mine. Chase sat back in his chair and laughed. You're kidding me. Isabella grinned. Scout's honor. You were never a scout. You're right, but I swear like one. He laughed and wondered if it was possible to fall for a girl so quickly. He'd only known her for a little over a week, but her wit and charm were like a magnet. He wanted to pull her into his arms and kiss away all her pain, all the hurt from her stepmother. He sobered. I'd better get you back to the gallery before your stepmother notices you're not there. She stood and began picking up the trash. Good idea. Isabella convinced Chase to drop her off and let her finish with the website on her own. She didn't want to get caught with him there. After she walked inside, Leilani cornered her. Oh, girl, you've been holding out on me. Do tell all. Was that the actor Delilah's been talking about? Isabella groaned and put her head in her hands. Yes, she mumbled into her fingers. Leilani shook her shoulder. He is smoking hot, and he likes you, doesn't he? That was complicated. She told Leilani the whole story. He likes 5, not me. He'd be disappointed if he found out I was actually 5. A skeptical look crossed Leilani's face. Are you sure? He told me to my face that he has a crush on 5. Plus, 5 asked him to the fall formal, and he said yes. How are you going to pull that off? It's a masquerade. I could totally show up and he wouldn't know, especially if I'm wearing Savannah's wig. But Eleanor's got me working that night, so there goes that idea. Leilani waved that away. Nonsense. You come here next Saturday. After the gala starts, I'll cover for you. Eleanor is always busy brown-nosing the rich folks and drinking too much. She won't even notice you're gone. Could that work? Isabella tried not to get her hopes up. Maybe. Girl, you had better go to the dance with that handsome young man or someone else will scoop him up. Honestly, Isabella wasn't sure why he wasn't already involved with someone. He was uber popular at school. At lunch, he sat at one of the cheerleading tables. He was in movies, for heaven's sake. She knew he'd dated girls at school. She was baffled he wasn't with anyone right now. Isabella finished putting all of Delilah's art on the sales floor. Just as she was pulling out her camera to take photos for the website, a text came through on her phone. Are you too busy to chat? She sat down in the office and responded. No, I can take a break. What's up? I just miss you. His words almost made her want to cry. He missed talking to her, and yet he didn't even realize he'd spent the afternoon with her. She blinked back her emotions. Man, what was wrong with her? A silly crush and she goes all haywire. Why couldn't she get her feelings under control? I miss you too. I have an idea. Why don't you sneak out tonight and see me? Her heartbeat sped up just thinking about it. Funny. I'm serious. You can't go to the dance, so I'll never get to meet you unless we just do it. Rip the Band-Aid off. What would he say if she did? If she met him at midnight in Flatwater Park, would he be disappointed? The thought almost gave her a panic attack.
Maybe it was best to take Leilani's offer and sneak out to the dance. At least then she could be with him as 5, and she wouldn't have to see the disappointment in his eyes. If she went late enough, Eleanor would be too tipsy to care. About that. What? Someone's offered to cover for me at work. I'd have to come late, but I think I can go to the dance after all. Seriously? I'm so happy I could kiss you. Her pulse raced as she imagined what it would be like to kiss Chase. She stared at the office wall for a second, indulging in the fantasy. 5? Are you still there? Oh, yeah, that was embarrassing. Yes, I'm here. Can I call you? Worry that he would recognize her voice raced through her. The more time he spent with her in person, the more likely that would be. She wasn't great at disguising her voice. Plus, she really needed to go take photos of the new art and get them up on the website. At least, that's what she told herself. Sorry, I really should get back to work. Okay, chat later. Bye. She finished up at work, never fully letting go of the thought of Chase pulling her close and exploring her lips. She was so dead. Chapter 19. Chase shuffled into the kitchen, his long pajama pants almost covering his socks. His mother sat at the table, drinking coffee and reading the paper, her hair in curlers. When he entered, she smiled and put the paper down. Good morning. He didn't like the way she smiled at him. He knew what that meant. He said in a non-committal way. There's a new casting call that I think would be perfect for you. He rolled his eyes. Mom, I haven't even started filming the one I got yet. She waved her hand. That's only going to take a few weekends. This one is a much bigger deal. She patted her curlers. He pulled a box of cornflakes from the cupboard and groaned. Mom, I don't want to do anything bigger. But it's going to be great for your career. The bowl clunked as he set it down on the counter a little too forcefully. He cringed. What if I don't want to be an actor? He said, under his breath. His mother turned wide eyes on him. What did you say? Great. Now he'd done it. Opened up the can of worms. But he knew he had to do it sometime before he ended up stuck in an acting school he hated. He probably should tell her he was thinking of applying to UNH Manchester. I don't want to be an actor. There, he'd said it. His mother's shocked face stared at him, her mouth hanging open. Why would you say that? Because it's true. She shook her head. You don't know what you're saying. I hate standing around, waiting all day for my part. I hate shooting the same scene over and over. He poured the cereal into the bowl and pulled out the milk. You'll like getting the bigger roles better. Less waiting. Mom, stop trying to push me into something I don't want. His mother's mouth snapped shut and she blinked, placing her hands on the newspaper. I didn't think that's what I was doing. I thought you liked this. No, Mom, you like it. He sat down on the chair opposite her, finally feeling like a weight was lifting off his chest. At first it was kind of fun, but it grew old for me really fast. I don't want to do it anymore. He peered at her, waiting to judge her reaction. She opened and closed her mouth without any sound coming out at first. Finally, she frowned. But you're so good at it. You have natural talent. I have talent for other things, too. I like science, and I'm good at it. I want to go to college. He dug into his breakfast. His mother blinked and wiped at her face. Was she crying? Oh, no. He didn't mean to make her cry. Mom, he said, feeling terrible. Don't cry. She waved his concern away. I just didn't realize. Her voice trailed off. The first role you got, you were so excited.
I was, 6.
You said you wanted to be an actor.
I also said I wanted to be an astronaut.
He stabbed his spoon into his bowl of cereal. She looked down at the newspaper. You're right. I've been pushing you.
It's okay, Mom. Don't be upset about it.
She smiled, her eyes still watery. I thought I was your manager. I guess I've been so wrapped up in doing the job that I never realized it wasn't the one I was supposed to be doing. He cocked his head to the side. My most important job is being your mother. She stood and rounded the table, bending down to kiss the top of his head, her hands on his shoulders. I'm proud of you, no matter what you want to do. His throat tightened.
Thanks.
I'll support you in your decision. She stood beside him and patted her curlers, sighing. What schools are you looking at?
I've been looking at a few. I'm thinking about applying to UNH Manchester.
Her face blanched. Manchester, New Hampshire? Why so far away? His ears grew hot. Did he really want to admit it was because Isabella wanted to go to school in Manchester? His mother got a funny look on her face. Ah, I see.
What?
You're cute when you're embarrassed. She whacked him playfully on the arm. What's her name?
Isabella. Whoa, had he just said that out loud?
Is she the girl you've been studying with? He scooped a spoonful of cereal and stuffed it into his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you should have her over for dinner. He nodded and swallowed.
Okay, I'll ask her.
She smiled. I'll have a talk with your father about all this.
Okay.
Chase took another bite. His father didn't care about his acting as much as he cared about him not disrespecting his mother, but the conversation had gone smoother than he'd thought. His mom seemed to be taking it well. She squeezed his shoulder. Love you, honey.
Love you too, Mom.
His mother went into the bathroom to fix her hair. He finished his cereal and hopped into the shower. In 30 minutes, he was out the door feeling better than he had in a long time. His mother was going to back off the auditions. He'd get to spend his senior year doing the things every other senior did. He did a little fist pump before getting in his car. He was free. The school day seemed to speed by, and soon he was standing in line in the busy lunchroom. He glanced around and saw Isabella sitting alone at the end of a table. What would she do if he sat by her? He picked up a sub sandwich and a carton of milk and punched in his account number. Gripping his tray, he turned. Yep, he was going to do it. He started toward the table when another girl sat next to Isabella, taking the empty seat. Chase frowned, grumbled under his breath, and walked past them to the table where he usually sat. He wasn't sure who that girl was, but he didn't like her much at the moment. Setting his tray down, he took a seat. Hey, Chase, one of the girls at the table said.
Hey.
He pulled out his phone and messaged 5.
Are you having a good day?
He watched Isabella take her phone out of her pocket, look at the screen, then glance his way. He lowered his gaze so she didn't catch him staring at her. Yes, even though it's Monday.
Something big happened this morning.
What?
I told my mom I didn't want to audition anymore.
You did? Holy schmoly, what did she say? He chuckled and felt her gaze on him once more, so he kept his eyes on his phone.
She was shocked at first, but then she was all right with it.
So that's it? Dang, you should have done that a long time ago.
I guess so.
When no more texts came, he glanced at her. She was talking to her friend, her fork in her hand. He slipped his phone back into his pocket and tried to concentrate on eating his lunch. But it was difficult. His gaze kept sliding over to Isabella. He watched her laughing with her friend and wondered what they were talking about. Then a guy stopped by their table and spoke to her. He didn't stay there for long, only a short conversation, but Chase grew insanely curious as to who he was. Then he remembered Five talking about a guy at school who'd spoken to her, a guy she liked. Was that him? His gaze trailed after him as he deposited his lunch tray and exited the room. He had short hair and wore khaki pants and a button-down shirt. He even wore glasses. Maybe Isabella liked him because he was smart, which suddenly annoyed Chase. He was smart, too. "What are you doing?" Chase looked at the girl by his side, Belinda. "What?" Belinda pointed to his sandwich. He was clutching it so tight the bread held finger impressions and the meat and cheese were falling out. "Nothing," he said, setting the ruined sandwich down. He wasn't hungry anymore anyway. "What did that guy do to you?" Belinda stared after him as well. Chase wiped his hand on his napkin. "He didn't do anything." He picked up his tray, slid his sandwich in the trash, and tossed it on the stack. He didn't feel so much like celebrating his victory from this morning anymore. He walked into his American history class and sat in his seat. The teacher wasn't in there yet, so he pulled out his phone and messaged Five again. "Just curious. Have you been talking to that guy you like?" "Aren't you in class?" "The teacher isn't here yet." "Well, mine is. You're going to get me in trouble." The bell rang and his teacher walked in. With gray hair and thick glasses, he figured he probably wouldn't notice if Chase kept his phone in his lap. "You didn't answer my question." "Yes, he's been talking to me. Happy?" "Not really. How much do you like him?" "Honestly, a lot." A gut punch. That's what it felt like. Now that he knew who Five was and had more than just a small crush on her, he couldn't stand the thought of her liking another guy. Who was he, anyway? "Forget him. Date me instead." "Why? Are you jealous?" He had nothing to lose by being honest with her. "Yes." This situation is hysterical. What did she mean by that? He glanced up at his teacher, but he was writing on the chalkboard and wasn't paying attention. "It's not funny to me." He sent her a pouty face emoji. "The teacher is glaring at me. Gotta go." "Okay." Chase slipped his phone in his pocket, not feeling much better. He vowed to find out who Isabella liked so he could size up his competition. History class dragged on and he stared at the wall, not paying much attention. His sour mood continued until he entered his physics class and Isabella smiled at him. He sat down and turned to her. "Hey." She pushed her glasses up with one finger. "Hi." "How's everything going?" "Fine." Her eyes held something he couldn't quite put his finger on. "You free to work on our paper tonight?" Her smile disappeared. "I have to clean out the gallery, get it ready for my stepsisters' big debut." Mr. Morgan walked in. "Why did the chicken cross the Mobius strip?" He waited for a moment, then said, "To get to the same side." A couple of people chuckled. Mr. Morgan grinned and waved a hand in the air. "It's okay. You don't have to clap." Chase gave Isabella a frown. "Sorry," he whispered, then turned around. Mr. Morgan opened his briefcase. "Today, we're going to partner up and work on our projects. If you haven't started on your papers yet, today is the day to do it." Chase turned his desk around. Good. He'd get to spend the period looking at Isabella, and maybe charming her a little. It couldn't hurt, right? Chapter 20. Isabella tried really hard not to smirk at Chase. He was jealous of himself. What a weird situation. His crush on Five was cute, but also a bit annoying. Five wasn't real. She was a girl in his imagination, a girl who didn't exist in the real world. As long as he didn't know who she was, Five could be anyone. He could imagine her to be what his heart desired, and that was the danger of revealing herself to him. Because Isabella wasn't nearly as fascinating as the mysterious, sexy woman he'd conjured up in his brain. Chase pulled out their paper. They discussed a few options and wrote the rest of the paper together. Then they talked about how they would present the materials to the class. After they got all the details ironed out, Chase cocked his head to the side, like he wanted to say something. But he stayed silent. Isabella mimicked his stance. Yes?
Sorry, was just thinking.
She gave him a small smile. About what?
I don't know.
He shrugged and made an it-doesn't-matter face.
I told you I have a secret crush. Just wondering if you have one.
Oh, no. This wasn't good. She was bad at lying. She could feel the heat coming up her neck. No, she said, even though she knew she'd be tomato red in a second. He squinted at her.
Really? Then why are you blushing?
She rolled her eyes. All right, maybe I do, but it's a secret crush, and that means I don't talk about it.
I told you about mine.
You said you don't even know her name. That's it. She squared her shoulders and returned his bold gaze, even though staring into his blue eyes was making her butterflies dance.
True.
So, we're even in my book. There, she'd gotten out of that conversation. He grinned his camera-ready smile and wielded the full power of his dimple.
Do you have any classes with him?
Dang. He wasn't going to give up. Fine. She glared at him. Yes?
How many?
1. But that's all you're getting out of me.
Have you talked to him today?
She threw her head back and looked at the ceiling. Why do you care? He glanced at the clock.
Just making conversation. We're done with our project and still have 5 minutes until the bell rings.
Then let's talk about something else. He picked up the papers on his desk and stuffed them in his backpack.
I don't want to. You're cute when you're flustered. Who is he?
Was he going to pester her until she gave him a name? Maybe she should just give him one. Any name. Savannah's brother popped into her head. She'd spoken to him today, and he was in her photography class. Paul. His name is Paul. Can we talk about something else now? Chase gave her a flat look.
Paul who?
She groaned. Oh, Evans. He raised an eyebrow.
Why do you like him?
Why do you like Phone Girl? She shot back, giving him a death stare. A funny grin spread across Chase's face.
She's witty and caring. And we talk about all kinds of things. I just feel a connection with her.
And that's why I like Paul. Isabella folded her arms across her chest and clamped her mouth shut. Hopefully, that would be enough. Chase nodded.
That's great.
His face didn't look like he thought that was great. The bell rang, and Isabella silently thanked the heavens. She gathered up her things while Chase turned his desk back around. He slung his backpack over one shoulder.
Want a ride?
She shook her head. No, I'm already in enough trouble at home. Chase worked his jaw, a hard look in his eyes.
You okay at home?
It was sweet that he felt protective of her. Yeah, nothing like that. She's just making me work extra hours to get ready for this weekend. He placed his hand on her arm, and the warmth from his skin spread. If he only knew what his touch did to her.
You call me if anything happens.
She nodded, unable to make words come out.
Are you sure you won't let me drive you?
Isabella bit her lip. She did need to go home and get the painting for Mr. Cato. It would take her extra long to walk home and then back to the gallery. She would get in trouble if she was late to work. Maybe you could drop me off a block from home? He nodded.
Sure thing.
She gave him a smile. Thanks. Isabella lugged the painting as she walked to the vibrant hue. It was large and awkward, but she had no other way to get it there. And Mr. Cato wanted to purchase it that day. She'd snuck it out through her balcony, which was difficult, but luckily she'd made it without falling off the cliff. When she entered the gallery, Leilani approached her. Ooh, can I see? Her eyebrows rose up as she looked at Isabella's painting.
Wow, you did this?
Yeah, she said, heat creeping into her cheeks.
It's brilliant.
Leilani clicked her tongue.
You've improved. I have no idea why Eleanor is hanging this junk up.
She pointed to Delilah's butt print. Probably to punish me. She's made that her life's mission.
What are you going to do with your painting?
Isabella grinned. I sold this to Mr. Cato. He's paying me $1,000 for it. Leilani clapped her hands.
That's more than you would have gotten hanging it in here. Take it and run, girl.
That's what I was thinking. She took the painting into the office and set it against the wall. She proceeded to get out the mop and fill the bucket with water. Mr. Cato came in when she was halfway through with the floors. She heard his voice before she saw him.
Where's my little art mouse?
She turned and smiled, a warmth flowing in her chest. She gave him a hug. How have you been? Mr. Cato patted her on the cheek.
Just fine, love. And you?
I'm doing okay.
She's treating you better?
Isabella shook her head. But I graduate this year, then I'm on my own. Mr. Cato gave her a sad smile.
You'll do well for yourself.
Thanks. She wanted to change the subject, so she led him into the office. Here's the painting. He stood back and stared at it.
Amazing. It's breathtaking. Even better in person. I can't wait to hang this in a special place. Maybe above my fireplace.
Isabella's throat tightened. She was selling her first painting, and he was going to hang it prominently in his home. Mr. Cato was known for his gatherings. Important people would see it. Her heart beat faster as she thought about it. I'll go wrap this up in the back.
I'll make out a check.
He grinned at her, then held out his hand suddenly.
Wait.
He peered at the painting.
Oh, no, this won't do.
A sinking feeling started in her gut. What?
You forgot to sign it.
Oh. She'd been working on her artist's signature, but hadn't perfected it yet. Most of her paintings were unsigned. Sorry, I'll sign it now.
Perfect.
Mr. Cato grinned with his whole face. He wrote her a check as she signed the painting. She gave him the painting and another hug before he left. She couldn't get over her emotions. $1,000. It wouldn't pay for school, but it would help get her started. Maybe she could sell a few more paintings. Her phone vibrated with a call and her heart sped up. Chase was calling. She pulled her phone out and saw Savannah's name on the screen. She took a deep breath and answered. Hey, what's up? Savannah's lively voice came through the line. Are you going to come over for a dress fitting? I don't think I can tonight. I still have to wash the windows. Well, we can't put it off until the last minute. What if the dress doesn't fit? Savannah was a little bit of a drama queen sometimes. Isabella held in an eye roll. They were practically twins when it came to size. I'll see if I can sneak away tomorrow. All right, Savannah squealed. I'm so excited for you. Don't get your hopes up too much. Remember, Eleanor's making me work the gala. I might not even get to sneak away. Girl, you'd better, because I'm living a fantasy through you, and I need this dance. Isabella laughed. You'd better get yourself a man. If you think my love life is fantasy-worthy, you're pretty desperate. They said their goodbyes and hung up the phone. Isabella looked at the half-mopped floors and sighed. Maybe the rest of the week would go better. Chapter 21. Isabella's hopes were dashed when Eleanor insisted on her working until all hours of the night each day of the week. As far as Chase was concerned, she spent her days alternating between texting as Five and talking to him at school as Isabella. She wasn't sure how long she could keep up the separation. It seemed as if things were blending together. By Saturday, Isabella was exhausted. Eleanor made her dress up in a little black waitress outfit to serve the guests. At 8 o'clock, Delilah came out in her elaborate fall formal dress. The entire thing was silver, with silver buttons and silver lace. The skirts expanded out so large she looked like a giant light fixture. Eleanor introduced Delilah and her art. Isabella smiled and clapped at the appropriate times. After a few minutes of mingling, Eleanor sent Delilah and Ava off to the dance, a gleeful look of triumph in her eyes. Then she turned to Isabella. "Go get more bacon-wrapped poppers from the back. How did you not notice this tray was out of them?" She sighed and nodded. "Yes, ma'am." She hurried to make Eleanor happy. At 9 o'clock, she slipped into the office to check her phone. She had several messages from Chase. "Five, I know you're busy. Just wanted you to know I'm at the dance and waiting for you when you can slip away. Oh, heavens, Delilah just showed up. I guess she took my silver comment seriously. I hope you can come soon. Delilah doesn't believe that I have a date. You okay?" She smiled and messaged him back. "I'm okay. Trying to slip away soon." Isabella shoved the phone back into her purse and pulled out the photo of her mother. "Almost time, Mom. I'm kinda nervous." She touched the photo. Her mother would understand. Eleanor burst into the office, and Isabella stuffed the photo in her clutch purse and turned to her. Eleanor's eyes narrowed. "What are you doing in here?" "Nothing." "Hiding from responsibility?" Eleanor folded her arms and glared. "Honestly, child, I have no idea why I put up with you." "Why do you?" The words were out before she could think, and she regretted them instantly. Eleanor sighed. "I have no choice. I married into this—" She waved her hand over Isabella. "Situation." That's what she thought of Isabella? She wasn't a daughter. She was a situation. Blinking back tears, Isabella stood straight, determined not to let Eleanor get to her. "I'll be gone soon." Eleanor made a face. "I know." What did that mean? It looked like Eleanor wasn't too happy about that fact. What was that about? Isabella cleared her throat and brushed past Eleanor. "I'll go bring out more food." She left before she could hear Eleanor's reply. Typical. She wasn't anything more than a nuisance to Eleanor. It stung, but she didn't want to think about it. All she wanted to do was leave. Time crawled as she served guests and talked about how special the new art was. She had to listen to people go on about the interesting choice of color and shape and how the pieces flowed into one another. She supposed people were impressed with the art because Eleanor had said it was innovative, and Eleanor was seen as an important member of their high society. Or some other bull like that. As 10 o'clock came and went, Isabella felt an urgency to get out. Leilani pulled her aside. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was going to be this busy, and Eleanor is watching you like a hawk. I don't know what to do." Paco came up behind them. "I've called in reinforcements." What did that mean? Before she could ask, Mr. Cato walked in and took Eleanor's arm. "Darling, how are you? It's been way too long." He carted her off into one of the showrooms. Paco grinned. "There, he said he'd keep her busy for a while." Isabella threw her arms around him. "Thank you, Paco. You're a lifesaver." His cheeks reddened. "Go on now. Get out of here. I want a full report, Leilani said, shoving her toward the door. Isabella paused. Wait, I have to get my purse. She ran into the office, grabbed it, and then sprinted toward the door. Thank you, she mouthed toward Leilani and Paco. Once outside, the night air felt good on her skin. She started toward Savannah's when a car pulled up beside her, the window down. Finally, Savannah shouted. I have been waiting out here forever. Get in. Isabella didn't have time to question her. She climbed into the car and slammed the door shut. Thank you. Let's go. Savannah peeled out. They arrived at Savannah's house in no time. Isabella followed her up to her room. Savannah opened her closet and shoved the dress at Isabella. Get undressed. You brought your contacts, right? They're in my purse. She held it up. Okay, put them in, now. Savannah pushed her toward the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Isabella stood before the mirror in the bathroom. She closed her eyes and held her breath while Savannah zipped up the back of the dress. It was a bit snug, but the zipper went up without too much gut-sucking. There, Savannah said, lowering her hair. It's perfect. Look. She turned Isabella toward the mirror. Isabella stared at her reflection. Wow. I know, right? This dress is awesome, and you look hot in it. Heat rose to her cheeks. Isabella had never felt so beautiful. Without her glasses, her eyes actually looked pretty. She turned both directions to see how the dress looked from each side. Not bad. Savannah brought out the matching shoes. They were flats with teal jewels on them. They looked like ballerina slippers. Those are gorgeous. And they feel like you're walking on air. Try them on. Isabella slipped her feet into them. They're a little big, but I think it'll work. She walked around the bathroom. Yeah, they won't come off. Savannah started scooping up her hair. Now to get the wig on you. Chase looked at the clock again. Almost 11. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked around the outside of the gym once more. She was coming, right? He didn't want to hold out too much hope, but this meant more to him than he wanted to admit. 5 had become his confidant, his best friend, and he wanted her to be more. His phone chimed, and he took it out to look at the message. On my way now. Sorry it took so long. Relief lifted the tension from his shoulders. I'll be by the entrance. I'm wearing a teal dress. Can't wait to see you. He adjusted his black mask and began walking toward the front doors. Chase! A voice called out, and he turned to see Delilah coming at him in full force. Her dress took up the whole hallway. She must have shopped for hours to find it. Or maybe she paid someone to make it for her. He wasn't sure, but he did feel a twinge of guilt for leading her on. Hi, Delilah. Your date still hasn't shown up? She made eyes at him. Must be fate. She's coming right now. In fact, I need to go meet her at the entrance. Delilah pulled on his arm. Come on, stop pretending. I know you wanted to come here with me. You can stop being coy. Let's dance. He wriggled out of her grasp. Sorry, I told you. I'm here with someone else. Delilah put her hands on her hips. Then where is she, huh? The doors opened, and Isabella stepped in. At least, he thought it was her. Her hair was piled on top of her head, a few curly tendrils falling down, and it was a deep red color. She wore a teal dress that showed off her figure, and she had on matching slippers. A masquerade mask with a large black feather extending up adorned her face. She nervously bit her lip. There she is, Chase said under his breath. He walked away from Delilah. As he neared, he couldn't help but smile. You made it. Delilah followed after him. Her? This is your date? Her screechy voice grated on his nerves. He didn't even turn to look at Delilah. His eyes couldn't get enough of Isabella.
Yes.
Delilah made a disgusted snort. Why, she's so plain. When he didn't respond, she grunted and turned on her heel. Well, I never. She stalked off down the hallway, leaving him alone with Isabella. He suddenly felt nervous and a bit shy.
5,
he said, tentatively. She nodded. Sorry I'm so late. He itched to touch her, but he tempered his desires.
I understand.
He glanced toward the gym.
Want to go in?
Isabella gave him a smile. Okay. They walked down the hallway.
You look lovely,
he said, feeling like a tongue-tied little kid. She blushed. Thank you. When he opened the door for her, the music grew louder. The gym was decorated in light and dark purples, with clusters of balloons on the walls and hanging from the ceiling. Streams of fabric hung, coming out from a large cluster of balloons in the center like spokes on a Ferris wheel. White twinkle lights adorned the walls. A live band played on the stage. The strains from the song Imagine by John Lennon rang out. He took Isabella's hand.
Want to dance?
Yes, she said, a little breathless. He pulled her out onto the dance floor and placed one hand on her back, taking his stance as he had learned in dance class. He began moving to the music. She peered up at him through her mask. You're a good dancer.
Actors have to know how to dance. At least, that's what Mom always said.
He grinned at her.
But right now, I don't mind so much.
Electricity skittered across where his skin touched hers, and he pulled her closer. Isabella lowered her lashes. So, do I look like you imagined? He grinned and whispered in her ear.
Better than I imagined.
She peered at him, her eyes skeptical. But I'm just average. He caressed her hand with his thumb.
How many times do I need to tell you that I don't care what you look like?
She stayed silent, so he continued.
As we've been texting each other, I've gotten to know who you are on the inside.
He looked into her chocolate brown eyes, just now realizing she wasn't wearing her glasses. He swallowed.
You're beautiful.
She blushed a deeper shade of red and looked past him. Has it been this crowded all night?
No, it was pretty bare earlier. Most people probably went out to eat before the dance.
The song ended and he let go of her.
Are you thirsty? Want something to drink?
Sure. She led the way to the punch bowl. It sat on a table by the wall. He scooped up a cup for her and she gulped it down. He chuckled.
More?
She shook her head. No, but thank you. I needed that. She tossed the empty plastic cup in the trash.
You look flushed. Do you want to go outside?
A look of relief came over her. Yes. He held the door for her. The light breeze felt good on his face. Isabella smiled up at him. They walked down a path that led them around the school. Chase wasn't sure if she would pull away if he tried to hold her hand, so he put his hands in his pockets. It was driving him crazy that she liked another guy, but there wasn't much he could do about it. Do you feel like everything happens for a reason? She asked.
What, like fate or something?
She nodded. Yes. Do you believe in fate? He took in a breath and let it out slowly, trying to think of a good answer.
I guess I kind of do. I mean, I think sometimes we make our own destiny, but ultimately, I believe there's a higher power out there who has control.
Isabella slowed her steps. If there's a higher power who's in control, then why do bad things happen to good people? He stopped walking and turned to her. The moonlight lit up her face, and he looked into her dark eyes.
That's a question people have been struggling with ever since time began.
She peered up at him, her eyebrows furrowed. What do you think? He cupped her cheek with his hand, unable to stand it any more.
I think even the bad things that happen ultimately do some good. They shape us into the people we become.
He didn't finish the thought because he didn't want to tell her what an amazing person he thought she had already become. He'd embarrassed her enough tonight. She blinked at him, her mask hiding her expression. What about right now? Is this fate? His gaze landed on her lips.
Yes,
he whispered, mesmerized. He leaned in, and her lips parted. Did that mean she wanted him to kiss her? He came in a little closer, waiting to see if she would back away from him. When she didn't, he brushed his lips across hers. Her lips were soft and warm, and the sensations washing over him left him breathless. He wanted more. He kissed her again, slowly, more thoroughly. Her lips were like nothing he'd ever experienced. He'd kissed girls before, but none of them tilted his world quite like Isabella. He kissed the corner of her mouth, and then her jaw. A desire to show her he knew who she was welled up in him. He wanted her to realize he liked her for who she really was. He pulled back and reached up to her mask. Slowly, he began lifting it. This broke the spell, and Isabella gasped, stepping back, both hands on her mask. "Don't!" she said, her voice almost panicked. He ran a hand through his hair. "Sorry." Chapter 22. Isabella turned away from him, her heart pounding in her chest from the kiss and from Chase almost finding out who she was. He reached out and touched her shoulder.
I didn't mean to.
Her fingers trembled as she tried to calm her racing heart. He kissed her, and it was amazing. Seriously, it was fireworks in the sky kind of amazing. But she wondered if he'd done it just to try to remove her mask, to find out who she really was. "You promised," she said, hurt, lacing her words. He put his arms around her shoulders, pulling her back to his chest.
"You're right. I'm sorry."
He stood there for a moment, hugging her close. She smelled his cologne, and it made her knees weak. When he let her go, she took a step away.
"Please forgive me,"
he said, his voice soft. She turned toward him and swallowed the pain of his kiss, the kiss that didn't mean what she had hoped it did. "It's already forgotten." A breeze raised goosebumps on her skin, and she hugged her arms.
"Are you cold?"
"Kind of." He shrugged out of his tuxedo jacket.
"Here."
He helped her slip her arms in.
"Better?"
She nodded, his smell now enveloping her. They continued to walk around the school, but some of the magic of the evening was gone. She couldn't quite let go of the kiss, and the reason behind it. She could imagine how things would have gone had he gotten her mask off. He would have looked at her and said,
"Isabella?"
The question would have been full of shock and disbelief. He would have recoiled from her, and the look on his face, she didn't want to think about that. Would it have held disgust, disappointment, both? She tried to steady her breathing as they neared the front entrance again. She suddenly wanted the evening to end. Only Savannah wouldn't be back to pick her up until midnight when the dance ended. She had to stick it out for a while longer.
"Ready to go back inside?"
Chase asked, his voice low. "Yes." She shrugged out of his jacket and handed it to him. He gave her a long look before putting it back on. Once they were back in the gym, Chase took her hand.
"Let's start this date over. Will you dance with me?"
She nodded, and they once again went out on the gym floor. The same place where this whole thing started. The pain from that first meeting bubbled up and added to her embarrassment. She'd been so unremarkable, he couldn't even remember what she looked like. He hadn't really seen her, and hadn't cared to. He was looking at a pig. Chase pulled her close, holding her hand up and stepping in time to One Call Away by Charlie Puth. His touch sent her heart into overdrive again. A lump swelled in her throat. They danced several more songs, Isabella bracing herself against the pain of being in his arms. She stuffed her hurt deep inside and forced a smile. She could handle a few more dances. The band announced the last song, and relief flooded Isabella. It was almost over, and then she could disappear and not have to deal with it anymore. They were almost done with their school project. She could go back to texting him and never reveal who she really was. He seemed to sense her mood because he leaned down and whispered in her ear, "I messed everything up, didn't I?" She blinked, trying not to let her tears spill over onto her cheeks. "I'm fine," she lied. "No, you're not. You're shutting me out. I can see it." He frowned. She bit her lip, unsure of what to tell him. "I'm sorry. This was a bad idea." "Don't say that, please." He looked stricken. She pressed her lips together, not knowing what else to say. The song was coming to an end soon anyway. 30 more seconds and she could leave. "I wasn't trying to..."
"Chase!" Delilah came up to him. "Can I cut in?"
Perfect. Isabella backed away. Have at it. Chase sent her a pleading look, but she backed up and Delilah grabbed hold of him. Isabella wanted to bolt, to run and not look back, but a part of her felt obligated to at least say goodbye to Chase, so she waited until the dance ended. As soon as the last of the music died out, Chase let go of Delilah and approached her. 5, he said, his face desperate. Delilah followed him over. The lights came on and Jason hopped up on the stage. He took the microphone.
"What a great fall formal, huh?"
Everyone cheered.
"How about a hand for the band?"
More cheers erupted. Isabella politely clapped along with everyone else.
"Now that the masquerade is over, let's all reveal who we are."
He grabbed his mask and removed it, then tossed it up in the air. Suddenly, everyone around Isabella was mimicking Jason, their masks flying. Isabella stood, frozen, watching in horror as Delilah tore hers off and tossed it. When Chase didn't move, she tore his off as well. Chase's eyes widened. Delilah glared at Isabella. "Take off your mask," she demanded. When Isabella didn't move, Delilah reached for her. Isabella ducked, panic coursing through her. She turned and ran toward the doors. Her slippers slapped on the squeaky gym floor as she desperately tried to get out of there.
5.
Chase called after her. She didn't look back. The metal bar on the gym door clanged as she shoved it, and she ran into the hall, pushing her way past a group of girls in formal dresses. 5! Her heart slammed against her ribs. She ran out the front door and down the steps. One of her slippers slid off as she sprinted down the steps, but she couldn't go back for it. She spied Savannah's car idling by the curb and headed toward it.
5, wait!
Chase stopped on the steps and picked up her slipper. Isabella threw open the car door and sat down. She pulled her dress in and shut the door. "Go!" Savannah pressed the gas and they sped off. Isabella's heart raced, and she tried to catch her breath while Savannah hammered her with questions. "What happened? Why were you running? What did Chase do?" "I lost one of your slippers. I'm so sorry." "I don't care about the slipper. What happened in there?" Isabella slid her mask off, putting her hand on her chest. "I was running because they had this big mask-off reveal at the end. Delilah about ripped mine off my head. I had to get out of there fast." A huge grin on her face, Savannah waved her hand for more details. What else happened? The dance was fine until Chase kissed me. What? Savannah yelled, and the car swerved. Watch where you're going! Isabella waited until Savannah slowed to continue. The kiss itself was fantastic. Savannah screamed with her lips pressed together, which actually worked better than Isabella thought it would. You kissed Chase Hawkins! He kissed 5. You're 5! But he doesn't know that. He kissed a mystery woman, and while he was kissing me, he tried to take my mask off. Oh, no, he didn't. Yes, he did. And that's when it dawned on me. He was just kissing me to distract me so he could tear that mask off and see who I really was, which was a low thing to do. Are you sure that's what he was doing? Savannah pulled the car into her driveway and cut the engine. She twisted in her seat to face Isabella. He could have just been really into the kissing. He was. But that's not why he wanted the mask off. He wants to know who 5 is. That's what he's wanted all along. Pain bubbled up again, and she swallowed it down. Savannah crossed her arms. I don't know. Come on, I need to change and get back to the vibrant hue before they pack up. Hopefully, Eleanor was too busy to notice I've been gone. I don't know how you stand her. I keep telling you to run away. I know. They raced inside Savannah's house, and Isabella changed back into her black outfit, taking off the wig. She pulled pins out of her hair as Savannah drove her back to the gallery. When they pulled up in front, Isabella's breath caught, and she clutched the door handle. All the lights were off. The sign was dark. No cars were left in the parking area. I'm so dead, she whispered. Chapter 23. Chase clutched the teal slipper in his hand and watched the red taillights fade into the distance. He'd totally messed up the whole night. How could he have been so stupid? He knew 5 was determined to remain anonymous. Why had he tried to reveal her identity? And then Delilah had to show up and make everything worse. The big reveal at the end of the dance didn't help at all, and now he wasn't sure if 5 would ever text him again. He pulled his phone out of his pocket, wondering if he should text her now or give her time to get over the evening. Delilah came running up to him. Chase? He sighed. What do you want, Delilah? Why were you calling her 5? He shrugged. Who was that? Why'd she freak out about the stupid mask? There was no way he was going to tell her anything. I don't know who it was. He stuffed the teal slipper in his pocket. Delilah gave him a quizzical look, but then smiled. Guess she decided she didn't want to be with you after all. I guess so, he said, turning toward the parking lot. Good night, Delilah. She beamed and then waved at him. See you Monday. He climbed into his car and drove home, his chest numb. He readied for bed and then sat at his desk, remembering how Isabella had shoved the Skittles in his mouth, falling on top of him. He stared at his phone. He missed her. 5, are you there? He waited 2 minutes for a response, but nothing came. 5, answer me. The cold silence stretched out before him. He tried once more. Please, answer. I'm sorry. I need you. He waited another 10 minutes before giving up, tossing his phone on his nightstand. He climbed into bed and closed his eyes. Unfortunately, sleep didn't come for a long time. Isabella's stomach clenched as they pulled up to her house. Savannah waved at her from the car window. Call me tomorrow. I will, Isabella promised. She steeled herself for a huge lecture, and possibly worse, before opening the door. Eleanor stood in the living room, steely black eyes staring right at her. Isabella had no excuses. She'd left the gallery, and Eleanor knew it. Nothing would ward off her punishment, so she stayed silent. "Where were you?" Eleanor said, her voice icy. Isabella stared back. Nothing she could say would help. She pressed her lips together. "Answer me." Delilah came in the living room, her dress swooshing. She stopped, dead, assessing the situation. "What happened?" Eleanor walked around Isabella, her arms folded across her chest. "Isabella left the gala, left me stranded, made me look like a fool." Delilah's face shone with glee. "Oh, you're in big trouble." Eleanor held out her hand. "Your phone, now." Isabella balked. She'd never gotten around to taking Chase's name out of her phone. Would Eleanor find it in there? She hesitated, and Eleanor grabbed her arm. "Now." Eleanor squeezed, and pain shot up Isabella's arm. She cried out, "Give me your phone." Isabella blinked back tears as she fished the phone out of her clutch. Eleanor snatched it and let go of her arm. "Girls who sneak away during important events do not get the privilege of having their own cell phones." Delilah's face held a smug smile. Isabella clamped her mouth shut and refused to give them any more ammunition against her. Eleanor held the phone up high. "This is now mine." Just then, her phone vibrated, a soft sound that sent terror through Isabella. Eleanor narrowed her eyes and peered at the screen. Then her cheeks reddened. "Chase Hawkins is texting you?" "What?" Delilah yelled, wild fury in her eyes. "What?" "Why is he calling you 5? Delilah turned to her, squinting, her teeth clenched together. "You!" There was a pause, when time slowed for a moment, and Isabella could see things happening in slow motion. Delilah pulled back her hand. Eleanor stared at her, a look of horror on her face. Her phone vibrated again. And then full motion returned, and Delilah's hand slapped against Isabella's cheek, hard. Isabella reeled back from the slap, her hands clutching her stinging cheek. "You went to the dance with Chase." Delilah came at her again, but this time Isabella was ready. She ducked, and Delilah's own swing knocked her off balance. Delilah teetered for a moment, then fell to her knees. "Stop!" Eleanor's cold voice rang out, and Isabella froze. Eleanor backed Isabella up to the wall, her face just inches from hers. "You stole your sister's date to the dance?" Delilah scrambled to her feet as best she could in her silver monstrosity of a dress. "Yes, she did. She went with Chase, but with a wig on. He doesn't know who she really is." Eleanor took a step back. "What?" Delilah pointed a long, bony finger at Isabella. "He called her 5. He said he didn't know her real name." "Really?" Eleanor's voice dripped with glee. "Well, isn't that interesting?" She stared for a moment at the cell phone in her hand. "He's been texting you on here?" Isabella didn't answer. "Intriguing." Eleanor scrolled through the texts, and Isabella's face heated. Eleanor frowned, then opened her hand. The cell phone clattered to the hardwood floor. She looked at it, then stepped on it with the heel of her boot, cracking the screen. "No!" Isabella shouted. Eleanor put more weight on her heel, and the screen shattered. Bits of cell phone guts flew out as she ground her heel. "There, I think that takes care of that." The look of pure delight on Delilah's face made Isabella's stomach turn. Eleanor pointed to the destroyed cell phone. "Clean this up. Then get to bed. You have to start work early tomorrow. I need the gallery cleaned. It's a mess." Eleanor and Delilah stalked out of the room. Isabella stared at her broken phone. She could no longer contact Chase. Chase woke Sunday morning and checked his phone. No messages from 5. He sent her a few more pleas to message him back, with no response. He waited all morning. A horrible feeling took over as his phone sat silent. He spent the day brooding in his room, beating himself up for trying to lift her mask. He went over the dance in his mind 1,000,000 times, thinking of how it could have ended differently, how he could have come out the hero of the night. He told his mother he wasn't feeling well and skipped family dinner at the table. He ate stale potato chips and stared up at his bedroom ceiling. Finally, around 8 o'clock, he wandered into the kitchen looking for something more to eat. He poured himself a bowl of cereal, unable to find anything else. His mother came in and started scrubbing the dinner dishes. She glanced over at him. "You okay? What happened at the dance last night?" Chase grabbed a fistful of hair and stared down at the table. "I messed up. My date hates me now." His mother raised an eyebrow. "Did you apologize?" "Yes, a lot. She's not texting me back." His mother set the washcloth down and pulled out the chair beside him. Sometimes apologies have to be made in person. Chase pushed his cereal around the bowl with his spoon. No longer hungry. If only that would work. Isabella would freak out if he showed up at the gallery and spilled his guts. His mother patted him on the shoulder. "Don't forget your values. Be honest with her. She'll come around." Honest. That was where he'd messed up, wasn't it? If he had been honest with himself, he would have told Isabella he was starting to like her. And when he found out who 5 was, he should have told Isabella he had deeper feelings for her. He stared at his mother. "Thanks, I think you helped." She grinned. "You're welcome." He picked up his bowl and put it in the sink. "I'm going to go apologize in person," he said, as he walked to his room. If he was going to fix this situation, it would have to be done face to face. His mother was right. Honesty. No more pretending. He had to go to Isabella. And he most likely knew where she'd be. "Be back by 11. His mother gave him a look. "Sure." He threw on a jacket and left the house. The drive to the gallery didn't take as long as he thought. Relief poured over him when he saw the lights in the back still on. He got out of his car and knocked on the glass door. Isabella let him in, her eyes wide with surprise. "Chase? What are you doing here?" Words failed him. He knew he needed to be honest. But how could he reveal his feelings and not send her running? He cleared his throat to give him time to think. Then he said the first thing that popped into his head. "I wanted to see you." That was honest, right? He looked down at the rag in her hand. "Want some help?" "You want to clean the bathroom with me?" "Sure." She shot him a skeptical look, but stepped aside anyway. He took the rag from her as they walked into the back of the gallery. "What have you been up to?" "Cleaning up this place. It was a total mess after the gala event." She looked tired. He picked up the Clorox spray bottle on the back of the toilet and went to work on the tile. "You've been here all day?" "Yeah." The strong smell made his eyes water. "You almost done?" "Just about. We sold a painting today, so I have to do a little computer work before I can go." She brushed a strand of hair from her face and pushed up her glasses. "Want some music while we work?" He pulled out his phone. "Sure," she said, eyeballing him. He was pretty sure it wouldn't be a good idea to just come out and tell her he knew she was 5. But if he led her to it slowly, that might work. He pulled up the Beatles song Yesterday and hoped she'd get the hint that he was sorry for what happened last night. He set his phone down on the sink and continued to scrub the floors. Isabella stared at him as the song started, but when he didn't look at her, She went back to wiping the mirror. He sang softly along with the song, but couldn't help but get louder as the chorus played. She looked back at him with surprise. "You can sing. I mean, you have a great voice."
"Singing lessons. My mom thought it would make me a more marketable actor."
He shrugged at her and gave her a smile. The smell of bleach was starting to get to him, and he stood up.
"Is this good enough?"
"Yes." She grabbed the cleaning bottles and took the rag back. "They go in the back cabinet." He washed his hands, then picked up his phone and followed her to the back room. When she turned, he noticed more bruises on her arm. Anger tightened his throat. He stepped in front of her.
"Was your stepmother upset at you last night?"
She peered up at him, her eyes widening a little. "Why do you ask?" Pointing to her arm, he said,
"She hurt you again."
Isabella glanced down, her cheeks reddening. "Yes." Unable to stop himself, Chase pulled her into his arms and kissed her on the forehead. Guilt for everything that happened last night overwhelmed him.
"I'm sorry."
"What for?" she whispered. He held her tighter.
"For not being there for you. For putting you in the position I did."
He paused for a few moments, hoping she'd understand. When she didn't say anything else, he said,
"For making it difficult for you to trust me."
Her breath hitched, and she stiffened. He rubbed her back, desperate to show her he cared for her, Isabella, not just 5. Finally, she spoke. "You figured it out, didn't you?"
"Yes,"
he said, not letting her go.
"I hope you can forgive me. I didn't mean to break my promise. I never meant to hurt you."
She was silent a moment. "How long have you known?"
"A week."
She pulled back from him. "Why didn't you tell me?"
"I didn't know how. I didn't want you to run away from me."
He brushed his fingers across her cheek.
"I was trying to tell you last night, but it didn't work."
"I thought you'd be..." She swallowed, her gaze landing on the floor. "I thought you'd be disappointed when you found out." He leaned over and gave her the lightest of kisses.
"I was anything but disappointed."
He kissed her again, longer this time. After he pulled back, he admitted,
"I was starting to have feelings for both of you."
He brushed the pad of his thumb along her jawline.
"Imagine how happy I was to find out I could like you both, without it being complicated."
"This is anything but simple."
"True. And if you like Paul instead."
Isabella burst out laughing. "Paul wasn't really Paul. I liked you from the beginning, which was really funny when you were jealous of yourself." Chase was so relieved by this, he pulled her in for another long kiss.
"Then you'll be my girlfriend?"
Her eyebrows knit together, and she shook her head. "I can't." Chapter 24. Isabella's chest tightened, and she pulled away from Chase. "We can't have a relationship."
"Why not?"
"My stepmother, Delilah, I don't know what they'd do to me." She blinked, unable to hold back the wave of emotion crashing through her. Chase liked her, and not just as 5, the mystery girl. He liked Isabella. Her spirits soared despite the circumstances.
"We can keep it a secret. They don't have to know."
He took a step toward her, taking her hand in his. "She'll find out." She lowered her gaze. "She saw your texts last night. My phone." She crushed it. Tingles ran through her as he squeezed her hand.
"I'll be more careful."
The thought was tempting. Sneaking away to see Chase on a personal level. She could easily talk herself into that. But it wasn't very smart. Even having you here right now is risky. If Eleanor came in...
"I won't come to the gallery anymore. We can meet somewhere else."
She bit her bottom lip, wondering if she were crazy to seriously consider it. They could be careful not to be seen together at school or the gallery. Maybe that would work. He wrapped his arms around her, the warmth of his chest making her heart pound.
It has to work. Because I'm falling for you, Isabella, and I need you in my life.
She closed her eyes, and for the first time she allowed herself to think that maybe she could have her Prince Charming. Isabella approached Flatwater Park, but there was no sign of Chase at their usual meeting spot. She pried up the loose brick and found a note. She unfolded it. In his slanted scrawl she'd come to love, it said, "I'll be a few minutes late. Please wait for me. Love, Chase." She looked around, stuffed the note in her jacket pocket, then sat on the bench to wait. They'd been meeting for 2 weeks, in secret, after dark. When she saw his shadowy figure approaching, her heart pounded in her chest. She ran to him, and he pulled her in for a hug.
Thanks for waiting.
They sat down on the bench, and she snuggled her back into his chest. He put his arms around her and lightly caressed her arm. They chatted for a few moments, then sat in silence, just enjoying being together. Chase kissed her temple.
You told me your father was an artist. What did he do?
He was a painter. He grew famous for his technique of painting with his fingers. He taught it to me. Chase shifted to look at her face.
You don't use a brush?
No. There's something more organic about applying the paint directly with your fingers. It makes me feel at one with the art. She felt a blush creep up her neck. That's stupid, huh?
No, he reassured her. Not at all. That's cool.
He pulled her back to his chest.
What about your mother?
She was a dancer. Isabella pulled out the worn photograph she kept in her pocket. This is her senior photo. Her name was Emma. Chase took the picture and looked at it.
She was beautiful. You have her eyes.
Emotion surged in Isabella, and tears blurred her vision. Really? He handed her back the photo.
Definitely.
Isabella touched the picture. This is all I have left of her. Besides the painting of her my father did that's locked up in the attic. Eleanor threw everything else out.
How cruel.
Isabella couldn't say anything. Her throat was too tight.
How's your art going?
Chase's low voice was close to her ear. I wish I still had my phone. I would have taken a picture of the latest one. It's my favorite yet.
Tell me about it.
He ran his thumb over the back of her hand, sending goosebumps over her skin. It's a meadow of wildflowers, a stormy sky above. He kissed the top of her head.
I wish I could see it.
She looked up at him. Really?
Yeah, I love your art.
She sat up. Want to come see it now? His eyebrows rose.
You're asking me if I want to sneak into your bedroom with you?
She whacked him on the arm. Just to see the painting, creep. He chuckled.
Okay, let's go.
They walked to her house, her nerves sending butterflies into overdrive. This would be the first time she'd shared one of her paintings with a guy she liked. At least, the first time in person. She showed him where to climb to get to her balcony. After they were both up, Chase put his arm around her shoulders.
This is a great view.
My father was a little concerned about living on the edge of a cliff, but I wanted this house, so he bought it.
Sounds like a sweet guy.
She nodded, suddenly emotional. She slipped open the sliding glass door and led him into her room.
Wow, this is huge.
My father let me have the master bedroom. Chase walked to her wall where the paintings were lined up. He pointed to the wildflower one.
That's fantastic. Why doesn't your stepmother sell these in the gallery? They'd bring in a lot of money.
She keeps saying I'm almost there, that I need to improve a little more before they're ready. I think it's one more way for her to torture me. Isabella tried not to get emotional. Eleanor wasn't worth it.
You're more than there. You're brilliant.
He flipped through more paintings.
You could sell these for more than 1,000 each.
Even though Chase wasn't an expert in the art world, She appreciated the sentiment and warmed from the compliment. He looked through her paintings, whistling when he came to one he particularly liked. When he was done, he took her hands. "I'd better get going. Thank you for showing me your beautiful artwork. Someday, you'll be just as famous as your father." Her heart pounded as he pulled her closer for a goodnight kiss. His kisses always made her knees weak and her pulse race. "Good night," she said, after he broke away. The door handle wiggled, and a pounding sounded. "Isabella?" Fear jumped into her throat. "Quick!" She shoved him toward the glass doors. He slipped outside and down the side of the house before she could say anything else. She waited a moment before unlocking her door. Delilah stood there, her arms folded, a murderous look on her face. "Who were you talking to?" Isabella swallowed. "No one. I was just talking to myself." Shoving past her, Delilah darted around the room. "I heard a man's voice." "Well, then, where is he?" Delilah searched the closet and then entered the bathroom. "You had a guy in here. I know it." She opened the sliding doors and walked out onto the balcony. She peered over the edge. "What, you think he jumped?" Delilah glared at her. "I don't know where he went, but you're going to be in trouble when I tell Mom." She stomped out of the room, slamming the door. Isabella tried to calm her racing heart. That was close. Too close. She had to be more careful. Chapter 25. The next day at school, Chase came up behind her in the hallway. "Hey." She turned to face him. A smile formed on her lips, despite the close call last night. "How are you?" "That's what I wanted to ask you. Did you get into trouble?" His gaze landed on her arm where the bruises had healed. "No. Delilah thought she heard a guy in my room, but she didn't find anything." "I'm a fast climber." He grinned. "Maybe we should cool things for a while," Isabella said. When she saw the look on his face, she added, "Just until Delilah's convinced I'm not sneaking guys into my bedroom." He reached for her hand, but she pulled it back, afraid Delilah would come walking around the corner. He frowned. "I won't come near your house. Just meet me tonight in the park." She hesitated, afraid to say yes. "I don't know." "Please?" He gave her his movie star smile. How could she say no to that? She blew out a breath. "Okay, a regular time." A foreboding feeling crept into her chest, but she ignored it. Nothing would happen. No one knew where they met. And Chase was too hard to say no to. He leaned over and gave her a kiss. "See you in physics." Her heart stuttered as she watched him walk down the hallway. He really didn't care who saw them together. He didn't mind committing social suicide. She liked that about him. He wasn't concerned with his status like so many others. But that ominous feeling in her grew as the day progressed. When she finally met him in the park, she'd convinced herself it was just silly worries. He pulled her close and gave her a long, slow kiss. Then he put his forehead against hers. "I've been wanting to do that all day." She grinned up at him. "I won't complain if you want to do it again." He chuckled and hugged her tight. "How are things at home? Your stepmother say anything?" "No, and it's a little weird. Normally when Delilah complains about something, she'll tear into me and make me rearrange the gallery or something. But she was eerily silent this morning." "Maybe Delilah didn't say anything since she didn't actually see me." Wishful thinking. Maybe. The foreboding feeling crept back over her, but she pushed it down and snuggled into his chest. "Let's talk about something else." They settled on the bench, and Isabella leaned against him, his arm around her shoulders. "How's college hunting going?" she asked.
I didn't want to say anything until I got the application done, but now that it's off and into the mail, I'll spill it. She glanced up at him. Yes? I applied to UNH Manchester. She turned and threw her arms around him. Are you serious? We could both be going to college in Manchester? Warmth enveloped her. This was too good to be true. She half expected to wake up at any moment to her real senior year. I don't know if I'll get in, he said, chuckling. But you want to be near me. That means a lot. They talked for another half hour before Isabella started feeling anxious. I should get going. Okay. He kissed her nose. See you tomorrow. She stood, hugged him one last time, then said, If my stepmother doesn't lock me in the attic and throw away the key. She meant it jokingly, but he frowned and squeezed her tight. Be careful. She waved to him and walked the short distance to her house. The lights were off, except for her bedroom light shining onto her balcony. She climbed the lattice and slid the glass door open. Eleanor stood in her bedroom, her arms folded, her blood-red nails digging into her own flesh. Isabella flinched and fear snaked its way through her. Where have you been sneaking off to? She couldn't tell the truth. I took a walk. At 11 o'clock at night. I wanted to see the stars. Lame excuse. You couldn't see the stars unless you drove out of town. Eleanor removed something from her pocket, a piece of folded paper. She handed it to Isabella. Panic flooded her as she recognized one of Chase's notes. You're lying to me. You've been seeing your sister's boyfriend. Eleanor glared daggers at her. I told you to stop, but you wouldn't listen. I'm sorry. It was all she could think of to say. It came out a whisper. Eleanor turned around and pointed to her paintings. Where's the tree branch painting? Isabella stared at her, confused. What? How did she even know about that one? Eleanor was never in her room, and she hadn't shown it to her. Eleanor spoke slowly, enunciating each word. The tree branch painting. Where is it? Oh, this wasn't good. I sold it, she confessed, not sure what else to do. Eleanor's hand came out fast and she grabbed Isabella's hair. You sold it? To whom? Pain flashed through her scalp as Eleanor yanked on her hair. Isabella fell to her knees. Mr. Cato. What did he pay you for it? She forced the words out. $1,000. You stupid girl. Eleanor let go of her hair and Isabella crumpled to the carpet. How could you be so senseless? Eleanor went to the wall where her paintings were stacked. You just threw away $1 million. What was she talking about? Isabella cowered away from Eleanor, unsure what else was coming. She didn't bother to respond to her crazy lady talk. Eleanor snorted. You thought you could go around me? Start selling your paintings on your own? You wretched ingrate. You have no idea what you're worth, do you? Eleanor seized her arm and yanked her to a standing position. I can't have you running off with Delilah's boyfriend, and I can't have you going off to college. I was going to wait, but now seems like the perfect opportunity to help Delilah and myself. Eleanor jerked her out into the hallway, and then opened the door to the attic. She pulled Isabella up the carpeted stairs. Isabella gasped. Carpet? When did Eleanor do that? She opened a second door at the top of the stairs. That was new, too. Pain flashed through her arm as Eleanor shoved her into the room. The ceiling slanted with the high pitch of the roof.
One single bulb cast stark shadows around the small space. A second room had been added. It had a toilet and a sink. The window had been dry-walled over. Her easel sat near the wall, along with her paints and a few empty canvases spread out on the floor. A blanket lay in the corner of the otherwise empty room. Isabella gasped. "What did you do up here? Where are my father's paintings?" "You really are daft, aren't you?" Eleanor let go of Isabella's arm. "You thought I would take millions of dollars in paintings and put them in the attic?" She laughed, a cackling sound. "That wouldn't be smart, would it?" Pain wormed its way into her fear and panic. They were gone? She'd never see her father's paintings again. The one of her mother. "You sold them?" "Yes, and you are so simple. You didn't figure out I was selling yours, too. You paint just like him, you know." It was easy to forge his signature. Your poppy painting brought in $1.5 million. Isabella stared at her, stunned. She'd been selling her paintings as her father's? Eleanor backed toward the door. "And you sold your branches for a measly 1,000. She scoffed. "Foolish waste." Isabella's legs grew wobbly and her fingers trembled. "What are you doing?" Eleanor stopped. "I'm going to lock you in here, and you will paint for me. I will sell your paintings as your father's personal collection. No one has seen them, you see. You will keep his legacy going." "You can't keep me locked in here," Isabella said, her voice not sounding at all authoritative as she'd hoped. "Why not?" Isabella's mind raced. "I have school." "Not if you've run away from home." A cold feeling settled in her stomach. "What?" Eleanor gripped the door handle, her knuckles white. "You're going to run away. I'll call the police and they will search for you, but no one will find you." Isabella took another look around. New walls, thicker, a new door, soundproof, a sink and toilet, a prison. She fought the urge to throw up. "I'll come check on you. Maybe bring some food if you're quiet. If not..." She clicked her tongue and pulled something else from her pocket, a small photograph. Isabella cried out and fell to her knees. How had Eleanor gotten it? She must have left it in her jacket pocket with Chase's note. "No, please, give it back. It's all I have left of my mother." Eleanor looked down at the photo, disdain turning her lips down. "I know." Tears slid down Isabella's cheeks. "I'll do whatever you want." She needed the photo. How many times had she strained to remember what her mother looked like, fearing she'd forever be lost, before pulling out her photo to soak in her features once more. A cold fear froze her as Eleanor took the photo in both hands and ripped it down the middle. "No!" Isabella screamed, her heart tearing into tiny pieces as Eleanor continued to rip the photo. This is what happens when we do not obey. Pain ripped through Isabella as Eleanor slipped out of the room. Isabella pounced toward the door, but it was too late. The door clicked as the deadbolt slipped into place. She twisted the door handle anyway, pulling in a useless effort. It didn't even rattle. Tears blurred her vision as she pummeled the door. "No!" The silence was her only answer. She collapsed to the floor, tears choking her. Her photograph gone. It was her last connection to her mother. And now she was locked up in the attic, probably forever. She could scream as loud as she wanted, but no one would find her. When had Eleanor created this perfect prison? Maybe when Isabella was at the gallery. She worked there a lot. It could have happened any time over the last few years. Eleanor would tell everyone she ran away.
Would Chase believe it? Surely not. Savannah would. She'd been telling Isabella to run away for years. She'd rejoice, thinking Isabella finally got away and wouldn't think twice about it. But Chase wouldn't believe it. He'd come after her, wouldn't he? She curled up on the blanket and cried herself to sleep. Chapter 26. Chase didn't see Isabella by her locker, or in the hallway where he usually ran into her. It didn't start to concern him, however, until he entered the lunchroom and saw Savannah sitting by herself. He walked up to her. "Where's Isabella?" She shrugged. "Sick, I guess. She's not at school." A cold feeling started in his chest and spread through him. "She wasn't sick last night." Savannah wiggled her eyebrows up and down. "Last night, huh?" Chase shot her a look that said, "So what?" and stuck his hands in his pockets. "Well, if you hear from her, let me know, okay?" "She can't call." "I know." "She'll be here tomorrow, or you can check the gallery after school. Eleanor might make her work, even if she's sick." That was possible. Good idea. Savannah grinned at him. "I'm full of them." He laughed and left her to eat so he could get his food. He sat at his usual table, looking at the empty spot where Isabella usually sat. He was already looking forward to sneaking over to the gallery after school. Physics was lifeless without Isabella behind him. When the bell finally rang, he darted out of the building and hopped into his car. He drove straight to the gallery, but when he got there, he saw Eleanor through the front window. So he drove past without stopping. He went home and fretted. Later that night, he went to the park to see if she'd be there, but the bench sat empty. He wrote a note and stuck it under the loose brick, telling her to leave an answer if she could. The next day was Friday, and Chase was exhausted from tossing and turning all night, unable to sleep. He raced to school and waited down the hallway from Isabella's locker so he could see when she arrived. People came and went, and Isabella didn't show up. Eventually, the bell rang, and he had to get to class. He couldn't concentrate. At lunch, he approached Savannah again. "Have you heard from her?" Savannah turned to him, her eyes wide. "You haven't heard? She ran away. The police called and talked to me and everything." "What?" His heart stopped for a second. "She wouldn't run away." Savannah frowned. "She totally would. Her stepmother is terrible, and that's what I told the police, too." "But she would have told me." The cold feeling from yesterday came back. Something else happened. "Like what? Her stepmother is awful, but she wouldn't murder her or anything." "She just wouldn't leave town without saying anything." Savannah picked up her fork. "She would if she didn't want anyone knowing where she'd gone. They could tell Eleanor." That was true, but he still couldn't believe it. Something else happened. Eleanor's behavior was escalating. His stomach churned and he didn't feel hungry anymore. He sat and watched as everyone else ate. Delilah came up to him. "Hi, Chase." She grinned. His gut clenched. "Where's Isabella?" Delilah's face fell, and she frowned. "She ran away." He studied Delilah's face. "Where did she run away to?" She shook her head. "No one knows. She just packed her things and left." Delilah put her hand on Chase's shoulder. "I'm sorry she left you." He gripped the edge of the chair he sat on to keep himself from shaking her and yelling, "What really happened?" Instead, he just said, "Me too." Delilah leaned over. "I'll be around all weekend if you want to get together." He almost said no, but then realized he could find out more if he hung out with Delilah. "That sounds good," he said, almost choking on the words. "Can I come over tonight?" Surprise widened her eyes and she nodded.
Yes, you can come over. Spending Friday night with Delilah sounded about as appealing as going to the dentist, but he forced a smile.
Great. I'll see you around 7.
Delilah bounced on her toes and grinned. Perfect. She ran to her sister, sitting one table away. Chase rested his elbows on the laminate and put his face in his hands. He was going to have to use all his acting skills if this was going to go well. Chase rang Isabella's doorbell and readied himself for the role he'd have to play tonight. He wasn't sure what he'd be able to find out, but he knew Isabella hadn't run away. Snooping around her house was the best thing he could think of. Delilah threw open the door. Chase, you're here. She grabbed his arm and pulled him inside. I'm so glad you came over tonight. He gave her his movie star smile.
Glad you invited me.
She dragged him into the living room where a large tray of meat, cheese, and crackers sat on the coffee table. Want something to eat?
Sure.
He sat on the couch and picked up a piece of cheese.
Where's your sister?
She and Mom went shopping. Delilah batted her eyes at him. We're alone. Isabella had joked about being held captive in the attic. He wondered how much of a joke that really was.
You have a beautiful home. Can I have a tour?
Delilah bounced up from the couch. Yes, I'd love to show you. She yanked on Chase's arm. He stood and followed her around the first floor as she showed him each room. Chase could see why Isabella had fallen in love with the house. It was quite artistic in itself. And here's the bathroom, Delilah said, motioning. I think that's everything. He glanced toward the entrance where the grand staircase was.
How about upstairs?
She frowned. You don't want to see up there. He slid his arm around her waist.
Actually, I'd love to see the upstairs. It's where your bedroom is, isn't it?
She giggled and nodded. Okay, come with me. She took his hand and ran up, going past the first door. Here's my bedroom, she said, pulling him into a room with purple walls. She had a purple duvet on her bed, purple curtains, and purple carpet. He wondered how she slept at night. This room would creep him out.
Nice,
he said, not knowing where to land his gaze.
What other rooms are up here?
She pouted a little, but led him out. She opened the door she'd skipped and brought him into Isabella's room. He held in a gasp.
Her bed was gone, as were her paintings. The closet was bare. There was no trace of her left.
This is the master bedroom, Delilah said. I'll be moving in here soon. This room has the best view of the house. She tugged him over to the sliding glass doors and brought him out onto the balcony. He looked over the city lights, trying to hide the emotions surging in him.
What had they done to Isabella? It was like they erased her. It's beautiful,
he said, looking at Delilah while trying not to show his disgust on his face. She giggled and fluffed her hair. Come on, let's go watch a movie. He took her hand.
You haven't shown me the rest of the upstairs.
She waved her hand. Not much more to see.
That's okay. Show me anyway.
Delilah sighed and took him to the hallway. The next door she opened and pointed. This is Ava's room. The walls were pink. He nodded, but didn't go in. She pulled him past the next door, and he stopped.
What's this door?
He reached out and turned the knob, but it was locked. Delilah yanked him past the door. That's the attic. Nothing up there except for spiders. She made a face. An overwhelming urge to kick open the door came over Chase.
That had to be where they were keeping Isabella, right?
He clenched his teeth and stopped himself from saying something. Somehow he had to find a way to prove she was being held up in the attic. Delilah pointed to the next room. Here's my mother's room. He peeked in to see a huge 4-poster bed and dark royal colors on the walls.
Nice.
And that's it, Delilah said. That's everything. Before he could say anything, she was pulling him down the hall toward the stairs. He had no choice. He had to follow her. When they got back to the living room, he went to the wireless speaker system, getting an idea. "Do you want to dance? We didn't get to dance much at the fall formal." She grinned. "Sure, I'll go get my music." He grabbed her hand. "How about if I pair my phone and play one of my favorite slow songs?" While she batted her eyes and nodded her head, he took out his phone. He wasn't sure how he was going to get up to the attic to see if Isabella was up there, but he could send her a message. The first strums of the guitar started, and he cranked up the volume before taking Delilah in his arms. Isabella lay on the floor, staring at the ceiling. She had no idea if it was still Friday. Time seemed weird with no sunlight to measure it by. She'd eaten all the crusty bread Eleanor had brought her earlier. Her stomach gnawed at her. Eleanor said there'd be no more food until Isabella produced another painting. Isabella defiantly refused to give in, at least for now. She was sure once the hunger grew to a painful roar, she'd break down and comply. By habit, she reached into her back pocket before realizing her mother's photo was no longer there. She closed her eyes and tried to picture what her mother looked like. Panic flamed in her until she could see her clearly in her mind's eye. She wondered how long it would take before the image would fade. A tear slid out the corner of her eye and traveled down her temple to her hairline. She thought she'd cried them all. Guess there were still a few left. She wondered where Chase was right now. Was he sleeping, or was he thinking about her? A faint sound came from below, and she tried to pinpoint it. There had been no sounds coming through the floorboards. No quiet hum of the central air system. Nothing but aggravating silence. This new sound, though faint, reminded her of something. She sat up straight, her heart pounding. Music. It was Yesterday by the Beatles. Chase was downstairs. She ran to the door and pounded, screaming as loud as she could. "Chase! I'm up here!" The faint sound of the music continued, and she stopped yelling. If she could hear the music, it had to be very loud. He wouldn't hear her. She waited until the song ended, then began pounding again. "I'm up here!" she screamed. She continued to pummel the door and yell as loud as she could until her voice grew hoarse. No one came. She collapsed back onto the blanket, her heart racing. Maybe Chase couldn't come rescue her, but he knew she was there. He had to. The song was for her. She lay back down on the blanket, a new sense of hope rising in her chest. Chapter 27. Delilah made a face. "It's a little loud, isn't it?" she yelled over the music. Chase pulled her closer. "I like it loud," he shouted in her ear. As he swayed to the music, Delilah seemed to accept his explanation and kept quiet. They danced through the song, and when it ended, Chase hugged Delilah to him. "That was—" "Shh," he said, putting his finger to his lips. "Let's not talk. Let's feel the moment." Delilah fell silent, and Chase strained to hear anything that might signal Isabella was locked up in the attic and had heard his song. He listened to his own heart beating in his ears as the seconds ticked by on the clock. Nothing. Disappointment grew heavy in his limbs. Maybe she wasn't being held up there after all. He pulled back and smiled at Delilah. "That was nice," he said. She grinned at him. "That's your favorite song? Seems kind of depressing, don't you think?" "It's the Beatles. It's a classic." He pocketed his phone, unsure of what else to do. If Isabella wasn't in the house, he hated to think what else might have happened to her. Delilah shoved him toward the couch. "Let's watch a movie." He inwardly sighed. Now he was stuck there with Delilah. Okay. He put his arm around her after she turned on some lame chick flick. Halfway through the movie, Eleanor came home with Ava. They had arms full of shopping bags, and Ava gave Delilah an impish grin before they disappeared into the other room. The movie lasted another hour, and when the credits started to roll, he stood and stretched his arms. I'd better get going. Delilah hopped up. So soon? Can you come over tomorrow? With no evidence of Isabella in the house, he had no reason to come back. And, luckily, he had a great excuse. Sorry, I have a social event for my upcoming film I have to attend. He'd promised his mother he'd go, even though he didn't want to act for a living. It was a party for the cast, and even with a small part, he was invited. Maybe Sunday, then? He moved toward the door. Maybe, he said, giving her a smile. Or maybe he'd skip town. Delilah wrapped herself around his arm like a snake trying to squeeze the life out of its prey. Do I get a good-night kiss? Resisting the urge to gag, he stepped out onto the front steps. Close your eyes. She puckered her lips and closed her eyes. He picked up her hand, pressed his lips to the back, and then scampered down the steps to the sidewalk. Good night, he called as he sprinted to his car. He sighed as he climbed in. That hadn't gone as planned. Chapter 28. Soft music played from the live band in the corner of the room. Chase straightened his tie and glanced around the large home. This was the kind of house that was meant for lavish gatherings, with the huge chandelier, the open floor plan, and the swinging doors to the kitchen so staff could constantly bring more hors d'oeuvres. His mother nudged him. Mingle. He walked farther into the room and joined the female co-star Mel, who was standing with an older gentleman, chatting about what a hit the movie was going to be. Mel sipped a glass of sparkling something and grinned. This screenplay is brilliant. The man chuckled. Thank you. Chase nodded his head. I thought the dialogue was fresh. That was his go-to compliment when talking to a writer. The man puffed out his chest. And you are? Chase stuck out his hand. Chase Hawkins. Ah, I've heard a lot of good things about you. He went on to talk about the screenplay, but Chase's gaze had wandered. Suddenly, he froze. Isabella's poppy painting was hanging on the far wall in the other room. He excused himself and made his way through the crowd of people. His mother followed him. That was rude. Sorry, he said absently. This painting, I know it. A man with pure white hair turned around and smiled at him. Jack Manning, the one throwing the party. It's stunning, isn't it? I just acquired it. It's a Shepard original. Chase's heart pounded. Isabella Shepard? Jack's eyebrows knitted together. No, Anthony Shepard, the famous Los Angeles artist who tragically died a few years ago. This was in his private collection. I picked it up for less than $2 million. Looking closer, he saw the signature in the corner. Anthony Shepard. It hadn't been there in Isabella's photo. Chase swallowed the bile rising in his throat. Isabella's paintings. She said her stepmother would sometimes take them. Eleanor must be selling them as Anthony's work. And, if that was the case, there was no way she'd let that money train go. Isabella had to be locked up in the attic. Why hadn't she heard his song? Then a new thought entered his mind. What if she were drugged? What if he needed to get to her right away? A sense of urgency rose in him. This isn't a Shepard original. You should call the police. Excuse me. He left Jack, his eyes wide, and moved his way through the crowd to the door. His mother grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Why are you acting this way? I have to go.
Something urgent has come up. I can't explain it now. But can you call Dad and have him come get you? I need the car."
His mother frowned at him.
"What's wrong?" "Isabella's in trouble."
She fished her keys out of her purse and handed them to him.
"I trust you." Heart racing, he grabbed the keys and kissed her cheek. "Thanks, Mom." As he climbed into his mother's car, he dialed 911. Chase rang the doorbell a second time, his palms sweaty. He was going to sweet-talk Delilah into letting him into the attic. That was his only plan. Talking to the emergency dispatch hadn't gone too well. He sounded like a lunatic, raving about a forged signature on a painting and a girl being held hostage. After 10 minutes of getting nowhere, he hung up. He was sure he was now on some watch list somewhere. The house was silent. If they weren't home, maybe that was a good thing. He knew how to get in. Picking his way around the house, he crept toward the lattice. A quick glance around told him no one was watching. Their home was private, with large hedges shielding them from the neighbors. He climbed up the side of the house and over Isabella's balcony. The sliding glass door wasn't locked, so he slipped inside. Isabella's room looked the same as yesterday. He crept out into the hallway and examined the locked attic door. There was a keyhole under the handle, much like the old skeleton keys would open, but it looked modern instead. He had to find the keys. He walked down to Eleanor's bedroom and flipped on the light. No bowl of keys lay about, easy to find, so he started opening drawers and cabinets. He was rewarded when he pulled open the drawer on her nightstand. A ring of keys rattled, and he grabbed them. It was obvious which one opened the attic door. He shoved it into the keyhole and turned it, hearing a click as it unlocked. He threw open the door and ran up the stairs, only to find another locked door. He pounded on it. "Isabella?" A muffled noise came from behind the door. "Chase?" He could barely hear her. His heart pumped faster, his fingers trembling. "I'm coming," he yelled. He peered at the lock, a deadbolt, just like any other. He turned the ring of keys in his hand. He'd have to try them all. The sound of the front door opening wafted up the steps, and he froze. Voices carried. Delilah laughed. They were home. Panic flooded him, and he ran down the stairs to close the first door. If he were quiet, maybe he wouldn't be detected until he got Isabella out of there. He crept back up the stairs in the pitch blackness. He felt around for the deadbolt keyhole and then tried the first key. It didn't fit. He continued, and had tried several of them when one key slipped and he dropped the ring, making a clinking noise as the keys hit one another. He froze, listening. He couldn't hear anything except his own heartbeat, so he picked up the keys again and started over. His own breathing sounded loud in the quiet stairwell. It seemed to take forever until he finally got one key to slide into the hole. He turned it. The door opened, and light flooded over him. Isabella threw her arms around him. "You came." "Shh," he said, hugging her close, his heart beating wildly in his chest. He shut the door behind him. "Your stepmother came home as I was trying to unlock the door," he whispered. "They're downstairs." She sobbed into his shirt. "I wasn't sure you would find me. How did you know where I was?" He stroked her hair. "Your poppy painting. I saw it hanging in a Hollywood producer's home. It had your father's signature on it." "She's forcing me to make more." "I know." His mind reeled as to what he should do next. Charge downstairs with Isabella and barge their way outside? That was better than waiting up in the attic to be discovered. He pulled back and took her hand. "We need to get out of here. Let's try to sneak out quietly, but if we're seen, be prepared to make a run for it." She nodded, and he opened the door. They crept down the carpeted stairs to the bottom door. He listened. No sounds filtered through. He pushed it open. The hallway was empty. He gripped Isabella's hand and walked toward her old room.
The door creaked as he pushed it open. He froze, listening. Nothing. Had Eleanor left again? He didn't want to wait to find out. He tugged Isabella through her room and to the sliding glass door. The curtains billowed inward with the breeze. He must have left it open. Isabella swung her leg over the balcony and found purchase on the lattice. She descended and he followed, his heart pounding. He climbed down and jumped the rest of the way. Eleanor came around the side of the house. "Well, isn't this unfortunate?" She pointed a hot pink revolver at him. He froze. Isabella's eyes grew wide. Delilah appeared and grabbed Isabella. Isabella started to scream, but Delilah clamped her hand over her mouth. Ava picked her way over to them. Eleanor grabbed Chase's arm and tugged him toward the cliff, her revolver pointed at his head. He didn't struggle for fear the gun would go off. Eleanor clicked her tongue. "This has really been a sad turn of events, Isabella."
"Should have stayed away from him,"
Delilah hissed in Isabella's ear. "The police are out looking for you, Isabella, but they won't find you." Eleanor's grip on his arm tightened. Ava's eyes grew wide.
"Why not?"
Eleanor cast a weary glance at Ava. "Because she'll be locked in the attic."
"Oh,"
Ava nodded.
"Yeah."
Eleanor frowned. "This all could have been avoided if you'd have cooperated, you stupid girl. I told you to stay away from the boy."
"He's mine,"
Delilah said. Chase stared at her in disbelief. How delusional were these people? Eleanor continued, "But you wouldn't listen." She got a hard look in her eyes. "I've never understood why you were the lucky one. I should have been the one with the talent. I worked hard all my life for it. But no, I was never good enough. But you, it never was a struggle for you. And I'm not going back to the streets, sweetheart. I'm smarter than that." Eleanor glared at Isabella, her stare murderous. What was she talking about? She wasn't making any sense. She was out of her mind. Isabella's gaze connected with his. She made the slightest movement with her head. What was she trying to tell him? Did she want him to pounce now? Or was she shaking her head saying, "No, don't move"? "Isabella, pay attention. This is what happens when we don't do as we're told. This is all you're doing." Eleanor took a step toward the edge of the cliff, forcing him to come with her. Delilah shrieked, "What are you going to do?" Eleanor met her with a cold gaze. "Chase here is too distraught over his girlfriend running away. He's going to throw himself off the cliff." Chase had no intention of letting that happen. He readied himself and gave Isabella a hard look. "What?" Delilah's face drained of color. "I'm sorry, I know you're fond of this one, but we can't have him messing up our plans."
"But you can't!"
Delilah's shrill voice filled the air.
"I love him."
Isabella shoved Delilah, and she fell on her butt. Chase took advantage of the distraction. He grabbed for the gun. Eleanor's grip was strong, and he couldn't get her fingers off. They struggled, the gun waving up in the air. A loud bang sounded.
"Mother!"
Delilah screamed, getting up from the ground.
"Don't you hurt him!"
Chase managed to wrestle the gun away from Eleanor. He backed up from her, the gun pointed at her head. "Don't move." His voice was surprisingly steady. Sirens sounded in the distance. Isabella ran to him, and he pulled her close with one arm while keeping the gun trained on Eleanor.
"You were going to kill him!"
Delilah shrieked. She ran to Eleanor and slapped her face. Ava stood by, wringing her hands. The sirens grew louder. Chase hugged Isabella close, his heart pounding in his ears. 2 cop cars pulled up, and 4 police officers got out with their guns drawn.
"Put the gun down,"
one of them shouted. Chase lowered the gun and dropped it on the grass. Then he held his hands up in the air. One of them stepped toward Eleanor.
"Eleanor Shepherd, you're under arrest for fraud."
He handcuffed her and read her rights as the other officers made sure no one else was armed.
"That was fast,"
Chase said. One of the men turned to him.
"We've been investigating her for months. Things just sort of came to a head today."
Chase leaned down and kissed Isabella's forehead.
"You're safe now. It's over."
Isabella clenched Chase's hand, waiting for Child Protective Services to come get her. Savannah sat on the other chair, her face white. The police had taken Eleanor and her stepsisters away. She was still sitting in her father's home, but would not be for too much longer. She tried to memorize everything she could. Chase's thumb caressed Isabella's hand.
"Everything is going to be okay."
She nodded, but didn't quite believe him.
"Wherever you end up, it's got to be better than what you've gone through with Eleanor."
"No doubt," Savannah said. Isabella's throat grew tight. What if she had to change schools? What if her foster parents were horrible? She didn't want to think about the ways her life could be worse.
"Tell me something on your bucket list,"
Chase said, in an obvious attempt to distract her and change the subject. She had to think about it for a moment. "I've always wanted to go to Paris and see the Louvre."
"That would be cool. Where else would you go?"
"Chicago. My father took me when I was little, but I don't remember much. It would be great to go back and see the art museums there." "What about someplace scenic?" Savannah said. "Have you ever wanted to go see Niagara Falls or something?" She crossed her legs, her nerves making her want to bounce her foot. "I've always wanted to go to Canada. Maybe visit Banff. I've seen photos, and it's amazing up there." A man walked into the room, and Isabella jumped up. "Mr. Cato?" He grinned, his smile stretching for miles. "Hey, my little art mouse." "What are you doing here?" He hitched up his pants. "I thought maybe you could come and live with me and Nan for a while." Isabella rushed into his arms, warmth filling her chest. "Really?" He nodded. Emotion flooded through her. She wouldn't have to go live with strangers. "I can't believe it." "You know I've always thought of you as a daughter. We're filling out the paperwork now. Things won't be official for a while, but they said we could have temporary custody until it is." Isabella felt like crying and shouting at the same time. Living with Mr. and Mrs. Cato would be wonderful. Mr. Cato had been such a good friend of her father's. He'd always treated her like a princess. She never thought she'd live like this. But here she was, all her dreams coming true. Epilogue. Isabella snuggled her back into Chase's chest, the fall breeze blowing leaves across the cement. He wrapped his arms around her, holding her close.
"This really is a perfect spot."
Chase kissed the top of her head. The bench was wooden, like the one at Flatwater Park, and it was within walking distance from both of their apartments. Isabella watched the children running to catch a football in the grass. "It can be our secret rendezvous while we're in college."
"But no loose brick to hide notes under."
"I guess we'll have to be old-fashioned and just text each other." Isabella grinned up at him, and he ran a finger down her cheek.
"You're brilliant, as always."
A couple of bikers rode past them. Isabella closed her eyes and laid her head on Chase's shoulder. "I can't believe Eleanor is going to prison."
"She committed fraud and child abuse. I'm glad she'll be locked up. She's crazy."
"I got a phone call yesterday." Isabella was bursting to tell him and couldn't hold it in any more.
From who?
An attorney. Apparently, when Eleanor said my father didn't have a will, she was lying. Chase's mouth dropped.
What did the will say?
Isabella grinned and blinked back happy tears. The house is mine. He hugged her close, the warmth of his embrace sending happy tingles over her.
I'm so happy. I know what that house means to you.
And all the paintings Eleanor fraudulently sold? Those are mine too.
Seriously?
And the gallery, and all his investments. Basically, everything. She smiled at him, watching the surprise dawn on his face.
Holy cow.
Yeah, I never understood why my father hadn't at least left me the painting of my mother. Now I realize Eleanor knew all along that once I turned 18, I'd inherit everything. The only way she could keep the money was to lock me away and say I disappeared. She'd been planning it for years.
But I guess she got greedy and started selling your paintings as your father's.
Isabella scoffed. You'd think $50 million would be enough. Who knew one person could be so selfish?
Do you know what happened to Delilah and Ava?
Isabella threaded her fingers through Chase's. Delilah's still in Los Angeles, I think. I guess art isn't her thing anymore, after being laughed out of the community with her body paintings. Last I heard, she was spending her days hanging around the studios and begging to be an extra. And Ava got a job working at McDonald's. Chase choked, coughing as he tried to breathe.
McDonald's?
Yep. Isabella smiled at the irony. Chase squeezed her hand.
I have something for you.
Isabella shielded the sun from her eyes as she looked at him. What? He cleared his throat and handed her a thick envelope. She gave him a questioning look, then pulled the flap back and peeked inside. She gasped and pulled out a pile of photographs. Her mother. The familiar senior photo was on top. But then there were a dozen more of her mother in different poses. Her throat constricted, and she blinked back tears. How did you get these?
I did a little digging. I found the photographer who shot her senior pictures.
She blinked up at him. I don't know what to say.
That's okay. I wasn't thinking of talking much anyway.
He leaned down and brushed his lips across hers. Warmth filled her heart as she kissed him back, the sensations sending zings of electricity through her. He pulled back, and she smiled at him. You know, I've been thinking. Isabella squinted, the sun in her eyes. Tomorrow is our 1-year anniversary. He shifted.
Can't be. We didn't go to the fall formal until September 24th. It's only the 8th.
Okay, tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of when we had our first official conversation.
Which one was that?
The one where you were too distracted by a pig to notice me. He laughed.
Ouch.
Yeah, let's not celebrate that one. Oh, but I have the perfect thing we could do. He quirked an eyebrow.
What?
We could have a nice ham dinner. Chase's laughter rang out.
I could go for that.
Isabella settled in against his chest. Life had finally given her a happily ever after. The end. This has been Isabella and the Slipper, written by Victorine E. Liskey, narrated by Karen Gunderson. Copyright 2017 by Victorine E. Liskey. Production copyright 2018 by Victorine E. Liskey.